Sarah, today we're going to do something that has never been done before on YouTube.
That's a very bold claim, Mr. Davis. What is it?
We're going to explain every phrasal verb from A to Z individually. I think this will be our best practice video so far.
Great. I'm sure this will be very helpful for me and for other people as well.
Yes, this will be the only practice session on phrasal verbs that explains everything. Now let's begin with the letter A. Hello, Sarah. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb act up. Have you heard that term before?
I've heard people say it sometimes, but I'm not sure what it means.
No worries. Act up is often used to describe something or someone that's not working properly or behaving badly. For example, if a computer is malfunctioning, you might say, "The computer is acting up."
So you can use it for machines? What about people?
Absolutely. When people act up, it usually means they are not behaving well. For instance, if a child is being noisy or causing trouble, you could say, "The kids are acting up today."
That makes sense. Are there any other contexts where we use act up?
It can also apply to physical symptoms. If someone's knee hurts occasionally, they might say, "My knee acts up when it's cold."
Thanks for explaining that. Now I understand how to use act up in different situations.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and it'll become second nature. Hi, Sarah. Today, I want to talk to you about the phrasal verb add up. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it before, but not too sure. Does it have something to do with math?
Great guess. In one sense, add up can indeed mean to calculate the total of numbers. For instance, if you add up your receipts, you're finding the total amount spent.
That makes sense. Is there another meaning?
Yes, in a more figurative sense, add up means to make sense or be logical. For example, if someone's explanation doesn't add up, it means it doesn't make sense or seem suspicious.
Oh, I see now. So if I say a story doesn't add up, I'm saying it doesn't make sense?
Exactly, Sarah. It's a versatile expression, useful in both math and figuring things out in various situations.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll try to use add up in these contexts now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and it will become second nature. Hi, Sarah. Today you wanted to learn about the phrasal verb ask around. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Is it about asking questions to many people?
Exactly, Sarah. Ask around means to talk to various people to gather information or opinions. Have you ever needed to find out something by talking to multiple people?
Yes, once I needed to know where I could find a good bookshop. I asked my friends, and they all suggested different places.
Perfect example. You were asking around to get recommendations. It's a useful approach when gathering information from different sources.
I see. So if I lose my keys, I could ask around to see if anyone has seen them?
Exactly. You would ask around among your family or co-workers to find out if anyone might have noticed them. It often helps when you're seeking specific information.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand how to use ask around better in conversation.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and it will become second nature. Hi, Sarah. Today, we're going to talk about a common phrasal verb, ask out. Do you know what it means?
I think it has something to do with asking someone on a date.
Exactly right. Ask out means to invite someone to go somewhere, often in a romantic context. It's a way of expressing interest in spending time with someone.
So if I wanted to use it in a sentence, I could say, Tom asked Jane out for dinner?
Yes, that's perfect. It implies Tom is interested in getting to know Jane better, possibly with romantic intentions.
Is ask out used only for romantic situations?
Mostly, yes. It's specific to social or romantic invitations. If you want to invite a friend to hang out, you'd use a different expression.
Got it. Is there a way to use ask out in a less formal context?
The term itself is informal already and typically used in conversations with friends or peers rather than in professional settings.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it much clearer.
Hi, Sarah. Today we'll focus on a particular phrasal verb, ask over. Do you have any idea what it means?
I'm not exactly sure. Does it have to do with asking questions?
Not quite. Ask over means to invite someone to your home or where you are. For example, if you say, I asked my friend over for dinner, it means you invited them to your place to eat.
Oh, I get it. So it's like when I invite my cousin to watch movies at my house?
Exactly, just like that. Using ask over is a casual way to talk about inviting someone to come by.
Can you use it in a sentence for me?
Sure. I decided to ask Sarah over this weekend to help her with her science project.
That makes a lot of sense now. Is it mostly used for informal situations?
Yes, it's more commonly used in informal contexts, such as inviting friends or family over.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I feel confident about using ask over.
You're welcome, Sarah. Glad to help. Hi, Sarah. You asked about the phrasal verb account for. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. I've heard it a few times, but I'm not sure how to use it.
No worries. Account for has a few uses. Firstly, it means to explain the reason for something. For example, if you're late, you might need to account for the delay.
Oh, like when you give reasons for being late because of traffic?
Exactly. It can also mean taking something into consideration or including it. For example, when planning a budget, you must account for all expenses.
Interesting. So it's about explaining and including things?
Precisely. It helps add clarity when detailing causes or factors. Do you want to try using it?
Sure. We need to account for the extra cost in our project.
Perfect usage, Sarah. You're catching on well.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. This makes it much clearer.
Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to explore the phrasal verb aim at. Do you know what it means?
I think it means to focus on something or direct your attention, right?
That's a good start, Sarah. Aim at can mean directing one's efforts toward achieving a goal. For example, if you aim at improving your grades, you focus your efforts on that objective.
So it's mostly about setting goals?
Exactly. But it also refers to targeting a specific audience or group. For example, a campaign might aim at teenagers if they're the intended audience.
Oh, I see. So it's like when a company releases a product meant for a certain group?
Yes, precisely. By aiming at a target market, they tailor their strategies to meet that group's needs.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That helps me understand aim at much better.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep aiming at learning new things every day. Hi, Sarah. I heard you wanted to learn about the phrasal verb allow for. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Can you explain it to me?
Of course. Allow for is used when you need to consider or plan for something. For example, when organizing an event, you might need to allow for unexpected delays.
So it's like making room for the unexpected?
Exactly. It's about being prepared. If you're cooking a new recipe, you might want to allow for extra time in case things take longer than expected.
Can it also be used in budgeting?
Yes, definitely. When planning a budget, it's smart to allow for extra expenses like repairs or emergencies that might come up.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. So, allow for helps us plan better, right?
That's right, Sarah. By allowing for various factors, you can manage situations more effectively. Keep practicing and you'll get the hang of it. Hi, Sarah. Today, I want to talk to you about the phrasal verb answer back. Have you heard of it before?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I think I've heard it, but I'm not sure what it means. Is it just about replying to someone?
Good start, but there's a bit more to it. Answer back specifically refers to replying in a rude or disrespectful way, often to someone in authority.
Oh, like when someone talks back to a teacher or parent?
Exactly. It's not just any response, but a response that challenges or shows defiance.
I see. So if a student disagrees with a teacher rudely, they're answering back?
That's correct, Sarah. It shows a lack of respect for the teacher's authority.
Got it. Can it happen outside of a school setting?
Definitely. It can happen in any situation where someone is disrespectful in their response to an authority figure.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That really clarifies it for me.
You're welcome, Sarah. Feel free to ask any time. Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to talk about the phrasal verb argue down. Have you heard of it before?
I think I have, but I'm not sure what it means. Does it have something to do with disagreeing?
You're on the right track. Argue down usually means to successfully persuade someone during a disagreement or debate. It involves presenting your points clearly and convincingly so the other person changes their stance or concedes a point.
So it's like convincing someone during an argument.
Exactly. For instance, if someone believes the price of a car is too high and you argue them down, it means you persuaded them to agree to a lower price.
That makes sense. Is it polite to argue someone down?
It can be, as long as it's done respectfully and constructively. It's more about engaging in a healthy debate rather than being confrontational.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. It's interesting how these phrasal verbs work.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep exploring language nuances like this. Hi, Sarah. Today you want to learn about the phrasal verb argue out. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. I've never heard of it before. Can you explain?
Of course. Argue out means to discuss something thoroughly and persistently in order to resolve a disagreement or reach a decision. It's when two or more parties talk about different viewpoints until they find a common ground.
So it's like reaching an agreement after discussing both sides?
Exactly. When you argue out a matter, you and the other person involved share your opinions and reasons to understand each other's perspectives better. It's a collaborative process.
Can you give an example to help me understand?
Certainly. Imagine you and a friend are trying to decide which movie to watch. You might argue out your preferences, discussing the pros and cons of each film until you both agree on one to watch together.
I see. So it's a way to solve disagreements by talking them through?
Precisely, Sarah. It's an effective approach to find solutions without conflict. It helps ensure everyone feels heard and valued during the decision-making process.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand argue out much better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing these phrasal verbs and they'll become second nature to you. Hi, Sarah. Today we'll discuss the phrasal verb ask for. Do you know what it means?
I think so. Does it mean to request something?
Exactly. Ask for is used when you want to request something from someone. For example, if you need help with homework, you might ask for assistance.
Oh, so it's like when I ask for directions on a map, right?
Yes, that's a perfect example. You're requesting information to find your way.
Can it be used for anything, like asking for a favor or advice?
Absolutely. You can ask for a favor, advice, help, or even an item you wish to borrow.
So if I'm unsure and need clarity, I can ask for an explanation?
Precisely. Using ask for is a polite way to make requests in various situations.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. It's clearer now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing to make it second nature. Hi, Sarah. Today let's explore the phrasal verb back down. Do you have any idea what it means?
I think I've heard it before, but I'm not sure what it means exactly. Is it about moving backward?
Close, but not quite. Back down means to withdraw a position or concede in an argument or conflict. It's like choosing not to fight or argue anymore.
Oh, like when you decide to stop arguing with a friend to avoid a bigger fight?
Exactly. For example, if two people disagree, One might back down to keep the peace.
I see. So is back down usually seen as a negative action, like giving up?
Not necessarily. It can be a smart decision to avoid unnecessary conflict or to resolve a situation calmly.
That makes sense. So it's about being strategic rather than stubborn.
Precisely, Sarah. Knowing when to back down can even strengthen relationships by showing respect and understanding.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That clarifies a lot. I'll try to use it in conversations.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing. Hi, Sarah. Today, let's discuss the phrasal verb back off. Have you heard it before?
I think I've heard it in movies, but I'm not exactly sure what it means. Can you explain?
Absolutely. Back off means to move away from a person or situation either physically or emotionally. Can you think of a situation where someone might use it?
Maybe when two people are arguing and one feels the other is too close, they might say back off to create some space.
Exactly. It's often used to ask someone to give more personal space or to stop being aggressive. Can you use it in a sentence?
Sure. If someone was bothering me during lunch, I might say, "Please back off. I need some time alone."
Great example, Sarah. Back off can also mean to stop being involved in a situation. For example, if someone is meddling too much in a friend's decision, they might need to back off.
Got it. It's about knowing when to give space. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and it will soon feel natural to use it confidently. Hi, Sarah. Today let's talk about the phrasal verb back up. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure what it means exactly. Can you explain it to me?
Of course. Back up can have a few different meanings. One common usage is when you support someone or something. For example, if you agree with a friend in a debate, you might say you back up their opinion.
Oh, like being supportive. Is there another meaning?
Yes, back up can also mean to make a copy of data or files to prevent loss. For example, you might back up important documents on your computer.
That makes sense. So it's like saving a copy just in case something happens to the original?
Exactly. Another meaning is to move backward, like when you back up a car. It's a versatile phrasal verb.
Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis. I understand it much better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and soon these phrasal verbs will come naturally to you.
Mr. Davis, can you explain the phrasal verb bail out? I've heard it a few times and wasn't quite sure what it means.
Of course, Sarah. Bail out has a few meanings, but the most common one is to provide financial help to a person or organization in difficulty. For instance, if a company is struggling financially, another organization might bail it out by giving or lending money.
Okay, that makes sense. Are there other contexts where bailout can be used?
Yes, another meaning relates to leaving a difficult situation unexpectedly. For example, if someone is in a meeting they find unproductive or awkward, they might choose to bail out by exiting early.
So it's kind of like a rescue operation in both cases?
Exactly. It's about getting out of a tough situation, whether financially or physically.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand it much better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep exploring phrasal verbs. They're really useful. Hi, Sarah. Today, let's explore the phrasal verb bank on. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. I've heard it before, but I'm not sure how to use it. Is it about money?
Good question. Although it sounds financial, bank on means to rely on something or someone. It's like counting on something to happen.
Oh, I see. So it's like saying you trust something will occur?
Exactly. For instance, if you say, "I'm banking on good weather for the picnic," you mean you're relying on or expecting the weather to be nice.
That makes sense. Can you give another example?
Sure. If a student says, "I bank on my friend to help me study," it means they rely on their friend's assistance.
Got it. So it's about expecting someone or something to be reliable. Are there any situations where it might be risky to bank on something?
Yes, Sarah. It's risky if what you're banking on is uncertain or unpredictable, like relying solely on winning a lottery ticket for income. It's always wise to have a backup.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. This helps a lot in understanding how to use bank on correctly.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll master it in no time. Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to discuss a common phrasal verb, barge in. Have you heard of it before?
I think I've heard it, but I'm not sure what it means. Could you explain it to me?
Of course. Barge in means to enter a room or conversation abruptly or rudely, often without permission.
Oh, like when someone suddenly enters a room without knocking?
Exactly. Imagine you're in a meeting and someone just walks in without knocking or being invited. That's barging in.
I see. So it's not just entering physically, but also interrupting a conversation?
Yes, that's correct. It can also mean interrupting a discussion without notice or invitation.
Can you give me an example sentence using barge in?
Sure. During our meeting, Jake barged in and interrupted our discussion about the project.
That makes sense. So it's important to be polite and not barge in. Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Always happy to help. Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to learn about the phrasal verb bear down on. Have you heard it before?
Not really, Mr. Davis. It sounds a bit intense. What does it mean?
Great observation, Sarah. Bear down on can indeed convey intensity. It means to move towards something or someone in a determined or forceful way. For example, imagine a storm bearing down on a coastal city.
So it's like something approaching strongly or urgently?
Exactly. That's one way to use it. Another context could be when someone focuses their attention or effort intensely on a task, like when you bear down on studying for an exam.
That makes sense. So it's not just physical movement, but also mental focus?
Right, Sarah. Context shapes its meaning. It's useful for describing situations that require serious attention or action.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand how versatile bear down on can be.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep exploring how language can express intensity. Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to explore the phrasal verb bear with. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not exactly sure what it means. Is it related to animals?
That's a common mix-up, but it's separate from animals. Bear with means to be patient or to tolerate a delay or difficulty.
So it's like asking someone to be patient?
Exactly. For example, if you're in a meeting and your computer is slow, you might say, "Please bear with me while I load the file."
Oh, I see. It's a polite way to ask for patience during a situation you can't control.
Precisely. It's often used to acknowledge that the situation might be inconvenient, but you're working on resolving it.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand how to use bear with.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and it'll become second nature. Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to talk about the phrasal verb beat up. Have you heard it before?
Yes, I've heard it in movies, but I'm not sure what it really means. Is it about fighting?
That's right. Beat up is often used to describe someone being hit or attacked physically. For example, he got beat up in the alley.
So it's violent then?
Yes, indeed it is. It implies physical harm. But beat up can also be used informally to describe something that is worn out or in bad condition. Like, this old car is really beat up.
Oh, I see. So it can describe things and not just people getting hurt?
Exactly. When used for objects, it suggests they're heavily used, damaged, or in poor shape.
Interesting. Can I say, my old phone is beat up?
Yes, that's a perfect use. Just remember the context to determine the right meaning.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I get it.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing phrasal verbs. They're very useful. Hi, Sarah. Today, let's explore the phrasal verb blow up. Have you heard of it before?
I think I've heard it in movies, but I'm not sure what it really means.
Great. Blow up can have a few meanings. Let's start with the most common one. It means to explode, like when a balloon pops or a bomb detonates.
Oh, like when fireworks blow up in the sky?
Exactly. Now, blow up can also mean to suddenly become very angry.
Really? Can you give an example?
Sure, if someone gets really mad because they lost a game, we might say they blew up at their friends.
Interesting. So it can be about emotions too.
Yes, and there's another use. Blow up can also mean to enlarge something, like a photo.
Oh, so like making a picture bigger to hang on the wall?
Precisely. You're getting the hang of it, Sarah. Different contexts make blow up versatile.
Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis.
Hi, Sarah. Today, you wanted to learn about the phrasal verb break down. Do you have any idea what it means?
Not really. I think I've heard it used in different ways, though.
You're right. It does have multiple meanings. Let's start with one way it's used. When a machine stops working, we say it breaks down.
Oh, like when my dad's car suddenly stopped on the road? He said it broke down.
Exactly. Now, it can also refer to when someone loses emotional control and starts crying. Have you heard it used that way?
Yes, I think I saw it in a movie. The main character broke down after some bad news.
That's a perfect example. Lastly, break down can mean to analyze something by dividing it into smaller parts.
Like breaking down a difficult math problem to understand it better?
Precisely. So, break down is versatile and useful in different contexts. Keep practicing and it'll become second nature to you.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That really helps.
Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to discuss the phrasal verb break in. Do you have an idea what it means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure. Is it about entering somewhere?
Great start. Break in does involve entry, but usually in an unauthorized way, like when someone enters a building without permission.
Oh, like a burglar breaking into a house?
Exactly. But it can also mean interrupting. For example, if someone interrupts a conversation, you might say they broke in.
So it's not just physical entry?
Right. Additionally, break in can mean making something comfortable through use, like breaking in new shoes.
That's interesting. 3 meanings: unauthorized entry, interrupting, and using new things.
Yes, context is essential. Knowing which meaning to apply depends on the situation.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand break in a lot better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep exploring these versatile phrasal verbs. Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to learn about the phrasal verb break up. Do you know what it means?
I think it means ending a relationship, right?
Exactly. Break up is commonly used to describe the end of a romantic relationship. For example, Tom and Lisa decided to break up.
Oh, I see. Are there other situations where break up is used?
Yes, it can also refer to stopping something into smaller pieces or causing something to separate. Imagine a class in a noisy room. The teacher might say, "Let's break up into small groups."
So it doesn't always mean ending a relationship?
That's right. Context is important. For example, in a meeting, break up could mean ending the discussion. The meeting will break up at noon.
Got it. So the meaning can vary based on the situation.
Exactly, Sarah. Understanding the context helps determine the meaning. You're doing a great job.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll keep practicing.
Hi, Sarah. Today let's learn about a phrasal verb that's quite useful. Bring about. Do you know what it means?
I'm not sure. Is it similar to carrying something over?
Not exactly. Bring about means to cause something to happen or to lead to a change. It's often used when discussing changes or results.
So if someone makes a change, is that bringing about the change?
Yes, precisely. For example, you could say, the new policy brought about significant improvements in the company.
Oh, I get it. So it's like being the reason behind a result?
Exactly, Sarah. It's about being the cause of something. Can you try using it in a sentence?
Sure. The rain brought about a delay in the game.
Perfect. That's a great example. The rain caused the delay, so it brought it about.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll remember how to use bring about now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and you'll master these phrasal verbs in no time. Hi, Sarah. Today you asked about the phrasal verb bring up. Do you have any idea what it means?
I think it's used when you start talking about a new subject.
Exactly. Bring up means to introduce a topic or mention something in conversation. For example, if you're in a meeting and you want to discuss next year's budget, you would bring up that topic.
So it's like introducing something into the conversation?
Yes, precisely. You can use it in a variety of situations, both formal and informal. Can you think of a situation where you might use bring up?
Maybe if I want to discuss a problem with a classmate, I could bring up the issue during our study session?
That's a perfect example. Remember, the context usually dictates how you use it, but it's great for directing the flow of a conversation.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Learning about phrasal verbs is really interesting.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll master them in no time. Hi, Sarah. Today let's talk about the phrasal verb brush off. Do you know what it means?
I think I've heard it before, but I'm not sure what it exactly means. Is it something like cleaning?
Good guess. Literally, brush off can mean removing something with a brush or your hand, like brushing off dust from a surface, but it also has a figurative meaning.
What's the figurative meaning?
Figuratively, brush off means to dismiss someone or something as unimportant. For example, if someone tries to give advice that you don't find useful, you might brush off their suggestions.
So it's like ignoring someone?
Exactly. It's a way to describe ignoring or not taking something seriously. You might brush off a compliment if it makes you uncomfortable or brush off criticism you think is unjust.
Got it. So it's kind of like shrugging something off.
Yes, exactly. It's a useful phrasal verb for describing interactions. Great connection, Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Do you know what buckle down means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure what it really means.
That's okay. Buckle down means to start working hard and focus on a task without any distractions.
Oh, so like when I really need to study for a test?
Exactly. Imagine if you have an important exam coming up. You need to put away your phone, turn off the TV, and concentrate on your books. That's buckling down.
When else would someone need to buckle down?
Anytime there's a job or project that requires serious effort and commitment, like a big work deadline or learning a new skill.
Is it the same as working hard?
Yes, but it usually means starting to work hard after maybe putting it off. It's taking action seriously.
Got it. So when I have a big assignment, I should just buckle down and get it done.
Exactly, Sarah. Buckling down helps you achieve your goals. Hi, Sarah. Today let's talk about the phrasal verb burnout. Have you heard of it before?
I think I've heard it, but I'm not sure what it means exactly. Can you explain it using simple words?
Certainly. When someone says they burn out, it means they've been working too much or doing something for too long, and now they're very tired and can't keep doing it.
Oh, so it's like when you're exhausted from studying all night for exams?
Exactly, Sarah. When you study too long without breaks, you might feel burnt out. It's more about feeling mentally or emotionally tired, not just physically.
Does it mean feeling like you don't want to keep doing something anymore?
Yes, that's part of it. People can burn out on things they usually enjoy, like hobbies or jobs, if they don't rest enough.
Got it. So, burnout is a warning sign to take a break and recharge?
Perfectly put, Sarah. Taking breaks can help prevent burnout. Hi, Sarah. Today let's talk about the phrasal verb butt in. Do you know what it means?
I'm not sure. Is it related to interrupting someone?
Exactly, Sarah. When you butt in, it means you interrupt a conversation without being asked.
Oh, like when someone talks over you?
Yes, that's right. Imagine two people are talking and you suddenly start talking without waiting for them to finish.
Got it. So, butt in is like joining a conversation without permission?
Precisely. It's often seen as rude because it disrupts the flow of the conversation.
That makes sense. Is butt in different from just interrupting?
Not really. Butt in is just a casual way of saying it. It's more informal.
I see. Thanks for explaining it, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Remember, it's always best to wait for a pause before jumping in. Hi, Sarah. Today let's talk about a fun phrasal verb, butter up. Do you know what it means?
I'm not sure. It sounds like cooking, maybe putting butter on something?
Good guess. But in this case, butter up means something different. It's when you try to make someone like you by being extra nice to them.
Oh, like giving compliments to get on their good side?
Exactly. For example, if you want your teacher to be in a good mood before an assignment is due, you might butter them up by saying how great their class is.
So, it's like being extra polite or flattering someone?
Yes, but it's usually because you want something in return. It's like when you compliment your parents before asking for a favor, like extended playtime.
Got it. So, butter up is about trying to get something by being extra nice. That's clever.
That's it, Sarah. You've got the hang of it. Today I want to explain the phrasal verb call off. Do you know what it means?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I think it has something to do with canceling plans, right?
Exactly. Call off means to cancel an event or an activity. For instance, if a meeting is no longer happening, you can say it has been called off.
Got it. So, is it only used for meetings and events, or can it be used in other situations?
Good question. It's mostly used for events, meetings, or appointments. You wouldn't typically use it for canceling a subscription, for example.
Okay, that makes sense. Can you give me an example sentence?
Sure. Due to the heavy rain, the soccer match was called off.
That's a clear example. So the match was canceled because of the weather.
Exactly, Sarah. You're getting the hang of it. Remember, call off always refers to canceling something planned.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That helps a lot. Mr. Davis, can you explain what call out means? I've heard it before, but I'm not sure.
Of course, Sarah. Call out is a phrasal verb that people often use to mean telling something loudly so others can hear you.
Like shouting?
Yes, that's part of it. For instance, if you see a friend across the street, you might call out their name to get their attention.
Oh, I see. Can it mean anything else?
Yes, it also can mean pointing out something wrong or unfair. For example, if someone says something incorrect, you might call them out on it by correcting them.
So, if someone is being unfair and you say so, you're calling them out?
Exactly. It's about making sure the issue is recognized and addressed.
That makes sense. So it's both getting someone's attention and addressing issues?
Right, in simple terms. Getting noticed and highlighting a problem. Keep practicing using it in sentences, and you'll get even better. Hi, Sarah. Today, I want to explain the phrasal verb call up. Do you know what it means?
I'm not sure. Does it have to do with making a phone call?
Yes, that's one of its meanings. Call up can mean to phone someone, like when you dial their number.
Oh, so if I call up my friend, I'm just phoning them?
Exactly. It's an informal way of saying you're contacting them by phone, but call up can also have another meaning.
Really? What's the other meaning?
It can also mean to remember or bring something to mind. For example, if a song calls up memories, it helps you recall past events.
I see. So call up can mean to phone someone or to remember something?
That's right. It's a versatile phrase, depending on the context. Keep practicing and you'll get the hang of it.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That's really helpful. I'll try to use it more.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep learning and you'll continue to improve. Today, we're going to learn about the phrasal verb calm down. Do you know what it means?
I think it's about relaxing or something like that.
You're on the right track. Calm down means to become less upset, excited, or angry. It's like when you're feeling tense and you need to return to a peaceful state.
Like when I get nervous before a test and I need to breathe deep to calm down.
Exactly. Taking deep breaths is a great way to help yourself calm down. It's all about reducing those anxious feelings.
So, could I say to my friend, calm down, if she's really mad about something?
Yes, that's perfect. It's a gentle way to suggest she should try to feel more relaxed and not let her emotions take over.
But what if she needs more help with calming down?
Good question. You can always offer support like talking with her or suggesting she take a break. Those things can help.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now calm down makes more sense to me.
Hi, Sarah. Today I want to explain the phrasal verb carry on. Do you know what it means?
I'm not sure, Mr. Davis. Is it like carrying things around?
Not quite. Carry on means to continue doing something. Imagine you're reading a book and I say, carry on. I'm telling you to keep reading.
Oh, I get it. So if I'm playing a game and you say carry on, I just keep playing, right?
Exactly. It's all about continuing with whatever you're doing. If you're talking to a friend and paused, I might say, carry on, meaning continue your conversation.
That makes sense. Can carry on be used at work too?
Definitely. At work, if someone finishes a task and you're pleased, you could say, good job, carry on with the next part.
I see. And is it the same thing if I'm studying?
Yes, if you're studying and someone tells you, carry on, they're encouraging you to keep going. It's a positive way to encourage continuation.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll remember that. Carry on means to keep going.
You've got it, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll master these phrasal verbs in no time. Today we'll talk about the phrasal verb carry out. Are you familiar with it?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure what it means. Could you explain it?
Of course. Simply carry out means to perform or complete a task or activity. For example, if you carry out a project, you're doing everything necessary to finish it.
So if I have a school project and I do all the work needed, I'm carrying out the project?
Exactly. It's like when you carry out instructions from a teacher. You follow the steps to complete your work.
Okay, that makes sense. Can it be used at home too?
Yes, definitely. If your parents ask you to carry out a task like cleaning your room, it means you're responsible for completing that task.
I see. Carry out is just about finishing what you start, right?
That's a great way to put it, Sarah. Remember, it's often about fulfilling responsibilities.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand it much better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and it'll become second nature. Hi, Sarah. Today let's talk about a useful phrasal verb, catch on. Do you know what it means?
I'm not sure, Mr. Davis. Is it like catching something?
Close. Catch on can mean understanding something after some time. For example, if you're learning a new game, you might not understand the rules right away, but after playing a bit, you'll catch on.
Oh, so it's like finally getting how to do something?
Exactly. It also means when something becomes popular, like a new song that everyone starts to like. You could say the song caught on.
I see. So catch on is about understanding or becoming popular?
That's right, Sarah. It's all about things being understood or gaining popularity over time.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I think I caught on to the meaning now.
Great to hear, Sarah. Keep using it and you'll remember it even better. Today let's talk about the phrasal verb catch up. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure what it means exactly. Can you explain it simply?
Of course. Catch up means to reach the same level or position as someone else, usually after falling behind. It's like when you run to meet a friend who's ahead of you.
Oh, so it's like when you try to follow someone in a game to get equal points?
Exactly. If someone scores more, you try to catch up to them by scoring the same or more points.
Can catch up be used in other ways besides games?
Definitely. You can catch up on homework or reading if you're behind. It also means talking to someone you haven't seen in a while to find out what's new with them.
So you catch up with a friend when you chat about what's happened recently, right?
Right. It's a way to share updates and stay connected. You're catching up on their life events. Today, we're going to learn about the phrasal verb check in. Do you know what it means?
I think it's something you do when you go to a hotel.
Exactly. Check in means to let someone know you've arrived at a place, like a hotel. It's when you say, I'm here, and usually give your name.
Oh, so it's like when you go to the front desk and tell them you have a room?
Yes, that's right. You give them your information and they might give you a key to your room.
Can check-in be used for other places too?
Good question. Yes, it can also be used at airports when you confirm that you're there for your flight.
So it's just to make sure people know you've arrived?
Precisely. You might also check in with friends or family to let them know you're safe or see how they're doing.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand check-in better.
You're welcome, Sarah. I'm glad it makes sense now. Hi, Sarah. Today let's talk about the phrasal verb check out. Have you ever heard someone use it?
Yeah, I've heard it, but I'm not exactly sure what it means. Can you explain?
Of course. Check out can have a few meanings. One common use is when you look at something to learn more about it. For example, if someone says, check out this book, they want you to take a look at the book.
Oh, so it's like when I tell my friend to check out a cool video online?
Exactly. You're telling them to watch the video. Another way we use check out is when we're talking about leaving a place, like a hotel. For example, we have to check out of the hotel by noon.
Got it. So it's like leaving a place after you're finished?
Yes, it can also mean to pay for something in a store. When you check out at a store, you're paying for your items before leaving.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep using what you learned. Today I'd like to explain the phrasal verb cheer up. Do you know what it means?
Not exactly, Mr. Davis. I've heard it before, but don't really understand it.
No worries. Cheer up is a way to tell someone to feel happier or become less sad. For example, if your friend is sad, you can say, cheer up, to encourage them.
Oh, so it's like telling someone not to feel bad anymore?
Exactly. It's meant to give support and make someone feel better. When someone cheers up, they become more positive or happy.
I see. So can I use it when someone is upset about a small thing, like missing the bus?
Yes, absolutely. It's perfect for those situations. You might say, cheer up, another bus will come soon.
That makes sense. It's nice to know it's a way to help people feel better.
Yes, and it's a friendly and simple way to share positivity.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I can use cheer up to help my friends.
You're welcome, Sarah. It's a great way to spread happiness. Today, I want to explain the phrasal verb chew out to you. Have you ever heard it before?
I think I have, Mr. Davis, but I'm not sure what it means exactly. Is it related to eating?
Good guess, but it's not about eating. Chew out means to scold or criticize someone very strongly for something they've done wrong.
Oh, I see. So it's like when someone gets really upset and tells you off?
Exactly, Sarah. Imagine a boss getting angry at an employee for making a mistake. The boss might chew out the employee for that error.
Got it. It's like getting in trouble and being told off in a strong way. Is it something that's used a lot?
Yes, it's often used in both personal and professional settings. Just remember, it's usually not pleasant for the person being chewed out.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it clear. I'll be careful not to get chewed out myself.
You're welcome, Sarah. I'm glad I could help clarify it for you. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb chill out. Do you know what it means?
I've heard people say it, but I'm not really sure what it means. Is it about being cold?
Not exactly. Chill out is a casual way to tell someone to relax or calm down. Imagine if you're feeling stressed or upset and someone says, "Hey, chill out." They mean take it easy and try to feel more relaxed.
Oh, I see. So it's like telling someone to take a break and not worry too much?
Exactly. It's often used when someone is a bit tense or overreacting to a situation. For example, if you're anxious about a test, a friend might say, "Chill out, you'll do fine."
That makes sense. Can it also mean just spending time relaxing?
Yes, it can. If someone asks, "What are you doing this weekend?" you might say, "I'm just going to chill out at home," meaning you plan to relax and not do anything stressful.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I get what chill out means.
Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb chip in. Do you know what that means?
Not really. Is it like chipping something physically?
Not quite. Chip in means to contribute something to a group effort, often money or help. Imagine you and your friends want to buy a gift for a teacher. Each person gives a little money, so everyone chips in to buy the gift.
Oh, I get it. So it's like everyone helping out or giving a bit?
Exactly. It's not limited to money. You can also chip in your time or effort. For example, if there's a community project, everyone might chip in by volunteering to help.
That makes sense. It's like teamwork, right?
Yes, exactly. Chip in is about everyone contributing what they can to achieve a common goal.
Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to use chip in.
You're welcome, Sarah. Feel free to chip in your questions anytime. Today, let's explore the phrasal verb clam up. Have you heard it before?
I think so, but I'm not sure what it means. Could you explain it to me?
Of course. When someone clams up, it means they abruptly stop talking or become silent, often because they're shy or nervous.
Oh, so it's like when someone suddenly stops speaking because they're uncomfortable?
Exactly. Imagine someone in a group discussion and they suddenly go quiet when asked a difficult question. They've clammed up.
I see. Why clam up, though? What's with the clam?
Great question. It's because a clam is a shellfish that closes its shell tightly. So, when someone clams up, it's like they're closing themselves off, not letting any words out.
That makes sense. So if I get nervous during a presentation and can't speak, I'm clamming up?
Precisely. Recognizing when you clam up can help you find ways to stay calm and keep talking.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That was really clear.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep curious and keep learning. Hi, Sarah. Today let's talk about the phrasal verb clean up. Do you know what it means?
I think so. Does it mean to make something tidy?
Exactly. Clean up means to make a place or area neat and free of mess or dirt. For example, after playing with toys, you'd clean up by putting them back where they belong.
Oh, so it's like when I tidy my room?
Yes, tidying your room is a great example of cleaning up. It involves organizing and removing any clutter or dirt.
Is cleanup only used for physical spaces?
Mostly, but it can also mean fixing mistakes or problems. Like, cleaning up your act means improving your behavior.
That makes sense. Is cleanup always related to removing dirt or mess?
Generally, yes. Whether it's a room, a mistake, or behavior, it involves making something better or clearer.
Got it. Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep using these new words. Hi, Sarah. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb clear out. Do you know what it means?
I think I've heard it before, but I'm not sure what it means exactly.
No problem. Clear out means to remove things from a place so it's empty or more organized. Think of tidying up a messy room.
Oh, like when my mom tells me to clear out my closet and get rid of old clothes?
Exactly. You're removing the clothes to make space. It can also mean leaving a place quickly.
So if someone says, let's clear out before the rain starts, they mean to leave quickly?
That's right. It's about making a space clear or leaving a place. Can you think of a sentence with clear out?
Sure. We need to clear out the garage so we can park the car inside.
Perfect, Sarah. You've got it. Keep practicing, and soon you'll use phrasal verbs like a pro.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on them.
Today, I'd like to explain the phrasal verb close down. Do you know what that means?
I'm not sure. Does it have to do with closing something?
Great guess. Close down is often used when a place like a store or factory stops operating completely.
So it's like shutting something permanently?
Exactly. For example, if a toy shop closes down, it means the shop stops its business and won't open again.
I see. So if a restaurant closes down, it's gone for good?
Yes, that's right. It means they're not just closing for the night, but are done for good.
Could it happen to schools too?
It can. If a school closes down, it means it's not going to open again for classes.
Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis. I got it now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep asking questions. It's the best way to learn. Today, we'll talk about the phrasal verb come across. Have you heard it before?
I think so, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain it to me?
Of course. Come across means to find something by chance. It's like discovering something unexpectedly.
Oh, so if I'm walking and I find a book on the street, did I come across it?
Exactly. You didn't plan to find the book, it just happened unexpectedly.
That makes sense. Can come across also apply to meeting people?
Yes, it can. If you meet someone by chance, like seeing an old friend at the store, you came across them.
Got it. So it's like a surprise meeting?
Precisely. It's about surprises or accidental discoveries. Keep that in mind and you'll remember it easily.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand come across much better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll master phrasal verbs in no time. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb come along. Have you heard it before?
I think so, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain it?
Of course. Come along can have different meanings, but most commonly, it means to join someone or to go somewhere with them.
Oh, like when you invite someone to come with you somewhere?
Exactly. For example, if I say, we're going to the park, would you like to come along? It means, would you like to join us?
That makes sense. Are there any other meanings?
Yes. It can also mean to progress or improve. If someone is learning to play the piano and they're getting better, you might say, your skills are really coming along.
So it can mean joining or making progress. Got it.
Perfect understanding, Sarah. Keep practicing and using it in different sentences.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll try to use come along more often now.
You're doing great, Sarah. Keep it up. Today, we'll explore the phrasal verb come back. Do you know what it means?
I might have an idea, but I'm not sure.
No problem. Come back is used when someone returns to a place they were before. For example, if you leave home and then return later, you come back home.
Oh, like when I go out to play and then come back home for dinner?
Exactly, Sarah. It's as simple as that. Come back can be about returning to any place, not just home.
Can it also mean when something happens again?
Yes, great observation. If a trend or style becomes popular again, like fashion from the past, we can say it comes back.
So, people can come back, and things can come back too?
That's right, you've got it. It's used both for people returning and events or trends happening again.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I think I understand come back now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing with these phrasal verbs. Hi, Sarah. Today, we're going to learn about the phrasal verb come down with. Have you heard it before?
I think so, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain?
Of course. Come down with is used when someone starts to feel sick or gets an illness. It's like catching a cold or flu.
Oh, so if I say, I came down with a cold, it means I got sick with a cold?
Exactly. You're saying you started feeling the symptoms of a cold.
Got it. Is it just used for colds, or can it be for other illnesses too?
Good question. You can use it for many different illnesses like the flu, a fever, or even more serious ones. For example, she came down with the flu.
That makes sense. It's like you're explaining how you started feeling unwell.
Yes, you're catching on quickly. It's used to express the beginning of getting sick.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand how to use come down with.
Today I want to explain a useful phrasal verb, come up with. Do you know what it means?
Not exactly. I've heard it, but I'm not sure what it means.
No worries. Come up with means to think of or create an idea or solution. For example, if you need to solve a problem, you might need to come up with an answer.
Ah, so it's like when I have to think of ideas for my art projects?
Exactly. When you think of something new for your project, you're coming up with an idea. It's about using your creativity and thinking skills.
Got it. So if I come up with a new idea for a painting, it means I thought of it myself?
That's right, Sarah. It often involves brainstorming or coming up with concepts that didn't exist before.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it much clearer.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and soon you'll come up with amazing ideas all the time. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb deal with. Do you know what it means?
I think so, but I'm not sure. Could you explain it to me?
Of course. Deal with means to handle or manage something. It often refers to handling a problem or situation.
Oh, so if I have homework, I need to deal with it?
Exactly. When you have a task or issue, you deal with it by taking action to solve or manage it.
Does it work for people too? Like if someone is upset?
Yes, that's right. You can deal with people by addressing their needs or helping them with their concerns.
That makes sense. How about at work or home?
Good question. At work, you might deal with emails or projects. At home, you might deal with chores like cleaning.
So, deal with can be for anything that needs action or attention?
Exactly, Sarah. It's a versatile phrase used in various situations. Keep practicing. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb decide on. Do you know what that means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Can you explain it?
Sure. Decide on means to choose something after thinking about it. Let's say you have a few options and you need to pick one. When you make that choice, you are deciding on it.
Oh, so it's like choosing between different things?
Exactly. Imagine you're at an ice cream shop with many flavors. You look at all the options, think about what you like, and finally decide on chocolate.
Got it. So when I pick chocolate, I'm deciding on it.
That's right. You might say, I decided on chocolate. It shows the process of making a choice from several options.
That makes sense. Thanks for explaining it so simply.
You're welcome, Sarah. Remember, practice using it in different situations to get more comfortable with it. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb depend on. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure what it exactly means.
No worries. Depend on means to rely on someone or something for help or support. For example, you might say, I depend on my alarm clock to wake me up in the morning.
So, it's like when you need something to happen, right?
Exactly. It's when you trust that something will help you or something will happen, like when you depend on the bus to get you to school on time.
Oh, I see. Can it also be used for people?
Yes, definitely. You can depend on a friend to help you with homework or depend on family for support.
That makes sense. So, it's about trust and relying on things or people?
Yes, you've got it. It's all about trusting and counting on someone or something.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand it so much better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Glad to help. Today, we're going to talk about the phrasal verb die down. Do you know what it means?
I'm not sure, Mr. Davis. Is it related to dying?
Great question. But no, it's not about dying. When something dies down, it means it becomes less intense or quieter.
Oh, I see. Can you give me an example?
Sure. Imagine there's a big storm and it's very noisy. When the storm dies down, it means the wind and rain become calmer and quieter.
So it means something is getting less strong or loud.
Exactly. And it's not just for storms. You can use die down for anything that gets less intense, like noise, excitement, or even emotions.
Could I say the excitement after the big game died down?
Perfect example, Sarah. As time passes, the excitement dies down and everything goes back to normal.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Great job learning a new phrasal verb. Today, let's talk about a phrasal verb, die out. Do you know what it means?
I'm not sure. Does it have something to do with dying?
Good guess, Sarah. Die out means to slowly disappear or become extinct. It's like when something gradually stops existing.
Oh, like when dinosaurs disappeared?
Exactly. Dinosaurs died out millions of years ago. It means they became extinct over a long period.
So, could it also mean when a language or tradition is no longer used?
Yes, that's a great example. If a language dies out, it means people stop speaking it and it no longer exists.
I get it now. It's like when plants or animals can't survive anymore, they die out.
Exactly. It can be used for animals, plants, traditions, languages, and more. It's about something gradually disappearing.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it easy to understand.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep learning these phrasal verbs and they'll become second nature. Hi, Sarah. Today, we're going to explore the phrasal verb dig in. Do you know what it means?
I think so, but I'm not quite sure. Can you explain it to me?
Absolutely. Dig in is a phrasal verb commonly used when someone starts eating with enthusiasm. Imagine there's a delicious meal in front of you. When you hear dig in, it's like saying, go ahead, start enjoying your food.
Oh, so it's like an invitation to start eating?
Exactly. For example, if you have a pizza on the table, someone might say, dig in, to encourage everybody to start eating.
That makes sense. Can dig in be used in other situations?
Good question. It can also mean to begin working on something with determination. If you have a big project, you might say, time to dig in, meaning it's time to start working hard.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That clears things up. I'll remember it next time I see a tasty meal.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll master phrasal verbs in no time. Today we're going to talk about the phrasal verb dig up. Do you have any idea what it might mean?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Does it have something to do with digging?
Good guess. Dig up often means to find or discover something by searching very thoroughly. Imagine digging in the ground to find something buried.
So it's like when a dog digs up a bone in the yard?
Exactly. But dig up can also be used for finding information. For example, if someone is trying to find details about a historical event, they might dig up old records or articles.
Oh, I see. So you can dig up secrets or facts about someone too?
That's right. When detectives investigate, they might dig up clues to solve a case. It's all about uncovering something hidden.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That helps a lot. I'll try to remember that when I hear it.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll master phrasal verbs in no time. Today, let's explore a new phrasal verb, dish out. Have you heard it before?
Not really, Mr. Davis. What does it mean?
Great question. Dish out means to distribute or give something to someone, like serving food.
Oh, like when you serve food at dinner?
Exactly. For example, during dinner, you might dish out soup into bowls. But it's not just for food, you can also use it when giving advice or criticism.
Ah, so if someone gives advice frequently, are they dishing out advice?
Spot on, Sarah. If someone gives a lot of advice, we can say they're dishing out advice.
I get it. So it's not just about food, but anything you give out.
That's right. Remember, it's often informal and used in casual conversations.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Dish out makes more sense now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll master these phrasal verbs. Today we're going to learn about the phrasal verb do over. Have you heard it before?
No, I haven't. What does it mean?
Great question. Do over means to do something again, often because it wasn't done well the first time. Imagine you're painting a picture and it doesn't look right.
So if it doesn't look good, I'll just do it over?
Exactly. You'd start the painting again to make it better. It's like having a second chance to improve your work.
Oh, I see. So if I bake cookies and they don't taste good, I can do them over by baking a new batch?
That's a perfect example. Do over is all about having another go at something to get a better result.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. It sounds useful for when things don't go as planned.
You're welcome, Sarah. It definitely is a handy phrase. Keep practicing and you'll get even more familiar with it. Today, let's learn about the phrasal verb doze off. Do you know what it means?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I'm not sure, but it sounds like something about sleeping.
That's right. Doze off means to fall asleep, usually for a short time and often when you didn't mean to. It's like taking an unplanned nap.
Oh, like when you get sleepy during a movie and fall asleep without realizing it?
Exactly, Sarah. Let's say you're reading a book on the couch and it's so cozy that your eyes close and you're asleep before you know it. That's dozing off.
So is it usually by accident?
Yes, it usually happens without planning. For example, students might doze off in class if they didn't sleep well the night before.
I get it now. It's when you fall asleep without meaning to.
You've got it, Sarah. Remember, doze off is a casual way to describe those unexpected short naps.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll remember that.
Today we're going to learn about the phrasal verb drag on. Are you familiar with it?
Not really, Mr. Davis. What does drag on mean?
Great question. Drag on means something continues for a long time, longer than you'd like. It often feels slow or boring.
Oh, like when a class feels super long and you can't wait for it to be over?
Exactly, Sarah. If a class seems endless, you could say, the class dragged on.
Got it. So it's like when my little brother talks about his toys for hours. It really drags on.
That's a perfect example. When something drags on, it feels like it's taking forever.
I see. And we use it when we want something to end, right?
Precisely, Sarah. You're catching on quickly. It's used when things are lasting too long.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it much clearer.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and you'll master phrasal verbs in no time. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb draw back. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain it to me?
Of course. Draw back generally means to move away or retreat from something. Imagine you're stepping back when something surprises you.
Oh, like when a cat suddenly jumps out and you step back?
Exactly. You draw back because you're surprised or cautious. It can also mean to withdraw from a commitment or plan.
So if I planned to join a club but changed my mind, I drew back from joining?
That's right. Drawing back can mean reconsidering or backing out of something you decided or planned to do.
That makes sense. It's like pulling away from a situation.
Yes, and it's a handy way to express careful reconsideration or retreating. Keep practicing and you'll master it.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll remember that.
Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to talk about the phrasal verb draw out. Do you have any idea what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Can you explain it to me in simple terms?
Of course. Draw out means to encourage someone to be more open or to help them express what they're thinking or feeling.
So it's like helping someone talk more about what they're feeling?
Exactly. Imagine someone who is shy. You might draw out their thoughts by asking gentle questions and showing interest.
Ah, I see. So if my friend is quiet, by asking her questions, I'm drawing her out?
That's right, Sarah. You're helping your friend feel comfortable enough to share more.
Does draw out only work with conversations?
It's mostly used in conversations, but it can also mean to make something last longer, like when you draw out a meeting to cover more topics.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I get it.
You're welcome, Sarah. Great job understanding phrasal verbs. Today, we're going to talk about the phrasal verb dream up. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Does it have something to do with sleeping and dreaming?
Great guess, but dream up isn't about sleeping. It means to use your imagination to create or invent something new, often an idea.
Oh, so if I have a new idea for a story, I'm dreaming it up?
Exactly. When you think of a new story or invention, you're using your imagination to dream up that idea.
Could you give me another example, please?
Sure. If an artist imagines a unique painting, we can say the artist dreamed up a fantastic artwork.
I get it now. So it's like coming up with something creative in your mind.
That's right, Sarah. Dream up is all about creativity and imagination. Keep dreaming up your ideas.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'm excited to dream up new things.
Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb dress up. Do you know what it means?
I think it means putting on nice clothes, right?
Exactly. Dress up means to wear special or fancy clothes, usually for a special occasion or event.
Like when I wear a dress for a party?
Yes, that's a great example. It can also mean wearing a costume for fun, like on Halloween.
Oh, like when I dressed up as a superhero last year.
Exactly. You can dress up to look like someone or something else.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Sure. I like to dress up for weddings because it's a special occasion.
So it's not just about fancy clothes, but also for having fun?
Yes, very much so. It's about making an effort with your appearance for a particular reason, whether formal or fun.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I get it.
You're welcome, Sarah. Your curiosity is impressive. Today, we're going to learn about the phrasal verb drink up. Do you have any idea what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Is it about drinking something?
Yes, exactly. Drink up means to finish drinking all the liquid in your cup or glass. It's often something you might hear when someone wants you to finish your drink.
Oh, like if my mom says, Sarah, drink up your milk before we leave?
Precisely. She's telling you to finish your milk. It's a friendly way to encourage someone to complete their drink.
I see. So if I'm having juice and I drink it all, I can say I've drunk up?
That's right. It's a simple way to express that you've finished your drink. It's handy in many situations like at a restaurant or at home.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. It seems pretty easy to remember.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll have it mastered in no time. Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to talk about the phrasal verb drive away. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Can you explain it to me?
Of course, Sarah. Drive away means to make someone or something leave. Imagine you see a bee buzzing around you and you wave your hands to make it leave. You're trying to drive away the bee.
Oh, I get it. So it's like making something go away?
Exactly. Sometimes people also use drive away when they're in a car and leaving a place. Like if you're done with school, you might drive away with your parents.
So if someone is bothering me and I ask them to leave, can I say I'm trying to drive them away?
Yes, that's correct. You could say that. It's often used when talking about unwanted things or people.
Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis. I think I understand now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and you'll get even better with phrasal verbs.
Mr. Davis, can you explain what the phrasal verb drop by means? I've heard it before, but I'm not sure I understand it.
Of course, Sarah. Drop by means to make a short, informal visit to someone or somewhere.
So it's like when you visit a friend without planning ahead?
Exactly. It's a casual visit. For example, you might drop by a friend's house to say hello after school.
Oh, so you don't need an invitation or a specific reason to drop by?
That's right. It's spontaneous and doesn't require a lot of planning. It's often done to check in or have a quick chat.
I see. So if I visit my neighbor just to see how they're doing, that's dropping by.
Exactly, Sarah. It's perfect for quick, friendly visits.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it so much clearer.
You're welcome, Sarah. You can try using drop by in your conversations to make your language more natural. Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to talk about the phrasal verb drop off. Have you heard of it before?
I think so, but I'm not sure what it really means. Can you explain it?
Of course. Drop off can mean a few things. One common use is when you take something or someone to a particular place and leave them there. For example, if your mom drives you to school, she drops you off at the school.
Oh, so it's like when my dad drops me off at soccer practice?
Exactly, Sarah. It's about taking someone or something to a specific location and leaving them there.
Does drop off mean anything else, Mr. Davis?
Great question. Drop off can also mean a decrease over time. For instance, if the number of students in a class goes down from 30 to 20, you can say the number of students dropped off.
So it can mean leaving someone somewhere or something getting less?
That's right. You've got it, Sarah.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand drop off much better.
Today, let's discuss a phrasal verb, drop out. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure. Is it about leaving something?
Exactly. Drop out means to leave or stop doing something before finishing it. It's often used when someone quits school or a course.
Oh, so if someone leaves university, they drop out?
Yes, that's a common use. For example, if a student stops attending before graduation, we say they dropped out of university.
Does it apply to things besides school?
Absolutely. You can drop out of a competition, an event, or even a project. It just means you've stopped participating.
I get it now. So it's about not completing something you started?
Precisely. Drop out is used when you decide not to continue something you were involved in.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it easy to understand.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep learning those phrasal verbs.
Hi, Mr. Davis. I've been hearing the phrase dwell on a lot lately, and I'm not quite sure what it means. Could you help me understand it?
Of course, Sarah. Dwell on is a phrasal verb we use when someone thinks or talks a lot about something, especially something unpleasant.
Oh, like when someone keeps thinking about a mistake they made?
Exactly. If you made a mistake and can't stop thinking about it, you might be dwelling on it. It's like your mind stays stuck on that one thing.
I see. So it's not good to dwell on things too much?
Right. Dwelling on negative things can make you feel stuck and unhappy. It's better to learn from it and move on.
That makes sense. So if my friend keeps talking about a problem, she's dwelling on it?
Yes, she is. You could encourage her to focus on solving the issue instead.
Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Remember, understanding new words can help you express yourself better. Let's discuss the phrasal verb ease off. Do you know what it means?
I'm not sure, Mr. Davis. Does it mean to stop doing something?
Not exactly, but you're close. Ease off means to reduce the intensity or pressure of something. Think of it like turning down the volume.
Ah, so it's like when rain starts to get lighter after a storm?
Exactly, Sarah. When the rain eases off, it means it's not as heavy as before. Can you think of another example?
Maybe if a teacher is strict and then becomes less strict, they're easing off?
Perfect. The teacher eases off the strictness. It can apply to situations where pressure or tension decreases.
So if I'm stressed about schoolwork, but then things get easier, are they easing off?
Exactly. Your stress eases off when school gets less demanding. Great understanding, Sarah.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I get it now. Ease off means to lessen something.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing these phrasal verbs.
Mr. Davis, can you explain what the phrasal verb ease up means? I've heard it before, but I'm not sure I get it.
Of course, Sarah. Ease up is a phrasal verb that means to become less intense or to relax a bit. Imagine you're running very fast and you start feeling tired. What would you do?
I guess I'd slow down a little to catch my breath.
Exactly. That's a perfect example. When you slow down, you're easing up on your effort. It's about taking it easy or not being so hard on yourself or others.
So, it's like telling someone to not stress so much?
Yes, that's right. If someone is working too hard or worrying too much, you might tell them to ease up. It's a way to advise them to relax.
What if during a game, a coach yells, "Ease up on the defense"? What does that mean?
In that case, it means the players should be less aggressive or intense in their defense. They need to be more relaxed.
Got it. Thanks, Mr. Davis. That really helps me understand ease up.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep asking questions.
Mr. Davis, I've come across the phrasal verb eat up, and I'm not quite sure what it means. Can you explain it to me in a simple way?
Of course, Sarah. Eat up is a phrasal verb that has a few meanings, depending on the context. The most common use is when someone encourages you to finish all the food on your plate.
So, if I'm having dinner and my mom says, "Eat up your vegetables," she's telling me to finish all of them?
Exactly. She wants you to eat everything, leaving nothing behind. But eat up can also mean using up resources or consuming something with enthusiasm.
Can you give me an example of using it for resources?
Sure. If your smartphone is slowing down, someone might say, "The apps are eating up a lot of battery." It means the apps are using a large amount of battery power.
Oh, I see. And what about using it enthusiastically?
Imagine a child hears a captivating story. You could say, "She ate up every word." It means she listened with great interest and excitement.
That's really helpful, Mr. Davis. Thanks for breaking it down.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep exploring new words and phrases. Hi, Sarah. Today, let's learn about a new phrasal verb, edge out. Have you heard of it before?
Not really, Mr. Davis. What does it mean?
Edge out means to gradually or slightly defeat someone or something in a competition. It's like winning by just a little bit.
Oh, like when two teams are playing a game and one wins by 1 point?
Exactly. If Team A wins by just 1 point over Team B, we can say Team A edged out Team B.
Makes sense. So it's used when the competition is really close?
Yes, that's right. It's often used in sports or any situation where one party narrowly succeeds over another.
Could it also be used if someone gets a job over another person?
Absolutely. If someone gets a job offer instead of another candidate, you might say they edged out the other person for the position.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand how to use edge out.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing with examples like these.
Mr. Davis, I've heard people use the phrase egg on, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain it with simple words?
Of course, Sarah. Egg on is a phrasal verb that means to encourage someone to do something, often something they shouldn't do.
Oh, so it's like when you want someone to do something that's a bit risky or naughty.
Exactly. Imagine you're with friends, and one friend is thinking about doing a silly dare. If you egg them on, you're pushing them to do it.
I see. So it's not always a good kind of encouragement?
Right. It's usually used when people are encouraging actions that might not be wise or safe. It's more like urging someone to act impulsively.
Got it. So if my brother wants to jump into a puddle and I tell him to do it, I'm egging him on?
Exactly. You're encouraging him to do something playful but maybe a bit messy.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand egg on better.
You're welcome, Sarah. Being aware of how we use our words is always important. Hi, Sarah. Do you want to learn about the phrasal verb end up?
Yes, Mr. Davis. It sounds interesting, but I'm not sure what it means.
Great. End up is used to describe a situation that happens, often without planning. For example, if you go for a walk and accidentally take a new path, you might end up at a different place.
So, it's like when something happens unexpectedly?
Exactly. Let's say you plan to study at home, but your friends invite you out. If you join them, you end up going out instead.
Got it. It's about the final situation?
Yes, that's right. It shows the result of actions, sometimes without deliberate planning.
Can you use it with people's life choices too?
Absolutely. Someone might say they ended up becoming a teacher, meaning it wasn't their original plan, but it happened.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it simple to understand.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and it'll be easier to use.
Mr. Davis, I've been hearing the phrase enter into a lot, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain it easily?
Of course, Sarah. Enter into is a phrasal verb that means to start or become involved in something, like an agreement or discussion.
Oh, so it's like starting something new?
Exactly. For example, if two companies enter into a contract, it means they've agreed to start working together based on specific terms.
That makes sense. So it's more formal than just starting, right?
That's right. Enter into is often used in formal or legal contexts, like enter into negotiations means beginning formal discussions to reach a decision.
I see. Could it be used for personal things too?
Yes, definitely. If someone enters into a relationship, it means they begin a serious personal involvement.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I get how enter into is used.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep asking questions to learn more. Hi, Sarah. Today let's talk about the phrasal verb even out. Do you know what it means?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I'm not exactly sure what even out means. Could you explain it to me?
Of course. Even out means to make something level or balanced. Imagine you're spreading jam on toast. What do you do to make sure it's not lumpy?
I spread it so it covers the toast evenly, right?
Exactly. That's like evening out the jam. It's all about making sure things are spread equally.
So, can even out be used in other situations, like with numbers?
Yes. For example, if you have a week where you work too much one day and less on another, you can even out the hours by spreading your work more evenly throughout the week.
I think I understand. It's like making sure things are fair and balanced.
Exactly. It's all about balance. Keep practicing these concepts and they'll become second nature.
Thank you so much, Mr. Davis. That makes it much clearer. Mr. Davis, can you explain the phrasal verb eye up to me in a really easy way?
Sure, Sarah. Eye up means to look at something or someone with interest or attention, especially in a careful or evaluative way.
Oh, so it's like when you're checking something out closely?
Exactly. For example, if you're shopping and see a jacket you like, you might eye up the jacket to decide if you want to buy it.
So it's not just about people, but things too?
Yes, you can eye up both people and objects. It's about observing with focus.
What about when someone eyes up a person? Does it have a specific meaning?
It often means they're assessing the person, maybe noticing their appearance or trying to guess something about them.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I get it. It's all about paying close attention.
You got it, Sarah. Keep practicing and soon you'll be using it naturally.
Mr. Davis, I came across a phrasal verb that I don't quite understand. Could you explain what face up to means?
Of course, Sarah. Face up to means to confront or deal with something difficult or unpleasant.
So it's like handling something you don't want to.
Exactly. Imagine you have a big test coming up and you're worried about it. Facing up to it means you acknowledge it's challenging, but you prepare and study instead of avoiding it.
Oh, I see. So it's about taking responsibility even when it's tough?
Yes, that's right. It's about being brave and tackling things head on, like admitting when you made a mistake and working to fix it.
That makes sense. It's important to do that, even if it's hard sometimes.
Absolutely. Facing up to challenges can help you grow stronger and more resilient over time.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I think I understand face up to much better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and asking questions. You're doing great. Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to learn about a phrasal verb, fall apart. Do you know what it means?
Not exactly, Mr. Davis. Does it mean something breaks?
That's one way to use it. Fall apart can describe something that breaks into pieces. Imagine a toy collapsing. It's falling apart.
So it's about physical things breaking?
Yes, but it also means more. We use fall apart to describe situations when things aren't working well, like a plan failing.
Oh, like when a group project isn't going well and everything seems chaotic?
Exactly. People say the project is falling apart. We also use it for emotions when someone is very upset and feels overwhelmed.
So if someone can't handle stress, they might say they're falling apart?
Precisely, Sarah. It's a versatile phrase with both literal and figurative meanings.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes fall apart much clearer.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep asking questions. It helps understanding grow. Today we're exploring the phrasal verb fall back on. Have you heard it before?
I've heard it, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain?
Of course. Fall back on means to use something for support or help when you're in trouble. Imagine you lose your job. You can fall back on your savings.
Oh, so it's like having a backup plan?
Exactly. It's like a safety net. When your first plan doesn't work, you have something else to rely on.
Can we use it for skills too?
Yes, absolutely. If you're a teacher but also know photography, you can fall back on photography if needed.
That makes sense. So it's about having options when things go wrong?
Precisely, Sarah. It's about having a secure option to help you out.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I think I understand fall back on now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep this phrase in mind. It's quite useful.
Mr. Davis, can you explain what the phrasal verb fall for means? I've heard it a few times, but I'm not sure how to use it.
Of course, Sarah. Fall for has two main meanings, and I'll make it easy for you to understand. The first meaning is to be tricked or deceived by something or someone.
So, like being fooled?
Exactly. For example, if someone tells you a story that's not true and you believe it, you could say you fell for their story.
Got it. What about the other meaning?
The second meaning of fall for is to start having strong feelings of love for someone. It's like when you develop a crush or start liking someone a lot.
Oh, like falling in love?
Yes, precisely. If you start liking someone a lot, you might say you've fallen for them.
That makes sense. So it can mean either being tricked or starting to like someone a lot.
You've got it, Sarah. Just remember those two meanings and you'll be able to use fall for like a pro.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I feel much clearer on this now. Mr. Davis, can you help me understand the phrasal verb fall through? I've heard it a few times, but I'm not quite sure what it means.
Of course, Sarah. When something falls through, it means a plan or an agreement didn't work out as expected.
So, if I planned a party and it didn't happen, would it be correct to say the party fell through?
Exactly. If the party was canceled or didn't happen for some reason, you would say it fell through.
What about in a business context? How would fall through be used there?
In business, if a deal or a contract was supposed to happen but didn't, you would say the deal fell through. It's a way of saying that things didn't go as planned.
Got it. So it's all about things not going as expected or planned?
Precisely, Sarah. Whether it's a party, a trip, or even a deal, if it doesn't happen, you say it fell through. Great questions.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. It's clearer now.
Hi, Sarah. Today, let's talk about a phrasal verb, fan out. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. What does it mean?
Great question. Fan out means to spread out in different directions from a central point, like how a fan opens.
Oh, like when a group of people spreads out in different directions?
Exactly. Imagine people starting together and then moving away from each other like the shape of a fan.
I see. So it's like when soldiers or search teams spread to cover more ground?
Yes, that's a perfect example. It helps cover a larger area quickly.
Could you give me another example, please?
Sure. Imagine a deck of cards. When you fan out the cards, you spread them so you can see all the different suits and numbers.
Got it. Thanks for explaining that, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Always happy to help you learn new words. We're going to talk about a phrasal verb, fend off. Have you heard it before?
Not really, Mr. Davis. What does it mean?
Good question. To fend off means to protect yourself from something or someone, like trying to keep something away.
Kind of like chasing something away?
Exactly. Imagine a dog barking at someone. If you use your hand to keep it away, you're trying to fend off the dog.
Ah, I get it. So it's like keeping away anything that might be bothersome or harmful?
Yes, that's right. People often fend off their fears too, like pushing thoughts away that make them scared.
So can you fend off feelings like anxiety?
Yes, you can. You try to push those feelings away to feel better.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Learning new words makes it easier to understand and use language.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep asking questions and you'll learn even more.
Mr. Davis, I've been hearing the phrase figure out a lot, and I'm not entirely sure what it means. Can you explain it in simple words?
Of course, Sarah. Figure out is a phrasal verb we use when talking about finding an answer or understanding something that we didn't know before.
So, if I'm trying to solve a math problem and I finally get it, I can say I figured it out?
Exactly. When you figure it out, you've discovered the solution or made sense of something that was confusing at first.
Oh, that makes sense. Is it only used for problems, or can it be used in other situations?
Great question. You can figure out almost anything, like planning how to get somewhere, understanding instructions, or even realizing why someone is upset.
So, if you're trying to understand why a friend is sad, you might say, I need to figure out what's wrong.
Yes, that's a perfect example. Once you understand the reason, you can say you figured it out. It's about reaching clarity.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I think I figured out how to use figure out now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep using it and it'll become even easier for you. Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to talk about the phrasal verb fill in. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure what it means exactly. Can you explain?
Of course. Fill in often means to complete something by adding information. Think of it like filling in a blank space with words or details.
Oh, like filling in a form?
Exactly, Sarah. When you fill in a form, you're providing the necessary information for each section.
Are there other ways to use fill in?
Yes, there are. It can also mean substituting for someone. For example, if a teacher is absent, another teacher might fill in for them.
So fill in can mean adding information or replacing someone?
That's right. It's useful in both situations. Remember, context will help you understand which meaning applies.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it much clearer.
You're welcome, Sarah. I'm glad you understand it now. Keep practicing.
Mr. Davis, could you help me with something? I came across the phrasal verb fill out, and I'm not sure what it means.
Of course, Sarah. Fill out is a great phrasal verb to learn. It usually means to complete a form or document by adding information.
So, if I have a form for school, I would fill out my name and details on it?
Exactly right. You would fill out all the required fields on the form with your personal information.
Does fill out always relate to forms and documents?
Mostly, yes, but it can also be used less formally. For example, if someone gains weight or muscle, you might say they're filling out.
Oh, that's interesting. So it's about completing something, either with information or physically?
Precisely, Sarah. It's all about making something more complete or whole, whether it's a form or a person's physique.
Got it, Mr. Davis. Thanks for clarifying fill out for me.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep asking questions to keep learning.
Mr. Davis, I've heard the phrasal verb find out a lot, but I'm not quite sure what it means. Can you explain it to me?
Of course, Sarah. Find out is a phrasal verb that means to discover or learn something new. It's when you get information you didn't have before.
Oh, so it's like when I learned something in school?
Exactly. For instance, if you didn't know what time your favorite show is on TV, you might ask someone and then find out when it starts.
Got it. So it's about getting new information?
Yes, that's right. Let's say you're curious about how a magic trick works. If you learn the secret, you've found out how it's done.
That makes sense. Can it also apply to finding out secrets or surprises?
Definitely. If you discover what your friend is planning for your birthday, you've found out their surprise.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I think I understand find out much better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and it'll become even clearer. Hi, Sarah. Today let's talk about the phrasal verb fizzle out. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Could you explain it in simple words?
Of course. When something fizzles out, it means it slowly loses strength or energy until it stops or ends.
So like when a soda loses its bubbles and goes flat?
Exactly, Sarah. Just like a soda that loses its fizz, an event, project, or idea can fizzle out if it loses excitement or interest over time.
I see. So if a party starts out fun but gets boring, it fizzles out?
Yes, that's a perfect example. The party begins with lots of excitement, but as the energy and people leave, it fizzles out.
What about a friendship? Can that fizzle out too?
Definitely. If two people slowly stop talking or spending time together, their friendship might fizzle out.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand fizzle out much better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll get even better.
Mr. Davis, I noticed a phrase called flare up, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain it simply for me?
Of course, Sarah. Flare up is a phrasal verb. It describes something that suddenly worsens or becomes more intense, especially problems or emotions.
So can it be used for things other than emotions?
Yes, exactly. It can refer to emotions like anger, but also things like medical conditions or conflicts. For example, if someone has allergies, they might say their symptoms flare up in spring.
Oh, so it's like when something gets suddenly worse?
Precisely, Sarah. Imagine a small issue becoming bigger or a calm setting suddenly turning hectic.
Got it. So could a conflict flare up too?
Absolutely. If there's tension between people, an argument can flare up quickly if not addressed.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it much clearer.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep exploring language. It's full of interesting expressions. We're going to talk about a new phrasal verb, fresh out. Have you heard of it before?
I've heard it, but I'm not quite sure what it means. Can you explain it in simple words?
Of course. When we say fresh out, it means that something has just run out or is no longer available.
So like when the store doesn't have any more of a product?
Exactly. Suppose you go to buy milk and the store has just sold the last carton. You'd say the store is fresh out of milk.
I get it now. It's like they're all out, right? But why do we use fresh?
Great question. Fresh emphasizes that it recently ran out. It's a casual way to say there's none left because it was just used up.
That makes sense. So I could say, we're fresh out of cookies if my friends ate them all?
Precisely. You've got it, Sarah.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I can use fresh out confidently.
You're welcome. Keep practicing and you'll master these expressions.
Mr. Davis, can you explain the phrasal verb flip out to me? I've heard it a few times, but I'm not sure what it means.
Of course, Sarah. Flip out is an informal way to say someone is suddenly very angry or upset about something.
So it's kind of like when someone loses their temper?
Exactly. For instance, if a person gets really angry after spilling coffee on their favorite shirt, you could say they flipped out about it.
I see. So it's about strong emotions, right?
Yes, that's right. It can also mean being surprised or really excited, not just angry. Imagine someone finding out they won a big prize. They might flip out from excitement.
Okay, so it can mean freak out either from anger or excitement?
Precisely, Sarah. It's all about intense reactions. Just remember not to use it in formal situations.
Got it. Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it a lot clearer.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep exploring language. It's powerful.
Mr. Davis, can you explain the phrasal verb flyby? I heard it in a song, but I'm not sure what it means.
Sure, Sarah. Flyby is a way to describe time passing very quickly.
Oh, so it means that time goes fast?
Exactly. Imagine you're having a lot of fun and suddenly you realize hours have passed. You might say, wow, the time really flew by.
Got it. So when I'm enjoying myself, I can say time flies by?
Yes, that's a perfect use. It's often used to describe enjoyable moments or when you're busy.
Can I say it for any situation, even if I'm not having fun?
Yes, you can. If you're busy at work or doing a task and time seems to pass quickly, you can also say time flies by.
That makes sense. So it's mainly about how time feels?
Right. It's all about the perception of time moving fast.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand flyby much better.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing. Hi, Sarah. Today let's talk about the phrasal verb focus on. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Can you explain it with simple words?
Sure. Focus on means to pay close attention to something. It's when you give all your thoughts or energy to one thing.
So, like when I'm doing my homework and not thinking about anything else?
Exactly. When you work on your homework and nothing else distracts you, you're focusing on it.
Can I use focus on when I'm trying to learn something new?
Yes, you can. For example, you need to focus on your lessons to understand them better.
I see. Is it the same as concentrate?
Yes, it's very similar. Both focus on and concentrate mean giving your full attention to something.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to use focus on.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing using it in sentences.
Mr. Davis, can you explain to me what follow-through means? I find phrasal verbs a bit confusing.
Of course, Sarah. Follow through is a great phrasal verb to know. It means to finish what you start or to keep going until you've completed something.
Oh, like when you start a project and make sure it's done?
Exactly. Imagine you start painting a picture. To follow through, you keep working on it until the entire painting is complete, not just halfway.
I see. So, if someone follows through with a promise, they make sure to do what they said they would?
That's correct. It's about being reliable and seeing things through to the end.
And it's used outside of promises, right? Like in sports?
Definitely. In sports, like tennis or golf, follow through is part of the action to ensure a good swing or shot.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand follow through much better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Remember, following through shows commitment. Keep it up. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb follow up. Do you know what it means?
Not really. Can you explain it in simple words?
Absolutely. Follow up means to check on something or someone after an initial interaction or event to see what has happened since.
So, is it like asking someone about the results after a meeting?
Exactly. For example, if you had a doctor's appointment and they did some tests, you might follow up to find out the results.
Oh, I get it now. It's like making sure everything went as planned?
Yes, that's a good way to think of it. You follow up to ensure everything is going well or to learn about any changes.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it much clearer.
You're welcome, Sarah. Remember, follow up helps you stay informed about ongoing situations. Keep practicing.
Mr. Davis, I've heard people use the term freak out, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain it simply?
Of course, Sarah. When someone freaks out, it means they suddenly become very upset or extremely scared.
So it's like when someone gets really scared or panics about something?
Exactly. Imagine you see a big spider and it surprises you. You might freak out by yelling or jumping back.
Oh, I get it. So it's more about having a strong reaction to something unexpected, right?
Yes, that's perfect. It can be a reaction to fear, shock, or even excitement.
What about excitement? How does that work?
Good question. If you hear your favorite singer is coming to town, you might freak out with joy.
That makes sense. So freak out can be both negative and positive?
Exactly, Sarah. It's all about having a strong emotional reaction, whether good or bad.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That really helped me understand. Mr. Davis, I came across the phrasal verb get across, and I'm not sure what it means. Can you help me understand it?
Of course, Sarah. Get across means to successfully communicate an idea or message. Imagine you want to make sure someone understands your point clearly.
Oh, like when I try to explain my thoughts to a friend?
Exactly. If your friend understands what you're saying, you've gotten your point across.
I see. So it's about making sure the other person understands my message?
That's right. It's about effective communication. For example, if you have a project and need your team to understand the plan, you'd work to get your ideas across.
Got it. Is it only used for speaking, or can it be written too?
It's used in both speaking and writing. Whenever you're sharing information, you're trying to get it across to your audience.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes a lot of sense now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll get your points across easily. Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to learn about a phrasal verb, get ahead. Do you know what that means?
I'm not sure, Mr. Davis. Can you explain it to me?
Of course. Get ahead means to make progress or succeed, especially over others.
So, like moving forward or doing better than before?
Exactly. Think of it as improving or advancing in your goals. If you study hard, you might get ahead in your class, meaning you perform very well.
Oh, I see. So, if someone works extra hours at their job, they might get ahead in their career?
Yes, that's a perfect example. It's about gaining an advantage or moving closer to success.
That makes it much clearer. Does it always involve doing better than other people?
Not always. It can also mean personal progress, like improving your skills or knowledge.
Got it. Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand it better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep up the great work in learning new phrasal verbs.
Mr. Davis, I heard a phrase called get along. Can you explain what that means in simple words?
Of course, Sarah. Get along means to have a friendly relationship with someone.
So if I get along with my friend, that means we are nice to each other?
Exactly. It means you both enjoy spending time together and don't have conflicts.
Does it only work for friends, or can it be used with anyone?
Good question. You can use it with anyone, like family or classmates.
What if someone doesn't get along with another person?
That means they might have disagreements or don't enjoy each other's company.
I see. So getting along is about being friendly and liking each other?
Yes, that's right, Sarah. It's about having a peaceful and enjoyable relationship.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand what get along means.
You're welcome, Sarah. If you have more questions, feel free to ask. Let's talk about the phrasal verb get around. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Can you explain it in simple words?
Sure. Get around can mean to move from one place to another. For example, you can say, I get around the city by bus.
Oh, so it's like saying how you travel or move around.
Exactly. It can also mean to avoid something or find a way to solve a problem. Like if there's a problem, you might say, let's find a way to get around it.
So it has two meanings, moving places and finding solutions?
That's right, Sarah. It's great for describing how you travel or handle challenges.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it much clearer.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll use phrasal verbs easily.
Mr. Davis, I've heard the phrasal verb get at, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain it to me in simple words?
Of course, Sarah. Get at can mean a couple of things, but let's focus on the most common one. It usually means to suggest something indirectly.
So if you're getting at something, you're not saying it directly?
Exactly. Imagine someone hinting at or implying a message without saying it outright.
Could you give me an example?
Sure. Imagine a friend says, the room could be cleaner, but they really mean, can you help clean it up? They're getting at the idea that you should help clean.
Oh, so it's like when you're trying to say something without directly saying it?
Yes, that's right. It can also mean physically reaching for something, like trying to get at a jar on a high shelf.
Now I understand. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing with examples and it'll become even clearer. Hi, Sarah. Today we're going to learn about the phrasal verb get away. Do you know what it means?
I think it means to escape, right?
That's one way to use it. Get away can mean to escape or leave a place, like if you need a break or are escaping a problem. For example, I need to get away from the city noise for a while.
So it's like taking a vacation.
Exactly. You can also say get away when going on a trip, like we're planning a weekend getaway.
Oh, that's cool. Can it mean anything else?
Yes, it can also mean avoiding trouble. For example, he can't get away with cheating on the test.
So, like not getting caught when doing something wrong?
Precisely. So get away has a few meanings: escaping, traveling, or avoiding trouble.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes get away much clearer for me.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep exploring these expressions and you'll become even more fluent.
Mr. Davis, can you help me understand what get back means? I've heard it a lot, but I'm not sure when to use it.
Of course, Sarah. Get back is a phrasal verb with a few different uses. The most common use is when someone returns to a place. For example, if you go to the store, you might say, I'll get back home in an hour.
So it's like saying return.
Exactly. It can also mean to talk to someone again. If you need to check something before giving an answer, you might tell your friend, I'll get back to you later.
Oh, so it's both about returning somewhere and responding to someone?
Yes, that's right. There's another use too. If someone borrows something from you and they give it back, you might say, I got back my book.
That makes sense. So it can be used for returning to a place, responding later, or even getting something back.
You've got it, Sarah. Get back can be quite handy in different situations. Let's talk about the phrasal verb get by. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. I'm not sure how to use it.
No problem. Get by means to manage or survive with what you have. Think of it as doing okay in a situation, even if things aren't perfect.
Oh, so like when you don't have much money but can still live?
Exactly. If someone says, I get by with my part-time job, they mean they make enough money to manage their basic needs.
Got it. So it's about handling things even if it's not easy?
Yes, that's it. Get by might mean things aren't great, but you can still keep going.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I think I understand now.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. Keep practicing using it in sentences and it'll become easier.
I will, Mr. Davis. Thanks for explaining it so simply.
Anytime, Sarah. Keep up the great work.
Mr. Davis, can you explain the phrasal verb get down? I find it a bit confusing.
Of course, Sarah. Get down can have a few meanings depending on the context. One common meaning is to move from a higher position to a lower one. For example, if you're standing on a chair, I might say, get down from there.
Oh, so it's like climbing down?
Exactly. Another meaning is to feel sad or depressed. For instance, if someone is feeling blue, you could say they're a bit down or they need to get down from their mood.
I see. So it can relate to emotions too.
Yes, it can. Plus, there's the fun usage. Get down is also used to describe dancing or enjoying music. Like when someone says, let's get down on the dance floor.
That's interesting. So get down is quite versatile.
It is. Remember the context and you'll easily understand which meaning fits. Keep practicing and you'll get better at using it.
Mr. Davis, can you help me understand what get back means? I've heard it a lot, but I'm not sure when to use it.
Of course, Sarah. Get back is a phrasal verb with a few different uses. The most common use is when someone returns to a place. For example, if you go to the store, you might say, I'll get back home in an hour.
So it's like saying return.
Exactly. It can also mean to talk to someone again. If you need to check something before giving an answer, you might tell your friend, I'll get back to you later.
Oh, so it's both about returning somewhere and responding to someone?
Yes, that's right. There's another use too. If someone borrows something from you and they give it back, you might say, I got back my book.
That makes sense. So it can be used for returning to a place, responding later, or even getting something back.
You've got it, Sarah. Get back can be quite handy in different situations. Let's talk about the phrasal verb get by. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. I'm not sure how to use it.
No problem. Get by means to manage or survive with what you have. Think of it as doing okay in a situation, even if things aren't perfect.
Oh, so like when you don't have much money but can still live?
Exactly. If someone says, I get by with my part-time job, they mean they make enough money to manage their basic needs.
Got it. So it's about handling things even if it's not easy?
Yes, that's it. Get by might mean things aren't great, but you can still keep going.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I think I understand now.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. Keep practicing using it in sentences and it'll become easier.
I will, Mr. Davis. Thanks for explaining it so simply.
Anytime, Sarah. Keep up the great work.
Mr. Davis, can you explain the phrasal verb get down? I find it a bit confusing.
Of course, Sarah. Get down can have a few meanings depending on the context. One common meaning is to move from a higher position to a lower one. For example, if you're standing on a chair, I might say, get down from there.
Oh, so it's like climbing down?
Exactly. Another meaning is to feel sad or depressed. For instance, if someone is feeling blue, you could say they're a bit down or they need to get down from their mood.
I see. So it can relate to emotions too.
Yes, it can. Plus, there's the fun usage. Get down is also used to describe dancing or enjoying music. Like when someone says, let's get down on the dance floor.
That's interesting. So get down is quite versatile.
It is. Remember the context and you'll easily understand which meaning fits. Keep practicing and you'll get better at using it. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb get in. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Does it mean entering somewhere?
Exactly right. Get in often means entering or going inside something. For example, when you get in a car, you're entering the car.
Oh, that makes sense. Can it be used in other situations?
Yes, Sarah. You can also use get in when talking about arriving at a place, especially if there's an expected time. Like, what time did you get in last night? Means, what time did you arrive?
I see, so it's like arriving somewhere as well.
Precisely. And sometimes, get in can refer to being chosen or accepted, like getting into a team or school.
Wow, it has a lot of uses.
It does. Remember, context will help you understand which meaning applies.
Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis. I get it now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing. We're going to explore the phrasal verb get off. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure about its meaning. Could you explain it to me?
Of course. Get off often means to leave or exit something. Like when you leave a bus or a train, you get off it.
Oh, I see. So if I'm on a bike and stop riding, can I say, I get off the bike?
Exactly right. It can also mean to stop work. If you finish work at 5 p.m., you might say, I get off work at 5.
Interesting. Can get off mean anything else?
Yes, it can also mean to escape without punishment. If someone gets off without a penalty, they aren't punished for something they did.
That's very helpful. Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll master phrasal verbs in no time.
Mr. Davis, can you explain the phrasal verb get on to me in really simple words?
Of course, Sarah. Get on has a couple of meanings. One of the common meanings is to board a vehicle, like a bus or a train. For example, when you enter a bus, you're getting on the bus.
Oh, that makes sense. What else can it mean?
Another meaning is to have a good relationship with someone. If you get on with someone, it means you like each other and enjoy spending time together.
So if I get on with a friend, it means we get along well?
Exactly. It's used to describe friendly relationships. You can say, I get on with my new classmate.
Are there more meanings?
There's also get on in the sense of making progress with something. Like when you're getting on with your homework, you're completing it.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That helps a lot. It's nice to know it's used in different ways.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and soon it'll be second nature. Hi, Sarah. Today let's talk about the phrasal verb get out. Do you know what it means?
Not really. Can you explain it to me?
Sure. Get out means to leave a place or go out of something. Simple, right?
So, like when I leave a room?
Exactly. If you're in a room and someone tells you to get out, it means they want you to leave that room.
Okay, does it only mean leaving a room?
Good question. No, it can be used for any place. For example, if you get out of a car, it means you leave the car.
Oh, I see. So it's just about leaving or exiting.
That's right. It's a simple way to say leave or go out from somewhere.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes sense now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and phrasal verbs will get easier.
Mr. Davis, can you explain to me what get over means? I've heard it a few times, but I'm not sure I understand.
Of course, Sarah. Get over is a phrasal verb we use in a few different ways. One common use is to describe recovering from something, like an illness or a tough experience. For example, if you had a cold and are feeling better now, you could say you got over the cold.
Oh, so it's like when you feel better after being sick?
Exactly. It's also used when someone moves on emotionally, like if someone gets over a breakup. It means they're no longer upset about it.
So, if my friend is sad about losing a game, I could say, you'll get over it soon?
Yes, that's right. It sounds a bit like you're saying they'll recover from the disappointment.
That makes sense. Are there any other uses?
Sometimes we use get over to mean overcoming a problem or challenge. Like if someone is afraid of spiders and they get over that fear by facing it.
Got it. So it's about recovering or overcoming something. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll remember it easily. Today, we're going to talk about a phrasal verb, get through. Have you heard it before?
I think I've heard it, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain it?
Of course. Get through means to finish or complete something difficult. Imagine you're struggling with a big homework assignment. When you finish it, you've gotten through it.
So, if I have a lot of books to read for class and I finish them, I could say I got through the books?
Exactly. It also means to survive or manage during tough times. If you're feeling sad one day but feel better the next, you got through a tough day.
Oh, that makes sense. So it can be used for tasks and emotions?
Yes, it can. It's about overcoming challenges, whether they're big tasks or hard times.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Get through is easier to understand now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll get through learning all these verbs.
Mr. Davis, can you explain the phrasal verb get together to me?
Of course, Sarah. Get together is a simple phrasal verb meaning to meet or gather with others.
So it's used when people come to one place to see each other?
Exactly. If friends or family get together, it usually means they're meeting to spend time together.
Is there a specific place or event needed to say get together?
Not really. It can happen anywhere, at someone's house, a park, or even a cafe. It's more about the act of meeting than the place.
Can it be used both for planned and spontaneous meetings?
Yes, get together can work for both. Whether it's a planned event or a last-minute idea, it fits.
That's easy to remember. Any example?
Sure. We decided to get together for a picnic this Saturday.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I get it.
You're welcome, Sarah. Always happy to help.
Mr. Davis, can you help me understand the phrasal verb get up? I've heard it a few times, but I'm not quite sure what it means.
Of course, Sarah. Get up is a simple phrasal verb used to describe the action of rising from a lying or sitting position.
So it's basically when someone stands up from their bed or chair.
Exactly. For instance, in the morning when your alarm rings, you get up from bed to start your day.
Ah, that makes sense. So if I'm sitting on the floor and I stand up, I could say that I'm getting up?
Yes, that's correct. Get up is all about moving from a lower position to a higher one, like from squatting to standing.
What about when people talk about getting up early? Is that the same thing?
Yes, it's related. Getting up early refers to waking and rising from bed in the morning earlier than usual.
Great, now I understand. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and soon phrasal verbs will be easy for you. Hi, Sarah. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb give away. Do you know what it means?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I think it means to give something for free?
Exactly. Give away means to provide something to someone without expecting any payment. For example, if you have toys you no longer use, you might give them away to charity.
Oh, like donating?
Yes, donating is a type of giving away, but it can also mean revealing something, like a secret. If you accidentally tell someone a surprise party's happening, you've given it away.
So, it's like sharing without wanting anything in return?
Precisely, Sarah. It's about generosity or sometimes about accidentally revealing information.
That makes sense. Can it be used in other ways?
Mainly in those two contexts, giving free items and revealing information. Keep practicing and you'll master it.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That was super helpful. Mr. Davis, I'm curious about the phrasal verb give back. Can you explain it in an easy way?
Absolutely, Sarah. Give back means to return something to its owner. It's like when you borrow a book from a friend, and after reading it, you give it back to them.
Oh, that makes sense. So it's just about returning things?
Exactly. It's all about returning something to the person who owns it, but it can also mean contributing to a community or helping others, like when people give back by volunteering or donating.
I see. So if I help clean up my local park, am I giving back?
Yes, you are. Cleaning the park is a way to give back to your community. You're returning kindness by making the environment better for everyone.
That's a nice way to think about it. So giving back isn't just about items, but also actions?
Correct, Sarah. It's about both. It's as much about actions that help others as it is about physical items. Keep thinking about ways you can give back, and you'll make a positive impact. Today, let's talk about a new phrasal verb, give in. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure. Is it like giving something to someone?
Not quite. Give in means to stop resisting or to agree to do something after initially refusing. Imagine you're in a tug of war and you finally decide to stop pulling. That's giving in.
Oh, I see. So it's like when you keep saying no, but then you finally say yes?
Exactly. For example, if your friends ask you to watch a scary movie and you don't want to, but later you agree, you've given in.
Got it. It means I changed my mind and accepted.
Right. It's about accepting or surrendering. It's often used in situations involving choices or decisions.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know what give in means.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and you'll be using phrasal verbs easily.
Mr. Davis, can you explain the phrasal verb give out to me? I've heard it used, but I'm not sure what it means.
Sure, Sarah. Give out can have a few different meanings, but let's focus on the most common one. It usually means to distribute something to people.
Can you give me an example?
Of course, imagine a teacher handing out papers to students in class. We could say the teacher is giving out the papers.
Oh, so it's like when you spread things around to people?
Exactly. Another example could be when someone gives out flyers on a street to passers-by. They're distributing them to people nearby.
I see. Are there other meanings?
Yes, give out can also mean to stop working or break, like when a machine or device stops functioning.
Like when the engine of a car gives out?
Precisely. The engine stops working and we say it gives out.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand how to use give out.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and asking questions.
Mr. Davis, can you explain the phrasal verb give up to me? I hear it a lot, but I'm not sure what it means.
Of course, Sarah. Give up is a very common phrasal verb. It means to stop trying to do something because it's difficult or you've decided you don't want to do it anymore.
Oh, so it's like when you stop playing a video game because it's too hard?
Exactly. If a game is too challenging and you decide not to continue, you can say you gave up on it.
Are there more examples?
Sure. Suppose someone is trying to learn a musical instrument like the guitar. If they find it too hard and decide to stop practicing, they could say they've given up on learning guitar.
I see. So give up is about stopping an effort?
Yes, and it can also apply to things like breaking a habit. If someone gives up smoking, they stop doing it because they no longer want to.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it much clearer. Mr. Davis, I keep hearing the phrasal verb hand back, but I'm not sure what it means. Could you explain it in simple terms?
Of course, Sarah. Hand back is a very useful phrase. It means to return something to someone, often by placing it in their hand. Can you think of a situation where this might happen?
Like when a teacher gives back our tests after grading them?
Exactly. When the teacher returns your graded test to you, they hand it back. It's just another way to say give back or return.
So if I borrowed a book from a friend and finished reading it, I could hand it back to them?
Yes, that's a perfect example. Once you're done with the book, you hand it back to your friend, meaning you give it back to them.
Okay, that makes sense now. It's just about returning something to the person who gave it to you.
Right, you've got it. Hand back is a simple phrase but very common in everyday situations. Keep it in mind. Hi, Sarah. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb hand down. Have you heard it before?
I think so, but I'm not sure what it means.
No problem. Hand down means to give or pass something from one person to another, usually from an older person to a younger person. Can you think of something that might be handed down?
Oh, like when my grandma gave my mom a necklace, and then my mom gave it to me?
Exactly. That's a perfect example. The necklace was handed down from your grandma to your mom and then to you.
So it doesn't just mean giving something away, but also keeping it in the family?
Yes, that's right. It's often used for family heirlooms, traditions, or stories that are passed through generations.
I get it now. It's like sharing special things with younger family members.
Precisely, Sarah. Hand down can make us feel connected to our past. Well done.
Mr. Davis, I keep hearing the phrase hand in at school. What does it mean?
Great question, Sarah. Hand in is a phrasal verb used when you give something to someone in authority, like a teacher, usually an assignment or document.
So if I finish my homework, I hand it in to the teacher?
Exactly. When you complete an assignment, you hand it in by giving it to your teacher for review. It's like delivering your work to show you finished it.
Is it only for schoolwork?
Mostly for tasks or documents, not just for school. For example, employees might hand in a report to their boss. Anytime you submit something official, you can use hand in.
Makes sense. Can I say hand over instead?
Good question. Hand over is similar but often used for transferring control or possession, not formally submitting something like hand in.
Got it. Thanks for clearing that up, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep asking questions whenever you're curious. Sarah, do you know what the phrasal verb hand out means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. I've heard it before, but I'm not sure.
No worries, Sarah. When you hand out something, you're giving items to several people. Picture a teacher giving out papers in class.
So, like when a teacher gives back homework to students?
Exactly. The teacher is handing out the homework to each student. It's like distributing.
Oh, that makes sense. So, it's a way of sharing things with people?
Yes, that's the idea. For example, you might hand out flyers at an event to promote something.
Got it. It sounds pretty straightforward. Is it always used with objects?
Mostly, but you can use it with anything you give to others, like advice or information, though that's less common.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Now I understand how to use handout.
Great job, Sarah. Keep practicing and it'll come naturally. Sarah, have you ever heard of the phrasal verb hand over?
I think so, but I'm not sure what it means exactly. Can you explain it to me?
Of course. Hand over means to give something to someone else. Imagine you have a toy and your friend wants to play with it. You would hand over the toy to your friend.
So it's like passing something to another person?
Exactly. It's often used when someone is transferring responsibility or possession of an item. For example, a teacher might hand over your graded paper to you.
Oh, I see. So if my mom gives her car keys to my dad, that's handing over the keys, right?
That's right, Sarah. It can apply to almost anything. Keys, documents, even jobs. It's a simple way of describing the act of giving.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it much clearer.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll get more comfortable with using it.
Mr. Davis, can you explain to me what hang around means in simple words?
Of course, Sarah. Hang around is a phrasal verb that means to spend time somewhere without having a particular purpose or activity planned.
So it's like when I'm just sitting at the park doing nothing important?
Exactly, Sarah. When you spend time at the park, maybe chatting with friends or just relaxing, you are hanging around the park.
I see. Can hang around mean staying with people too?
Definitely. If you're with friends and not doing anything specific, you're all hanging around together. It's about being in a place or with people without any urgent tasks.
Does it have to be in a specific place?
Not necessarily. You can hang around any location or person. It emphasizes being casually present, not tied down with a specific duty.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I think I understand hang around now.
You're welcome, Sarah. It's a useful phrasal verb for casual situations. Hi, Sarah. Today I want to talk about a phrasal verb. Do you know what hang back means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. I've heard it a few times, but I'm not sure what it means.
No worries, Sarah. Hang back is a casual way to say someone is staying in a place instead of moving forward or joining others right away. Can you think of a situation where someone might hang back?
Maybe if someone is shy and doesn't want to join a group right away?
Exactly. If someone feels shy or unsure, they might hang back to see what's happening before joining in.
So it means to wait or hesitate a bit.
That's right, Sarah. It can also mean staying behind on purpose, like if you're not ready to leave a place.
I see. So if my friend goes ahead in a crowd, I might hang back to watch what's going on?
Perfect example, Sarah. You're getting the hang of it.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand what hang back means. Mr. Davis, I heard someone say hang on today. What does that mean?
Good question, Sarah. Hang on is a phrasal verb with a few simple uses. One common use is to ask someone to wait for a short moment.
So if I'm about to leave and someone says hang on, I should stop?
Exactly. It's like saying, wait a second, don't go yet.
Can it mean something else too?
Yes, sometimes hang on can also mean to hold on to something tightly, like hang on to the rope.
Oh, I see. So it can mean to wait or to hold tight.
That's right. Those are the main uses. It's very versatile.
Simple enough. Is it used often?
Yes, it's quite common in everyday conversation, so it's good to know.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to use hang on properly.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep asking questions. They help you learn so much. Hi, Sarah. Do you know what the phrasal verb hang out means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. I've heard people say it, but I'm not sure what it means exactly.
No problem. Hang out means to spend time with someone or just relax in a place casually. For example, when you meet your friends after school to talk and play, you are hanging out with them.
Oh, so it's like when we just chill and have fun without doing anything special?
Exactly, Sarah. It's very informal. You can hang out at home, in a park, or even at a mall, anywhere you and your friends or family feel comfortable spending time together.
That sounds simple. So when my cousin visits and we play games at home, we're hanging out?
Yes, that's a perfect example. It's all about being relaxed and enjoying each other's company.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I can use hang out correctly when I talk to my friends.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and it will become natural to you.
Mr. Davis, I've heard the phrase hang up, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain it to me?
Of course, Sarah. Hang up is a phrasal verb that usually means to end a phone call.
Oh, that seems simple. So when I finish talking on the phone, I hang up?
Yes, exactly. When you press the button to end the call, you are hanging up the phone.
Are there any other meanings for hang up?
Great question, Sarah. While hang up mostly means ending a call, it can also mean placing something on a hook or hanger, like hanging up your coat.
So when I put my jacket in the closet, I hang it up?
Exactly right. You're using a hook or hanger to put it away. Just like with calls, the idea is about stopping or finishing an action.
That makes sense. Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand hang up much better now.
You're welcome, Sarah. It's often used, so keep listening for it in conversations.
Mr. Davis, I've heard the phrase head back before, but what does it actually mean?
Great question, Sarah. Head back is a phrasal verb that means to return to a place.
So if I'm at school and I want to go home, I can say I'm heading back home?
Exactly. You're returning to where you came from. It's often used when you've been somewhere and now it's time to go back.
Can it be used for places that are not home?
Yes, definitely. You can head back to any place you've been before. For example, if you're at a friend's house and leaving to go home, you're heading back.
Okay, that makes sense. It's all about going back to a place where you started from.
That's right. It's simple and commonly used in everyday conversations.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to use head back correctly.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing with phrasal verbs. They're really useful. Hi, Sarah. Do you know what the phrasal verb head for means?
I'm not sure. Does it have to do with going somewhere?
Exactly. Head for means to go in the direction of a place. For example, if you say, I'm heading for the park, it means you're going towards the park.
Oh, so it's like saying I'm on my way to a place?
Yes, that's right. It's a casual way to express the idea of moving toward a destination. You can use it for both short trips, like heading for the store, or longer journeys, like heading for another city.
That's simple. Can I use it for people too?
Absolutely. If you're moving towards someone, you could say, I'm heading for Sarah's house, indicating you're going to her place.
I get it now. It's all about going towards something or someone. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and you'll get the hang of it. Do you know what the phrasal verb heat up means?
I think it has something to do with getting warm, right?
Exactly, Sarah. Heat up means to make something warmer or hotter. Can you think of an example when we might use this phrase?
Maybe when we're cooking soup and want it to be hot to eat, we heat it up?
Yes, that's a perfect example. We put the soup on the stove to heat it up. How about using heat up in a non-food context?
Could it be like when an argument gets more intense, we say it's heating up?
Absolutely, that's a great use. Heat up can also describe situations becoming more intense or exciting. Can you think of a situation where this might happen?
Maybe during a soccer game when both teams are playing harder to score?
Exactly. When the game becomes more intense, we can say it's heating up. Well done, Sarah. You're really getting the hang of these phrasal verbs.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. It's fun to learn new expressions. Mr. Davis, I've heard people use the phrase help out a lot. What does it mean exactly?
Great question, Sarah. Help out is a phrasal verb that means to assist or lend a hand to someone. It's like giving support when someone needs it.
So, if my friend is doing a project and I do some of the work, I'm helping out?
Exactly right. When you help out, you're making something easier or sharing the workload with someone else.
Is it different from just helping in general?
Not exactly, but help out often suggests it's more informal and temporary. It's often used when someone steps in to assist with something specific.
Ah, like when I help out with dinner by setting the table?
Perfect example. You're contributing to a task or activity. It's a friendly and practical way to show cooperation.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I can use help out correctly.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing and it'll become second nature.
Mr. Davis, can you explain the phrasal verb hide away?
Of course, Sarah. Hide away means to put something in a place where it can't be easily seen or found. It's like when you tuck something out of sight on purpose.
So if I hide away my toys, what exactly am I doing?
You're putting your toys somewhere safe or secret, like under your bed or in a closet, so others can't see or find them easily.
Ah, I see. Is hide away different from just hide?
Good question. Hide is more general, meaning to make something hard to see. Hide away emphasizes the idea of putting it in a special or secret place.
Could you give me another example of hide away?
Sure. Imagine you hide away a surprise gift for a friend in a drawer. You're keeping it confidential until the right moment.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That really helps me understand the difference.
You're welcome, Sarah. Always happy to help with phrasal verbs. Hi, Sarah. Do you know what the phrasal verb hold back means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Could you explain it?
Of course. Hold back means to stop oneself from doing something or to restrain someone from acting. Can you think of a situation where you might hold back?
Maybe if I wanted to say something but decided not to?
Exactly right. If you feel like saying something but choose not to, you're holding back your words or thoughts.
Oh, like when I'm angry but try not to show it at school?
Yes, that's a perfect example. Holding back your emotions can be very important in maintaining good relationships.
So it can also mean stopping someone else from doing something?
Absolutely. If a friend is upset and you help them calm down, you might be helping them hold back their emotions.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes a lot of sense now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Always glad to help you learn.
Mr. Davis, what does the phrasal verb hold off mean?
Great question, Sarah. Hold off means to wait before doing something or to delay an action.
So it's like when I decide to wait before eating my dessert?
Exactly. You can say you're holding off on eating dessert until later.
Can it be used in other situations too?
Yes. For example, if it's about to rain, you might hold off on going for a walk until the weather improves.
Oh, like when my mom waits before buying new shoes during a sale?
Yes, she's holding off on buying shoes until the sale begins to get a better deal.
Does it always mean delaying?
Mostly, but it can also mean to keep something away, like holding off bugs with a spray.
I see. So it helps in making decisions too?
Definitely. Holding off can give you time to think and make better choices.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand hold off much better.
Hi, Sarah. Today, let's talk about a simple phrasal verb, hold on. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it, but I'm not sure exactly what it means.
No problem. Hold on is like saying, wait a moment or pause for a short time. You might use it when you need someone to stop and wait.
So it's like when you're on the phone and need a second to grab something?
Exactly, Sarah. If you're talking and need to find a pen, you might say, hold on, let me get a pen. It's very useful in daily conversations.
Oh, got it. And can it also mean to physically hold something tightly?
Absolutely. Imagine you're on a roller coaster and someone says, hold on to the handle. It means keep a firm grip so you don't lose balance.
That makes sense. So hold on can be about waiting or physically holding tight.
You nailed it, Sarah. It's a versatile phrase. Keep practicing using it and you'll become more comfortable.
Mr. Davis, I came across a phrasal verb, hold out. Can you explain what it means in simple words?
Of course, Sarah. Hold out means to continue in a difficult situation or keep going when it's hard.
Can you give me an example?
Sure. Imagine you're hiking and it starts to rain. If you hold out, it means you keep going despite the bad weather.
Oh, like when you don't give up easily?
Exactly. It's about not giving in and staying strong in tough times.
Are there other situations where hold out is used?
Yes, it can also mean to wait for something better or refuse an offer, expecting a better one.
Like waiting for a better job instead of taking the first one offered?
Precisely. You hold out for something that meets your expectations.
I see, so it's about persistence and patience?
Yes, nicely put, Sarah. Hold out is about enduring and waiting wisely.
Mr. Davis, can you help me understand the phrasal verb hold up?
Of course, Sarah. Hold up can have a few meanings, but let's start with the most common one. It often means to delay something.
Like when you're late because of traffic, right?
Exactly. If traffic slows you down, you might say, I was held up by traffic.
Got it. What else can hold up mean?
It can also mean to physically support or lift something, like when a pillar holds up a roof.
So, it's like supporting or carrying the weight of something?
Yes, that's right. And another use is when something withstands a challenge. For instance, if a bridge remains strong during a storm, you could say, the bridge held up well.
Wow, it really has different meanings based on context.
Absolutely, and understanding context helps you know which meaning fits. Practice using it, and it'll become clear.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That really helps. Mr. Davis, can you explain what hurry up means? I've heard it a lot, but want to be sure I understand.
Certainly, Sarah. Hurry up is a phrasal verb we use when we want someone to do something more quickly. It's a way to ask someone to speed up their actions.
So it's like telling someone to be faster?
Exactly. Imagine you're running late for the bus. You'd say, hurry up to your friend, so they know you need them to move faster.
I see. But is it only used when someone is late?
Not necessarily. It can be used in any situation where you want someone to quicken the pace. For instance, if dinner is almost ready and someone hasn't set the table, you might say, hurry up.
That's helpful. Is it polite or can it sound rude?
Good question, Sarah. It depends on the tone. Said kindly, it's polite. But shouted or with impatience, it might sound rude. Context and tone are key.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I feel more confident using it now.
You're welcome, Sarah. Always happy to help clarify things for you.
Mr. Davis, I've heard someone mention the phrase ice over. What does that mean?
Great question, Sarah. When something ices over, it means a layer of ice forms on the surface of something. Imagine putting water outside on a cold day. It eventually freezes and forms ice.
So it happens because of the cold?
Exactly. It's when water in the air or on surfaces turns into ice due to low temperatures. For example, a pond can ice over in winter.
Can it happen to other things too?
Yes, it can happen to roads, cars, or even windows. If it's cold enough, the moisture or water on them turns into ice.
Is it dangerous when roads ice over?
Yes, it can be. Icy roads are slippery and can cause accidents, so it's important to be careful.
Got it. So ice over just means ice forming on something?
Exactly, Sarah. It's simple once you know what to look for. Hi, Sarah. Do you know what it means to idle away time?
Not really, Mr. Davis. What does idle away mean?
Great question. To idle away time means to spend it with no specific purpose, doing nothing important.
So it's like when I'm sitting around and not really doing anything useful?
Exactly, Sarah. For instance, if you spend an entire afternoon just daydreaming or watching the clouds, you'd be idling away the time.
Oh, I see. It's like relaxing but not doing much.
Yes, but it usually implies not being productive. So while it feels nice sometimes, you might want to balance it with other activities.
Got it. So idling away isn't always bad. It just means not doing anything major?
Correct. It's okay once in a while, but too much idling means you might miss out on achieving your goals.
Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis. Now I understand what idle away means.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep those questions coming.
Mr. Davis, I came across a phrase, inch along, and I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain it to me?
Absolutely, Sarah. Inch along is a phrasal verb that means to move very slowly.
So, like when my little brother tries to walk for the first time?
Exactly. Imagine your brother taking tiny, slow steps. That's like inching along.
Oh, so can it also be used for cars stuck in traffic?
Yes, when cars are in heavy traffic and barely moving, they are inching along.
Does it only apply to cars or people moving slowly?
Not just cars or people. It can describe any situation that progresses slowly, like a boring movie plot.
I see. Are there situations where inch along is used to describe progress?
Yes, like when a project is progressing slowly due to challenges.
Thanks for clarifying, Mr. Davis. Now it makes sense.
Do you know what it means to insist on something?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Does it mean you really want something to happen?
That's close. When you insist on something, it means you're very firm that something should be done or happen. It's like being very determined.
Oh, like when my mom insists on me finishing my homework before I go out to play?
Exactly. Your mom is firm about the rule that homework should be done first. She insists on it because she believes it's important.
So it's about being determined and not changing your mind?
Yes, you've got it. When someone insists on something, they really hold on to their decision or opinion about it.
Can I use it in another situation, like insisting on a specific food at dinner?
Absolutely. If you really want a certain dish and won't settle for anything else, you're insisting on having that dish for dinner.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That's easy to understand now. Mr. Davis, I came across a phrase, interfere with, but I'm not sure what it means. Can you explain it to me in simple words?
Of course, Sarah. Interfere with means to get in the way of something or make it more difficult for something to happen.
So it's like when something stops you from doing what you plan to do?
Exactly. Imagine you're trying to do your homework, but the noise in the room is too loud. The noise is interfering with your ability to focus.
Oh, I see. So interference is like a distraction or a barrier?
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. It can be any person, action, or thing that disrupts or hinders a process.
Can it also be used for things like plans getting delayed?
Definitely. If it rains on the day of a picnic and you have to cancel, you could say the rain interfered with your picnic plans.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand how to use interfere with in different situations.
Sarah, do you know what it means to invest in something?
I think it has to do with money, like buying stocks or something.
That's correct, Sarah, but it can also mean more than just financial aspects. Invest in is a phrasal verb that involves committing time, effort, or resources into something to gain benefits in the future.
Oh, interesting. So it's not just about money?
Exactly. For instance, you can invest in your education by dedicating time to study and learn new skills. This effort can lead to greater knowledge and career opportunities.
Makes sense. Can you give another example?
Of course, if you invest in a relationship by spending quality time with someone, actively listening and supporting them, you're building a strong bond that can lead to long-lasting friendship.
I see. So you can invest in almost anything worthwhile?
Absolutely, Sarah. Investing isn't limited to finances. It's about putting your resources where they can positively impact your life.
Mr. Davis, I keep hearing people say iron out. What does that mean?
Great question, Sarah. The phrase iron out is a phrasal verb. It means to resolve or smooth out problems or difficulties.
So it's like ironing clothes to remove wrinkles?
Exactly, Sarah. Just like ironing removes wrinkles from fabric, ironing out issues means making things clearer or solving complications.
Can it be used for personal issues and work-related problems?
Absolutely. Whether it's a project detail at work or a disagreement with a friend, you can iron out the issues in both situations.
Interesting. So if I have a problem with a classmate, I can say, let's iron out our differences.
Yes, that's a perfect example. It implies working together to find a solution.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I see how useful iron out can be.
You're welcome, Sarah. It's a handy expression for many situations. Have you ever seen a fountain in action, Sarah, where the water dramatically gushes out?
Yes, I have. They're beautiful, but why do you ask?
Great. This leads us to the phrasal verb issue forth. It means to emerge or come out from a source. Can you see the connection with a fountain?
I see, like the water issuing forth from the fountain.
Exactly. It's often used in more formal or literary contexts. For example, when light or sound spreads out from a place, you might say it issues forth.
So I could say sunlight is issuing forth from behind the clouds?
Perfect usage. It makes the action sound vivid and dynamic. Could you think of another example?
Maybe music issuing forth from a concert hall?
Well done, Sarah. You're getting the hang of it. Keep experimenting with it in different contexts.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll try to issue forth more creative examples. Mr. Davis, I've always been curious, what does it mean to invite over someone? Is it just about asking them to visit?
Great question, Sarah. Invite over is a phrasal verb that means to ask someone to come to your home or place for a visit. It's more informal and usually suggests a casual or friendly invitation.
So if I say, I'll invite my friend over, Does it mean I'm asking them to my house?
Exactly, Sarah. It implies you're asking them to come over to your house for social reasons, like to hang out, have a meal, or watch a movie.
Interesting. Does it always involve an invitation to a house?
Typically, yes. Invite over is mostly used when you're inviting someone to your personal space. For other locations, like a park or a restaurant, you might just say invite.
Got it. Are there any common situations where people often invite over?
Yes, people often invite friends or family over for parties, dinner, or just casual get-togethers. It's a way to enjoy each other's company in a more private setting.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now invite over makes so much more sense.
Sarah, have you ever thought about how language reflects our social behavior, like the phrase invite out?
I haven't, Mr. Davis. What does invite out mean?
Great question. Invite out is a phrasal verb we use to describe asking someone to join us for an activity outside the home, often socially. For example, asking a friend to go to dinner or a movie.
Oh, I see. So it's like asking someone to hang out but outside?
Exactly. It's more formal than hang out. Usually, it implies a specific plan, like a dinner or event, rather than just spending time together.
Interesting. Does it usually imply a formal setting?
Not necessarily formal, but often specific. You might invite out someone to a picnic or even just a walk.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll remember that.
Hey, Sarah, how do you feel about plain white walls in a room?
They sound boring, Mr. Davis. Why do you ask?
Great observation. Now imagine you want to make those walls more exciting. What could you do?
Maybe add colorful paintings or some bright wallpaper?
Exactly. That's where the phrasal verb jazz up comes in. It means to make something more lively or interesting.
So, jazz up is like adding some sparkle to something dull?
Yes, it's like adding a bit of flair or style. For example, if you jazz up a meal, you might add interesting spices or garnish to make it more appealing.
Got it. So, could I say, I jazzed up my old jeans with some cool patches?
Perfect example, Sarah. You took something simple and made it more stylish and fun.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I'll think of jazzing up whenever I want to enhance something.
Sarah, have you ever watched a game and suddenly wanted to be part of it?
Oh, definitely. Like when I see kids playing soccer, I feel like joining them.
That's a perfect example. We use the phrasal verb join in to describe that action.
So, join in means to become part of an activity, right?
Exactly. It's when you decide to participate in something that's already happening. Say your friends are singing and you start singing with them. You're joining in the singing.
I get it. It sounds like when you blend into the fun.
Perfect description, Sarah. Remember, join in conveys enthusiasm to participate.
So, if I see someone playing a board game and they invite me, I can just join in?
Absolutely. It's a great way to be part of the group and share the enjoyment.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to use join in correctly.
Sarah, have you ever been part of a club or team where everyone came together to achieve a common goal?
Yes, I was part of a school soccer team last year.
Perfect. When you became part of the team, you could say you joined up with them.
So, join up means becoming part of a group?
Exactly, Sarah. It's like when you see people coming together, working towards a shared objective or becoming members of the same organization.
That makes sense. Can join up be used outside of teams or clubs?
Certainly. It can also mean connecting ideas or combining efforts in various situations. For example, if two companies merge, they join up to form one entity.
Oh, I get it now. It's about coming together and collaborating.
That's right. It's all about unity and teamwork. Would you like to try using join up in a sentence?
Sure. Our class will join up with another class for a big project next week.
Sarah, have you ever needed to remember something quickly, like a friend's birthday or an important task?
Yes, definitely. Sometimes I just scribble it on a sticky note or in my phone.
Perfect example. There's a phrasal verb for that quick action. Jot down. Do you know what it means?
I think it means to write something quickly, but is there more to it?
That's the essence. Jot down means to write a note quickly and briefly, usually so you don't forget something important.
So it's like when I quickly write down a phone number or a quick reminder.
Exactly. It's informal and refers to writing just the essentials without worrying about details or neatness.
Got it. So when I jot down my homework reminders, I'm jotting them down?
Right. It's a handy skill for capturing key information swiftly. Sarah, imagine you suddenly found out about a free concert of your favorite band happening tonight. What would you do?
I definitely want to go, Mr. Davis.
That's the perfect reaction. You would jump at the chance to attend. Do you know what jump at means in this context?
Not really. Does it mean being really excited about something?
Exactly. To jump at something means to eagerly accept an opportunity. Think of it like literally jumping towards a chance you don't want to miss.
So if I hear about a fun event and I quickly decide to go, I'm jumping at the opportunity?
Precisely. It's about seizing the chance without hesitation. Can you think of another situation where you might jump at a chance?
Maybe if there's a surprise opportunity to travel somewhere cool, I definitely jump at that.
Perfect example, Sarah. Great understanding. Remember, jump at conveys eagerness and quick action. Sarah, have you ever been in a situation where you just couldn't wait your turn and had to speak up?
Oh, definitely. Sometimes in class discussions.
That's a great example. When you feel eager to contribute and you dive right in, we use the phrasal verb jump in.
So, if I'm sharing my thoughts without waiting, I'm jumping in?
Exactly. It's like when you're at a pool and you can't resist leaping into the water. In conversations, it means to enter quickly and energetically.
Does it have to be in conversations, or can it be something else?
Primarily, it's used for joining discussions, but you could also jump in to help with a task or project suddenly.
Interesting. So, if I see someone struggling and decide to help without a second thought, I'm jumping in?
Precisely, Sarah. You've got it. It conveys enthusiasm and quick action.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand jump in much better now.
Hi, Sarah. Here's an interesting question for you. What do you think happens when you hear someone say they're going to jump on an opportunity?
It sounds like they're going to take it quickly or start doing something right away.
Exactly. Jump on is a phrasal verb that means to quickly take advantage of a situation or start something immediately.
Oh, so like when there's a big sale at a store and people jump on the chance to buy things at a discount?
Perfect example. Yes, they're taking action quickly to not miss out.
Are there other situations where you can use jump on?
Absolutely. If your teacher offers extra credit, you might jump on that work to boost your grade.
I get it now. It's about acting promptly when a good chance comes up.
Sarah, have you ever looked at a picture and immediately noticed one thing before anything else?
Yes, that happens a lot, like when something is really bright or different.
Exactly. That's similar to what the phrasal verb jump out at means. It describes something that catches your attention immediately.
So it's like when something in a crowd stands out to you right away?
Precisely. Imagine you're looking at a page of text and one word is highlighted. The highlighted word jumps out at you because it draws your attention.
Oh, so it doesn't involve actual jumping?
Correct. It's just a way to describe something being very noticeable, like a bold or striking element in art or music.
Got it. So if a color in a painting is really bright, it could jump out at me?
Exactly, Sarah. You've grasped it well. Use it to describe anything that's immediately eye-catching. Sarah, have you ever tried to jump over a puddle on a rainy day?
Yes, I have. It's fun, but tricky to not get my shoes wet.
Exactly. The phrase jump over is used when you leap from one side to the other side of something, like a puddle, without touching it.
Oh, I see. So it means to move over something by jumping?
Yes, that's right. Imagine a little dog that sees a small fence and wants to cross to the other side. It might jump over the fence.
Got it. So when I leap over a low wall, that's also jump over?
Correct. It means you're clearing an obstacle without touching it, using a jump.
Is it the same for other things, like jumping over a pile of books?
Absolutely, Sarah. Whether it's a puddle, a fence, or books, if you're leaping to one side to the other, you're jumping over it.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I can picture it now.
Sarah, have you ever tried learning something new but felt like giving up?
Yes, a few times. Sometimes it's hard to keep going when things get tough.
That's a perfect lead-in to today's topic, the phrasal verb keep at. Do you know what keep at means?
I'm not sure, but does it have something to do with persistence?
Exactly, Sarah. Keep at means to continue doing something, even when it's difficult or you're tempted to stop.
That makes sense. So, if I'm learning to play the piano and feel discouraged, I should keep at it?
Yes, precisely. By continuing to practice, you'll improve over time.
Is there a reason why it's important to keep at things?
Definitely. Persistence helps you achieve your goals and builds resilience. It's a valuable skill for success.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Keep at seems like a really useful phrase to remember.
Have you ever seen a keep away sign on a fence, Sarah?
Yes, I have. It usually means not to go near something.
Exactly. Keep away is a phrasal verb that means to stay at a distance or avoid something or someone. Can you think of a situation where you'd use it?
Maybe telling someone to keep away from a hot stove so they don't get burned?
Perfect example. It's a way to warn or instruct someone not to get close to something dangerous. What else could you keep away from besides a hot stove?
I guess animals like a barking dog?
Right again. Keep away helps us remind others about safety. It can also apply to emotions or habits. Can you imagine how?
Maybe keeping away from negative thoughts to stay happy?
Brilliant. It all boils down to maintaining distance for safety, both physically and mentally. Great thinking, Sarah. Sarah, let's start with a riddle. Imagine you have a secret recipe for cookies. What would you do if you wanted to ensure no one else could use it?
I'd probably try to keep it safe or hide it away.
Exactly. Now, when we talk about the phrasal verb keep back, it's similar. Do you know what it means?
Not really. Is it like keeping something hidden?
Great thinking. Keep back means to withhold or not share something with others, just like your secret recipe. Can you think of another example?
Maybe if I found out a surprise for a birthday, I'd keep back that information so it's not spoiled.
Perfect example. It's often used when holding back information or emotions. Suppose someone is feeling upset but doesn't show it. They might keep back their feelings.
Oh, I get it now. It's a way to not reveal something.
Sarah, have you ever tried balancing a book on your head and realized it was slipping because you couldn't keep it down?
Actually, yes. I tried once, and that was tricky.
Great. Let's use that to explain the phrasal verb keep down. Imagine keep down as controlling or stopping something from rising or getting out of control.
So it's like preventing that book from falling?
Exactly. It's often used when talking about keeping something at a lower level. For example, keep down can refer to reducing noise in a library or keeping food in your stomach without getting sick.
Ah, like when teachers ask us to keep our voices down?
Exactly, Sarah. When they say, keep your voices down, they want the noise level reduced.
Got it. So, keep down means to hold something steady or reduce it.
That's right. It helps maintain order or balance in different situations. Sarah, have you ever tried really hard not to do something you were tempted to do?
Oh, definitely. Like when there's cake and I'm trying not to eat too much.
Exactly. That idea relates to the phrasal verb keep from. Do you know what it means?
Maybe it has something to do with holding back?
Correct. Keep from means to prevent yourself or someone else from doing something. Like when you stop yourself from eating that extra slice, you're keeping from overindulging.
Oh, I get it. So it's like self-control?
Yes, self-control is a perfect example. And you can use it for others too, like, I kept him from making a mistake in his homework.
That makes sense. So it can be about stopping yourself or helping someone else avoid something.
Exactly, Sarah. You've got it. It's a useful way to express holding back an action.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to use keep from.
Sarah, have you ever seen signs in a park that say, keep off the grass?
Yes, I have. What does keep off mean exactly?
Great question. Keep off is a phrasal verb and it means to stay away from something or not touch it. In the park sign, it means you shouldn't walk on the grass.
Oh, so it's like saying, don't walk on the grass?
Exactly. It's a polite way of asking people to avoid going on the grass. Can you think of another situation where you might hear keep off?
Maybe when someone has a wet floor and wants to prevent slipping?
Precisely. You might see a sign saying, keep off the wet floor to ensure safety. It's useful for giving clear instructions.
I get it now. So, keep off is about staying clear of something.
That's right, Sarah. It helps communicate boundaries or caution. Keep this phrasal verb in mind next time you see a sign. Sarah, have you ever tried doing something challenging but kept going until you succeeded?
Yes. I once kept practicing the piano even when it was tough.
That's a great example. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb keep on. Do you know what it means?
I think it means to continue doing something, right?
Exactly. Keep on means to persist or continue in action. Like when you kept practicing the piano, you kept on playing despite the challenge.
Oh, I see. It's like never giving up.
Yes, that's right. Whether it's studying for a test or practicing a sport, when you keep on, you persist in your efforts.
So if I say, I need to keep on reading to finish the book, it means I should continue reading?
Precisely, Sarah. You're doing great. Keep on is a useful way to express maintaining action over time.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll remember to keep on learning.
Sarah, have you ever seen a sign that says, keep out? What do you think it means?
I think it means you're not supposed to go into that area.
Exactly. Keep out is a very straightforward phrasal verb. It means to stay outside a place or not enter an area.
Oh, I see. So it's like when there's a fence around a construction site?
Yes, that's a great example. The keep out sign tells people it's dangerous or off limits, so they should stay away for their safety.
Are there other situations where I might see keep out?
Certainly. You might see it at a private property or even a room with sensitive equipment to ensure only authorized people enter.
So it's a way of saying stay away or do not enter.
Precisely, Sarah. It's about setting a boundary to prevent unauthorized access. Sarah, have you ever wondered how athletes manage to keep up with their training every day?
That's a good question. Does keep up mean they stay on track with their training or something?
Exactly, Sarah. When we use keep up, it means to maintain a certain level or pace. For athletes, it means continuing their effort to stay fit and competitive.
So could it also mean keeping up with schoolwork?
Yes, that's right. If you keep up with your schoolwork, you make sure you don't fall behind in your studies, staying current with all your assignments.
I see. So it applies to staying consistent in any activity, right?
Exactly, Sarah. Whether it's fitness, school, or even hobbies, keep up implies maintaining an effort to remain steady with the activity over time.
Got it, Mr. Davis. Thanks.
Sarah, have you ever tried to run alongside a train?
No, I haven't. That sounds impossible.
Exactly. And that's a bit like trying to keep up with something. Do you know what keep up with means?
Not really. Is it about staying at the same speed or level?
Yes, exactly. Keep up with means to stay at the same pace or remain informed or equal with someone or something.
So if I'm trying to keep up with my schoolwork, I'm staying on top of my assignments?
That's right. You're making sure you don't fall behind. It also applies to trends or technology like keeping up with the latest phone apps.
I see. It's about not getting left behind, like trying to stay up to date with everything happening.
Precisely, Sarah. It could even be keeping up with friends' news on social media.
Got it. Thanks for making it clear, Mr. Davis.
Sarah, have you ever wanted to just relax after a long day and do nothing at all?
Definitely. Sometimes I just want to sit on the couch and take it easy.
That's a perfect setup for our lesson today. Do you know the phrasal verb kick back?
Not really. What does it mean?
Kick back means to relax and take it easy, much like what you described. Picture someone lounging on a chair, just enjoying a peaceful moment.
Oh, so it's like chilling out?
Exactly. Imagine after school, you go home and you just want to kick back with a good book or a movie. It's all about unwinding.
That's easy to remember. So, if I want to relax after studying, I can say I'm going to kick back?
Absolutely, Sarah. You've got it. It's a great way to describe taking a break and enjoying some downtime.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to express those moments of relaxation.
Sarah, have you ever wondered why we say a football game kicks off?
Now that you mention it, I've never really thought about it. Does it have a special meaning?
Great question. Kick off is a phrasal verb that means to start something, especially an event or an activity, just like in a football game.
Oh, I get it. So it's not just for sports?
Exactly. You can use it in different contexts. For example, if you're starting a meeting, you might say, "Let's kick off the meeting with introductions."
That makes sense. So it's like beginning something?
Precisely. It's a lively way to say you're starting something, kind of like saying, "Let's get going."
That's easy to remember. Does using kickoff make things sound more exciting?
Yes, it often adds enthusiasm to the start of something. It sets a positive tone.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I feel ready to kick off my homework.
Sarah, have you ever been part of a club or group?
Yes, I'm in the school drama club. Why do you ask?
Great. Imagine if someone in your club isn't following the rules, what might happen to them?
They could be asked to leave the club?
Exactly. And there's a phrasal verb for that action. It's kick out.
Kick out? Like kicking a ball?
Kind of. Just like kicking a ball out of a field when someone's kicked out, they're forced to leave a place or group. It usually happens because they broke a rule or behaved badly.
Oh, I get it now. It's like being expelled, right?
Yes, that's a good comparison. It's a more informal way of saying someone has to leave or is not welcome anymore.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it easy to remember.
Sarah, do you know what it means when people say, "Let's knock off early today"?
I think it means to stop working, but I'm not sure.
You're on the right track. Knock off is a phrasal verb, and in this context, it means to finish work or an activity earlier than usual.
Oh, so if you're at work or school, you can knock off when you're done for the day?
Exactly. It's often used informally when someone decides to end their workday ahead of schedule.
Are there other situations where knock off is used?
Yes. Sometimes it refers to making a copied version of something, like a knockoff handbag that's similar to a designer one but not authentic.
I see. So context matters for understanding it.
Right. Context is key. So, next time you hear knock off, you'll know it can mean stopping early or referring to a copy. Sarah, have you ever watched a movie where a boxer gets knocked out? Do you know what that means?
I think so. The boxer gets hit and falls down, right?
Exactly. Knock out is a phrasal verb with a few meanings, but in boxing, it means to hit someone so hard that they can't get up.
Oh, so it's when someone gets hit really hard and can't continue fighting?
Right. And it can also mean to cause something to stop working or to make someone very sleepy or unconscious.
Like if someone was knocked out after taking strong medicine?
Yes, that's it. And it can also mean to complete something quickly or impressively, like knocking out a project.
So, knockout has a few different uses depending on the context?
Precisely, Sarah. Understanding the context is key to knowing which meaning applies. Keep practicing, and you'll master these phrasal verbs in no time. Sarah, have you ever been walking and accidentally bumped into something, causing it to fall?
Yeah, that's happened to me a few times.
That's the perfect time to use the phrasal verb knock over. It means to accidentally hit something, making it fall.
Oh, I see. So if I'm at a table and I bump a glass with my elbow, I'd say I knocked over the glass?
Exactly. The action of hitting it and causing it to fall is what knock over describes. It's a very common phrase for everyday accidents.
That makes sense. It's such a simple way to describe it.
Yes, and you can use it with any object you accidentally cause to fall. Remember, it usually involves a bit of surprise or unexpected action.
Got it, Mr. Davis. Thanks for explaining. Mr. Davis, I've heard the phrase lash out recently. What does it mean exactly?
Great question, Sarah. Lash out is a phrasal verb that means to suddenly express anger or frustration, often by shouting or criticizing someone.
So it's like when someone gets really mad and starts yelling at others?
Exactly. That's a perfect example. Imagine someone having a bad day and then yelling at their friend over a small mistake. That's lashing out.
Does it always involve anger?
Yes, it's usually linked to anger or irritation. It's like an emotional reaction when someone can't keep their feelings in check.
Are there specific situations where people lash out more?
Often people lash out when they're under stress or feeling overwhelmed. It's not always about the person they're angry with.
Interesting. So is it seen as a negative behavior?
Generally, yes. Lashing out can hurt relationships or escalate conflicts. It's usually better to communicate feelings calmly. Can you imagine what it would be like if you could lay down all your rules for a day?
That sounds interesting, Mr. Davis. What does lay down mean in that context?
Great question, Sarah. The phrasal verb lay down has a couple of meanings. Firstly, it can mean to place something in a flat position, like laying down a book. But in the context of rules, it means to establish or set rules or principles.
So if I say, the teacher laid down the rules for the classroom, it means she's setting the rules, right?
Exactly. You're spot on. It's like creating guidelines or instructions for others to follow.
I see. So if a government lays down a new law, it means they're setting it up for people to follow?
Absolutely, Sarah. You're getting the hang of it. It's all about setting a standard or rule.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. It's much clearer now. Mr. Davis, I heard someone say they got laid off from work. What does that mean?
Great question, Sarah. The phrasal verb lay off means to stop employing someone because there isn't enough work or money to keep them. It's not about the person doing a bad job, it's more about the company's situation.
So it's not like being fired then?
Exactly. Being fired is usually because of personal performance issues, whereas a layoff is due to reasons like budget cuts or downsizing. It's important to know the difference.
Oh, I see. Do people who are laid off get any help?
Yes, often companies offer severance packages which include a final payment and possibly some help finding a new job. Additionally, some may apply for unemployment benefits until they find new work.
That makes sense. So, layoff is more about the company's problems, not the employee's fault.
Exactly, Sarah. It's an external situation, not personal. Sarah, have you ever tried to bake a cake and laid out all the ingredients before starting?
Yes, I have. It's easier to see everything you need that way.
Exactly. That's a great example of the phrasal verb lay out. When you lay out something, you're arranging or displaying it clearly and neatly.
Oh, so layout means to organize things in a visible way?
Correct. Imagine you have a project to do. You would lay out your plan or steps to make it easier to follow.
I see. Like when I lay out my clothes the night before school to save time in the morning.
Perfect example. By organizing your clothes ahead, you make your morning smoother.
That really helps me understand, Mr. Davis. Thank you. Mr. Davis, I've been reading a story, and it kept mentioning events that lead up to the main action. What does lead up to mean?
Great question, Sarah. Lead up to is a phrasal verb we use to describe events or actions that happen before a main event, often building anticipation or setting the stage.
So it's like the build-up to something important?
Exactly. Imagine a movie where small scenes add details, creating suspense for a big climax. Those scenes lead up to the climax.
Oh, like clues in a mystery book that guide you to the big reveal?
Perfect example, Sarah. Each clue in the book prepares you for the final solution. They're all leading up to the book's ending.
I see. It's like steps on a ladder that take you to the top?
Yes, each step or event is important for reaching the main event at the top. You're understanding this wonderfully. Sarah, have you ever thought about who you turn to when you need support, like a study partner before exams?
Yes, I usually ask my best friend for help. She's great with math.
That's a perfect example of lean on. When you lean on someone, you rely on them for support or help with something.
Oh, I see. So it's like when a chair isn't stable and you lean it against a wall for support?
Exactly. Just like that chair needs the wall to stay upright, we might lean on friends or family when we need advice or comfort.
So does leaning on mean asking for advice only?
Not just advice. It could be emotional support, like talking to someone when you're feeling down. We lean on others in tough times.
Got it. So lean on is really about seeking support, right?
Yes, that's it. It's good to have people to lean on when you need a little extra help.
Mr. Davis, I heard someone say they leaped at the chance to go to a concert. What does leap at mean exactly?
Great question, Sarah. The phrasal verb leap at means to eagerly and quickly accept an opportunity or offer. Imagine someone jumping at something exciting. They're quick to say yes.
So it's like being really enthusiastic about an opportunity?
Exactly. It shows that someone is eager and doesn't hesitate to take an opportunity, much like how you would leap at the chance to see your favorite band live.
Ah, I get it now. So if my friend leaped at the chance to meet a celebrity, she was very excited and accepted the offer quickly?
That's right. Leap at stresses the enthusiasm and promptness in accepting the chance.
Thanks for explaining that, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to use leap at in the right context.
Imagine you're on a hiking trip and you suddenly realize you've left something important at the last campsite. What do you think you've done with that item?
It sounds like I might have forgotten it there.
Exactly. In this case, the phrasal verb we use is leave behind. It means you accidentally didn't take it with you when you moved to a new place.
So it's like when you don't take something with you when you should have. Is that right?
Yes, that's a perfect way to understand it. Leave behind is often used when you unintentionally forget or don't bring something along.
Got it. So if I leave my book at home when I go to school, I've left it behind?
Precisely, Sarah. When you leave behind your book, it means you didn't bring it with you where you are now.
That makes sense. Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, I keep hearing about the phrase leave out. Can you explain what it means in a super simple way?
Of course, Sarah. Leave out means not to include something or someone in a group or activity. Think of it like when you're making a sandwich and you decide not to add tomatoes. You're leaving them out.
Oh, I see. So if I have a list of friends to invite to a party and I don't write someone's name, I'm leaving them out?
Exactly. When you don't include that friend in the invitation, you're leaving them out from the party guest list.
Got it. Is that the same as forgetting something?
Not necessarily. Leave out often means it's a choice, like deciding not to include the tomatoes. Forgetting is usually an accident.
That makes sense. So if I say, I left out the onions because I don't like them, it's like a decision?
Yes, you're choosing not to include the onions. You're getting the idea. Have you ever had a time when you were really excited about something, but then it didn't turn out as you expected?
Oh, yes, like when I got tickets to a concert, but the band canceled last minute. That was disappointing.
Exactly. In situations like that, you could say you were let down. The phrasal verb let down means to make someone disappointed by not meeting their expectations.
So is it like when someone promises something and then doesn't do it?
Yes, that's a great example. If a friend says they'll help you with homework but cancels, you might feel let down.
It makes sense now. It's like feeling a bit sad when things don't go as planned.
Precisely. And knowing this phrase helps you express those feelings clearly in English.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to use let down when talking about disappointments. Mr. Davis, I was watching this movie where someone mentioned let in during a scene. What does let in actually mean?
Great question, Sarah. Let in is a phrasal verb that means to allow someone or something to enter a place. It's like opening a door for someone.
So if a friend knocks on my door, I would let them in by opening it?
Exactly. When you open the door and allow your friend to come inside, you're letting them in. It's all about granting entry.
Could it also apply to letting light into a room?
Yes, that's right. If you open the curtains, you let in light. It means you're allowing light to enter the space.
It seems pretty straightforward. Does it have any other meanings?
Mostly, let in is about allowing entry, whether it's for people, light, air, or even ideas. It's versatile.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I understand let in much better now.
Imagine you're playing with a balloon filled with air. Suddenly, you decide to let it go. What happens to it?
It flies around the room, making a funny noise.
Exactly. When you let go of the balloon, you're allowing it to release the air. Now let me ask you this. Have you ever heard the phrase let off in English?
I've heard it, but I'm not sure what it means.
Let off is like letting a balloon go, but instead of air, it refers to releasing or excusing someone from something. For instance, if someone breaks a minor rule, they might be let off with a warning instead of getting a punishment.
Oh, so it means not to be too harsh?
Exactly, Sarah. It's often used when someone is excused or released from a duty or penalty.
That's clear now. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
Have you ever worn a coat that felt way too tight and wished it could be a bit looser?
Yes, I have. Sometimes it feels like I'm trapped in there.
Exactly. Now, imagine you find a way to loosen that coat to make it comfortable. This action can be described using the phrasal verb let out.
So, let out means to make something wider or bigger?
That's correct. In terms of clothing, it can mean adjusting a garment to have more room. But let out also has other meanings.
What other meanings are there?
Another common use is to release something or someone. For example, if you open a window to let out fresh air.
Oh, like letting out a pet from its cage, too?
Yes, exactly. Let out can mean releasing someone or something from confinement. Keep these examples in mind and you'll remember it easily. Sarah, have you ever been caught in a rainstorm and wondered when it would stop?
Yes, I have. It feels like it never ends sometimes.
That's a perfect scenario to learn a new phrasal verb, let up. Do you know what it means?
Not really. Can you explain it?
Of course. Let up means something is stopping or slowing down, like when heavy rain starts to get lighter or even stops.
So when the rain slows or stops, it lets up.
Exactly. Not just rain. It can be used for anything intense that's calming down. For example, if a storm slows, you can say the storm is letting up.
Interesting. Can it be used in other situations like work?
Yes, if your workload is heavy and then decreases, you can say your workload let up.
I get it. It's like when pressure decreases, things let up.
That's right, Sarah. It's a handy way to describe relief or easing up in many situations. Sarah, have you ever watched a plane take off and then suddenly stop climbing and fly smoothly at the same height?
Yes, I have. It's like it just stays steady in the sky.
Exactly. That's a perfect way to describe the phrasal verb level off. When something levels off, it stops increasing or decreasing and becomes steady.
Oh, so it's like when my grades stop going up and just stay the same?
Precisely. That's a good example. It can apply to many things like prices, emotions, or even baking a cake when it stops rising in the oven.
Interesting. So if my excitement for a holiday starts high and later calms down, I could say it levels off?
Absolutely, Sarah. You've got it. It's all about finding that steady, balanced point.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Leveling off sounds simple now.
Have you ever been in a situation where you felt someone wasn't being completely honest or open with you?
Yes, I have. It can be pretty frustrating. Why do you ask?
Well, there's a phrasal verb, level with, that's perfect for these situations. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not exactly sure what it means. Can you explain it?
Sure, Sarah. Level with means to be honest and straightforward with someone, to tell them the truth, especially about something important. Imagine two people standing on the same level ground, seeing things eye to eye.
Ah, that makes sense. So if I want someone to be open with me, I can ask them to level with me?
Exactly. For example, if a friend is hiding something, you might say, "Can you level with me about what's going on?" It's a way of asking for the truth.
Perfect. I get it now. Thanks for clarifying, Mr. Davis.
Sarah, have you ever wondered what people mean when they talk about what lies ahead?
Actually, I have. It sounds like they're talking about the future, right?
Exactly, Sarah. Lie ahead is a phrasal verb that refers to things or events that are in the future. Imagine a road stretching in front of you with different experiences and challenges.
So it's like saying what's coming up next?
Yes, precisely. For example, if someone says, "We don't know what challenges lie ahead," they mean they are unsure about future challenges.
That makes sense. Is it used only for negative situations?
Not at all. It can be used for positive situations too. Saying exciting opportunities lie ahead means great possibilities are coming your way.
Got it. It's a versatile way to talk about the future, whether it's challenges or opportunities.
Have you ever seen someone's face literally brighten when they're surprised or happy?
Yes, I have. It's like their whole expression changes.
Exactly. That's a great setup to introduce our phrasal verb today, light up. Do you know what it means?
I think so, but can you explain it?
Definitely. When we say someone's face lights up, we're talking about that sudden, noticeable change in expression. It's like they're beaming with joy or excitement.
Oh, so it's like when my friend sees her favorite ice cream?
Perfect example. Her smile widens and her eyes sparkle. That's what we mean by lighting up. It's not just people. Some places can light up, like how a room becomes brighter when you turn on the lights.
So it's both a literal and figurative expression?
Exactly, Sarah. You've got it. It can describe an actual increase in brightness or an emotional reaction. Great job. Sarah, have you ever wondered why stadium concerts always seem so organized? It's all about knowing how to line up. Do you know what line up means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Could you explain it to me?
Sure. Line up means to arrange people or things in a straight row. Imagine people queuing up for concert tickets. When they stand one after the other, they're lining up.
Oh, that makes sense. Is it used only for people?
Good question. No, it can also refer to objects. For example, if you line up books on a shelf, you're arranging them neatly side by side.
So it's like organizing stuff in order?
Exactly. And it's not just physical items. You can line up events too, like when you schedule several meetings in a day.
That's pretty straightforward. Line up helps things run smoothly.
You've got it, Sarah. Next time you see a well-organized event, remember it all started by lining up. Have you ever done something embarrassing that you hope people would eventually forget?
Oh, definitely. Why do you ask, Mr. Davis?
I was thinking about those moments and how we sometimes struggle to live down our past actions. Do you know what live down means?
I'm not sure. Can you explain it?
Of course. To live down, something means to try and make others forget a mistake or embarrassing situation by behaving well over time.
So it's like proving you're better than what you did in the past?
Exactly. It's about rebuilding your reputation. If you tripped on stage and everyone laughed, you'd live it down by continuing to be confident and showing you're more than that moment.
That makes sense. It's like redeeming yourself.
Precisely, Sarah. Over time, your positive actions help people forget the mistake. Have you ever read a book that everyone raved about and then wondered if it really lived up to all the excitement?
Yes, I have. Sometimes the book doesn't quite meet my expectations. What does live up to mean exactly?
Great question. Live up to is a phrasal verb. It means to meet or fulfill the expectations, standards, or hopes placed on something or someone.
So, if a book lives up to the hype, it meets everyone's high expectations?
Exactly. Imagine you hear fantastic reviews about a movie. If the film gives you the same level of joy or excitement, then it's said to live up to the hype.
I see. Can it also apply to people, like meeting responsibilities?
Yes, indeed. For instance, if someone promises to help with a project but doesn't do their part well, they didn't live up to their promise.
That makes it clear, Mr. Davis. Thanks for the explanation.
Sarah, have you ever heard the phrase lock in and wondered what it truly means in different situations?
I have, Mr. Davis. Can you explain it to me in simple terms?
Certainly. Imagine you're deciding on a vacation spot. Once you've chosen and booked your hotel, you've locked in your location. It means you've made a decision and it's set.
So it's like making a choice final?
Exactly. It's also used when securing a deal or rate. For example, locking in a price before it goes up.
That makes sense. Can it apply to things beyond decisions or deals?
Yes. For instance, if you lock in a basketball player for a game, it means they're confirmed to participate. You're securing their involvement.
Got it. So lock-in is about securing and confirming something.
Precisely, Sarah. Remember, it's about making things definite and secure in various contexts. Sarah, when you're trying to read something in the dark, have you ever struggled and then succeeded? What would you say you did with the letters?
I think I'd say I managed to see them or maybe figure out what they were.
Exactly. In English, we use the phrasal verb make out to describe figuring something out, especially when it's difficult to see or understand.
So, make out is like understanding something that's not clear?
Precisely. For example, if you're reading a faded sign from a distance, you might say, I can't make out what it says.
Oh, that makes sense. Can it mean understanding things not just by sight?
Yes. Sometimes it means to hear something difficult, like in a noisy room. You might say, I can't make out what they're saying.
Cool. It's more versatile than I thought. Thanks for the explanation, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and you'll make out many more phrases. Imagine you missed a day at school. What might you need to do when you return to catch up?
I guess I'd need to do the homework and classwork I missed.
Exactly. In this context, you would need to make up the work. Make up means to do something you missed or to create something to fill a gap.
So it's like catching up on what I missed?
Yes, that's part of it. Make up can also mean to invent something, like when someone makes up a story.
Oh, I see. So it can mean creating something from nothing too?
Exactly. And there's another use. After a disagreement, two people might reconcile by making up.
Like when friends argue and then resolve it?
Precisely. They make up to restore their friendship. So, make up can mean catching up, creating, or reconciling.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That makes it easy to remember.
Have you ever seen one of those reality TV shows where they take a room or house and completely change how it looks?
Yes, I have. They make it look so different, almost like a new place.
Exactly. That's a perfect example to explain the phrasal verb makeover. It means to change or improve something's appearance.
Oh, so when they change the room's look, it's like they're making it over?
Yes, they make over the room by decorating it differently, painting, or adding new furniture. It's about transforming it into something new.
Does makeover only apply to rooms or houses?
Not at all. You can make over anything, like outfits, hairstyles, or even websites.
That makes sense. So if someone changes their hairstyle, we can say they had a makeover, right?
Absolutely, you've got it, Sarah. Makeover is all about transformation and improvement. Sarah, imagine you're walking through a beautiful garden. What could make for a perfect afternoon in such a lovely setting?
Maybe a sunny day, a picnic, and a good book to read.
Exactly. Now, did you notice the phrasal verb I used, make for? Do you know what it means?
I'm not sure. Does it mean to create something?
Not exactly. Make for means something contributes to a particular state or condition. Like when you said sunny weather and a book make for a perfect afternoon, those things help create that great experience.
Oh, I see. So, make for is used when something leads to a result or outcome?
Yes, exactly. Make for describes how certain factors contribute to a situation. Like a good breakfast can make for a productive day.
Got it. So it's about things that help create a situation or feeling.
Perfect, Sarah. You've got it.
Mr. Davis, I heard my cousin saying they're about to move in next week. What does move in mean?
Great question, Sarah. Move in is a phrasal verb we use to describe the process of starting to live in a new home or place. It usually means bringing your belongings and settling into the space.
Oh, so it's like when you take all your stuff to a new house and start living there?
Exactly. Imagine packing your things in boxes, transporting them to the new place, and then setting everything up. That's moving in.
So when my cousin says they're moving in, it means they're starting to live in a new house?
Yes, precisely. They're transitioning from one residence to another and setting up the new place as their home.
Got it. Is move in only used for houses?
While it's most often connected to homes, it can be used for any new living space like apartments, dorms, or even office spaces. Sarah, have you ever watched a series but felt ready to start a new one once you finished it?
Yes, I have. Sometimes I get excited for a fresh story.
That's a perfect scenario to explain the phrasal verb move on. It means leaving something behind and starting something new.
So, move on is like switching to the next series?
Exactly. After finishing one series, you leave it and begin a new one. In life, moving on often means letting go of past events or feelings and pursuing new experiences.
What about in conversations or arguments?
Good question. If you're stuck discussing a point and decide it's time for a new topic, you move on from that discussion.
So, move on helps in leaving behind something and focusing on what's next.
Precisely, Sarah. It's about transitioning and progressing forward. Have you ever seen someone move to a better seat in a movie theater? What do you think might be happening there?
Maybe they're moving to see better?
Exactly. That action is a great example of the phrasal verb move up. It means to advance or go to a higher or better position.
Oh, so like getting a better view?
Yes. Move up can apply to other situations, too. Imagine you're in a classroom and the teacher asks students to sit closer. The students would move up to fill the front seats.
I get it. Is it always about getting closer?
Not always. It can also mean getting a promotion at work, like when someone moves up from a junior position to a senior one.
That makes sense. So move up can be physical or about status.
Exactly, Sarah. It's about improving one's position.
Mr. Davis, I've been thinking a lot about what I want to do during summer vacation. Do you know any good phrasal verbs for thinking deeply?
Great question, Sarah. One helpful phrasal verb is mull over. Do you know what it means?
Not really. How do you use it?
Mull over means to think carefully about something, especially when making a decision, like considering your options or the consequences.
So, if I'm trying to decide between a beach trip or a mountain hike, I'm mulling it over?
Exactly. You're mulling over the choice because you're thinking about the pros and cons of each.
Wow, that's simple. Does it work for big decisions too, like choosing a college?
Absolutely. Whether it's a daily decision or a life-changing one, you mull over your options to make a thoughtful choice.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I can mull over what to do for vacation.
Sarah, have you ever felt really nervous before giving a presentation in front of the class?
Oh, definitely. My hands get all sweaty and my heart races.
That's a perfect situation to use the phrase muster up. Do you know what it means?
Not exactly. I've heard it, but never really understood.
Muster up means to gather up your courage or energy to do something difficult or that makes you nervous. Like before your presentation, you had to muster up the courage to speak in front of everyone.
Oh, so it's about finding the bravery inside you?
Exactly. Think of it as collecting or summoning your inner strength or confidence to face a challenging task.
That makes sense. It's like when I muster up the courage to talk to someone new.
Yes, precisely. Using muster up is a great way to describe overcoming fear or nervousness. Sarah, have you ever planned a party and struggled to finalize the details?
Oh yes, last month. It was tricky to get everyone to agree on a date.
That's a perfect example. When we talk about finalizing decisions like that, we often use the phrasal verb nail down. Do you know what it means?
Not exactly. Could you explain it more, Mr. Davis?
Sure. To nail down something means to make a decision definite or to finalize plans. Imagine you're fixing a loose board. It stops moving when you nail it down. Similarly, when you nail down a plan, you make it firm.
So, if I'm organizing a party and I decide on the date, time, and place, I'm nailing down those details?
Exactly. You're making sure everything is set and confirmed.
That makes sense. Now I know how to use nail down in the right context. Mr. Davis, I've been trying to decide which book to read next, but there are so many options. How do I pick just one?
Great question, Sarah. Have you ever heard of the phrasal verb narrow down?
No, I haven't. What does it mean?
Narrow down means to reduce the number of possibilities or choices to make a decision easier. When you start with many options and then limit them based on certain criteria, you're narrowing them down.
Oh, so like when I have 10 books and choose only 3 based on my interests?
Exactly. By focusing on specific interests or criteria, you're narrowing down your choices to make it more manageable.
That makes sense. So, if I want a mystery book that's not too long, I would narrow down my list to those that fit that description?
Precisely, Sarah. Using narrow down helps you focus and make choices efficiently.
Mr. Davis, last night I was watching a boring documentary and suddenly my head fell forward. What happened to me?
It sounds like you nodded off, Sarah. That's a phrasal verb we use when someone falls asleep, especially in a sitting position without intending to.
Oh, so it's when you're really tired and just fall asleep accidentally?
Exactly. Imagine you're sitting in class or watching TV, your eyes start closing, and then your head gently moves forward or down. That's nodding off.
Why is it called nod off?
The word nod describes the head's motion when it falls forward. So, nod off paints a picture of falling asleep in that relaxed way.
Got it. It's like a mini nap that just happens, right?
You nailed it. It's very common when people are tired or bored. So, if you find yourself nodding off, it might be your body's signal to rest a bit more. Sarah, have you ever gone to a store and forgotten what you needed to buy?
Oh, yes, that happens to me all the time. I always forget something important.
That's a common problem. Here's where the phrasal verb note down can help you. Do you know what it means?
Not really.
Note down means to write something quickly so you remember it later. It's like making a list of things you need to do or buy.
So I should note down my shopping list before going to the store?
Exactly. By noting down your list, you'll have everything you need and won't forget anything important.
That sounds helpful. So it's just like taking notes in class?
Precisely. When you note down important points from a lesson, you're making sure you remember them for later use.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll start noting things down more often.
Today, let's learn about the phrasal verb nose around. Have you heard this term before?
I think so, but I'm not exactly sure what it means. Can you explain?
Absolutely. Nose around means to look around or search for something, usually in a place where you shouldn't be, like snooping. Imagine a dog using its nose to explore a new area. That's a good mental image.
Oh, I see. So if someone is nosing around, they're kind of snooping or investigating something?
Exactly, Sarah. It's like when someone goes through drawers or looks around someone's room without permission.
That makes sense. So it's not always a polite action?
Correct. It often implies someone is being curious in a way that might be considered intrusive.
Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis. I'll be careful how I use it.
Hi, Sarah. We're going to learn about the phrasal verb nose out. Have you heard of it before?
I think I've heard it, but I'm not sure what it means.
Nose out means to narrowly win over someone or something in a competition or contest. Think of it like a race where someone barely crosses the finish line before another.
So it's like winning by just a little bit?
Exactly. For instance, if two teams play a close game and one team wins by just 1 point, you could say they nosed out the other team.
Oh, I get it now. So it's used in close situations?
Yes, precisely. It emphasizes how tight the competition was. Do you want to try using it in a sentence?
Sure. In the spelling bee, Emily nosed out her rival to take first place.
Perfect. You've got the hang of it. Keep practicing and soon you'll use it naturally. Sarah, have you ever seen a cat snuggling up close to its owner?
Yes, my neighbor's cat always does that. It's so cute.
Exactly. That's a perfect example of the phrasal verb nuzzle up. It describes getting close or cuddling with someone or something in an affectionate way.
So nuzzle up means getting really cozy and close to someone?
Yes, just like a cat or a puppy might do when they feel safe and happy. It shows warmth and affection.
Can people nuzzle up too, like when we hug someone really tight?
Definitely. For people, nuzzling up could be curling up with a loved one on the couch or leaning into someone when you want to feel connected and comforted.
Oh, I see. So it's more like a gentle and loving gesture.
Precisely, Sarah. Nuzzle up is all about feeling connected and cherished.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I'll think of cozy moments with pets when I hear nuzzle up.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep those cozy thoughts in mind. Sarah, have you ever accidentally broken something at home and had to tell someone about it?
Oh, yes. I once knocked over a vase and I felt really bad about it.
That's a perfect example for today's lesson. When you finally told someone about the vase, you were owning up to what you did.
So, own up means admitting when you've done something wrong?
Exactly. When you own up, you acknowledge your mistake honestly. It's like saying, "Hey, I did this and I'm sorry."
Why is it important to own up?
Great question. Owning up builds trust. People appreciate honesty and it shows that you're responsible for your actions.
That makes sense. What if I'm scared to own up because of the consequences?
It's natural to feel that way, but often the reaction is better than expected. Plus, taking responsibility helps you learn and grow from the experience.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand why owning up is important.
Have you ever received those promotional emails from a store and thought, "I wish I didn't get so many of these"?
Yes, I get them all the time. They're a bit overwhelming.
Well, that's a perfect situation to use the phrasal verb opt out. Do you know what it means?
Not really. Does it mean to stop getting those emails?
Exactly. To opt out means to choose not to participate in something. In this case, you decide not to receive those emails anymore.
So, how do you usually opt out of those emails?
Great question. Usually, there's an unsubscribe link at the bottom of the email. By clicking it, you're choosing to opt out.
Oh, I see. It's like deciding not to be part of something.
Precisely. You might also choose to opt out of a survey or a club if you don't want to participate.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to opt out of things I don't need. Mr. Davis, why do people sometimes say they open up when talking about their feelings?
Great question, Sarah. The phrase open up means to share your thoughts or feelings freely and honestly.
So, is it like telling someone how you really feel inside?
Exactly. Imagine you have a treasure chest. Keeping it locked keeps things hidden. Opening up is like unlocking that chest and showing what's inside to someone you trust.
I see. Is it only about feelings, or can it be used in other ways?
Mostly, it's about emotions or personal thoughts, but you can also use it when people start talking more in conversation, like when a shy person starts to talk more in a group.
That makes sense. Is it important to open up?
It can be. Opening up helps build trust and understanding between people. It can make relationships stronger.
Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis.
Hey, Sarah, have you ever had one of those days when you just didn't feel like cooking at home?
Oh, definitely, Mr. Davis. Sometimes I just want to relax and not worry about cooking dinner.
Exactly. On those days, what can you do to have food without cooking?
I guess I could go out to eat or have food delivered.
That's right. When you decide to have food delivered instead of cooking or going out, we use a special phrasal verb, order out.
So, order out means to get food from a restaurant delivered to your house?
Precisely. It's a convenient way to enjoy restaurant food at home without the hassle of cooking.
That makes sense. So if I say, we decided to order out last night, it means we got our dinner delivered?
Exactly, Sarah. It's a great phrase to use when you want to describe getting food delivered. Keep that in mind next time you want to skip cooking. Today, we're exploring a phrasal verb, overdo it. Do you know what that means?
I'm not sure, Mr. Davis. Can you explain it?
Absolutely. Overdo it means doing something too much or more than necessary. Think about eating too much chocolate, for example. What might happen?
Oh, you might get a stomach ache.
Exactly. That's because you've overdone it with the chocolate. Can you think of another example?
Maybe like exercising too much and feeling really sore afterward?
Perfect. If you exercise beyond your limits, you could hurt yourself. That's overdoing it. It's about balance, doing just enough, not too much.
So, overdo it is about doing something excessively, right?
Exactly, Sarah. It's important to keep activities balanced to avoid negative effects.
That makes a lot of sense now.
Sarah, have you ever gone on a picnic?
Yes, I love picnics. Packing everything up for the trip is always fun.
Perfect. So when you hear pack up, what do you think it means?
I guess it means putting everything away and getting ready to leave.
Exactly. Pack up is a phrasal verb meaning to gather your things and prepare to leave a place.
So, like at the end of a picnic, when we put our blankets and food back in the basket?
Precisely. Pack up can be used in many situations, like after school when students gather their books and head home.
Oh, I see. So it's about organizing and clearing things away.
Yes, and it can also mean preparing equipment like when campers pack up their tents before leaving a campsite.
That makes sense. Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to use pack up.
Have you ever played a game where you needed to find a partner quickly, like in musical chairs?
Yes, I remember playing that at parties. It's fun and sometimes a bit hectic.
Exactly. That's a great example to explain the phrasal verb pair off. In situations like that, people need to pair off, meaning they find someone to form a group or team with.
Oh, so pair off means to match up with another person?
Correct. It's often used in contexts where people need to find a partner for dancing, games, or even school activities.
That makes sense. Does it always have to be two people?
Usually, yes. Pair means two, and when you pair off, you're grouping into twos.
Got it. So, in musical chairs, when everyone pairs off, they find a chair partner. I was reading a book, and it said someone passed away. What does that mean?
That's a great question, Sarah. Pass away is a phrasal verb we use as a gentle way to say someone has died.
Why don't they just say died?
Sometimes saying died can feel harsh. Pass away sounds softer and shows empathy, especially when talking about someone we care about.
Oh, I see. So it's about being respectful?
Exactly. It's a more sensitive way of discussing a difficult topic. We often choose soft language to comfort others or express sympathy.
Do people use other words like that?
Yes, phrases like departed or no longer with us are similar. They help us talk about loss in a gentle manner.
Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis. It makes more sense now.
Have you ever seen someone pass out during a hot summer day?
I think I have, Mr. Davis. Does pass out mean something like fainting?
Exactly. Pass out is a phrasal verb that means to faint or lose consciousness for a short period of time. It often happens when someone is too hot or hasn't eaten enough.
So it's like when your body just shuts down for a bit?
That's a good way to put it. Your body might pass out if it's trying to cool down or if it needs more energy.
How can someone avoid passing out?
Great question. Staying hydrated, eating regular meals, and not getting too overheated can help prevent it. If you feel dizzy or lightheaded, it's important to sit down and rest.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand what pass out means and how to prevent it. Mr. Davis, I had an opportunity to go to a concert this weekend, but I decided not to go. Does that mean I missed out on it?
Great question, Sarah. Actually, the phrase you're looking for is pass up. When you choose not to take advantage of an opportunity, you pass it up.
So when I decided not to go, I passed up the concert?
Exactly. Pass up means to decline or not take a chance that is offered. It's like saying no to something that might be good.
Ah, I see. So if someone offers me a piece of cake and I say no, I pass up the piece of cake?
Yes, that's a perfect example. By saying no, you're passing up the cake.
Got it. So pass up is about choosing not to do something good.
That's right, Sarah. It's used when someone decides not to accept a good opportunity or offer.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand.
Sarah, imagine you borrowed a book from a friend. What would you eventually need to do with that book?
I'd need to return it to them.
Exactly. Now, when talking about money instead, we use the phrasal verb pay back. Do you know what that means?
I think it means to return the money you borrowed from someone.
Yes, that's right. Pay back refers to giving back the money you borrowed. It's like settling a debt.
So if I borrowed $10 from a friend, I'd pay them back $10 later?
Exactly. And if someone asks you about paying back, they're talking about when and how you'll return the money.
That makes sense. It's a straightforward way to talk about returning money.
Yes, it is. Just like with borrowing and returning other things, paying back keeps everything fair and balanced.
Mr. Davis, I heard my dad say that his hard work is finally paying off. What does pay off mean?
Great question, Sarah. When we say something is paying off, it means that the effort or time you put into something is giving you good results or a reward.
So if my dad worked hard on a project and he gets a promotion, that's how it pays off?
Exactly. His hard work resulted in something positive. It's like an investment of effort leading to success.
Can pay off be used for things other than work?
Yes, it can. You might study hard for a test, and if you do well, your effort paid off. Or if someone saves money for a long time and is able to buy something special, those savings paid off.
Oh, I see. So it's about getting good results after putting in work or patience.
That's right, Sarah. It's a way to express that the positive outcomes are worth the effort you put in. Have you ever noticed what happens when you put stickers on your notebooks for a long time?
Yes, sometimes they start coming off by themselves, like peeling away from the paper.
Exactly. That peeling away action is what we describe with the phrasal verb peel off.
Oh, does it work with other things besides stickers?
Definitely. Imagine when you're taking off a Band-Aid from your skin. You peel it off gently to remove it.
So peel off is like removing something that's stuck to a surface?
Precisely. And it can also be used for objects in layers, like peeling an orange. When you remove the skin, you're peeling it off.
I think I understand now. It's really just about removing something in a layer or sheet-like way.
You've got it, Sarah. It's a simple but useful phrasal verb for describing these actions.
Mr. Davis, I was organizing my planner, and I saw something interesting. What does pencil in mean when planning events?
Great observation, Sarah. Pencil in is a phrasal verb we use when we plan something tentatively or temporarily. Imagine writing a plan in pencil instead of pen.
So if it's in pencil, it can be changed easily?
Exactly. When you pencil in a meeting or event, it's scheduled, but it might not be final. You might need to erase it or move it later.
Oh, like holding a spot in a calendar while waiting for confirmation?
Yes, that's a perfect way to think about it. It's a way to plan ahead without making it permanent yet.
So if I pencil in lunch with a friend, it means we're planning for it. But it might change if something else comes up?
That's right, Sarah. You've got it. Penciling in helps keep things flexible and organized.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to use pencil in my planning.
Sarah, have you noticed how some old gadgets disappear from stores over time?
Yeah, like those old flip phones. Why do they vanish?
Great observation. That's where the term phase out comes in. Do you know what it means?
Not really. Does it mean to stop using something?
Exactly. Phase out means to gradually stop using or producing something over time. Companies often replace old products with newer versions.
Oh, so like when we phased out floppy disks for USB drives?
Exactly, Sarah. New technology made floppy disks less useful, so they were gradually phased out.
Got it. Does this only happen with technology?
Not at all. It can happen with policies, practices, or even clothing styles. Anything that becomes outdated can be phased out.
That makes sense. So it's not sudden, it happens little by little. Mr. Davis, I've noticed some kids at school always tease others for fun. What do you call that when they target someone specifically?
That's a great observation, Sarah. We use the phrasal verb pick on to describe that behavior. It means to repeatedly tease or criticize someone, often unfairly.
Oh, so when someone keeps making fun of another person, they're picking on them?
Exactly. It's like choosing one person to bother over and over again. It's not a kind behavior.
Why do you think people pick on others?
Sometimes it's because they want to feel stronger or more important, or they don't understand how their words can hurt others.
That makes sense. Is there anything we can do if we see someone being picked on?
Yes, there are a few things. You can support the person being picked on by being their friend or tell a trusted adult about what's happening. Sarah, have you ever had to choose a gift for a friend, but there were so many options you didn't know where to start?
Oh, yes, Mr. Davis. I always have trouble deciding because there are so many choices.
That's a great example to explain the phrasal verb pick out. When you pick out something, it means you're choosing or selecting from a group of options.
So if I pick out a gift, I'm just deciding which one to get.
Exactly, Sarah. Imagine you're at a store with lots of toys. You look around and finally pick out the one you think your friend will love the most.
I see. It's the act of choosing among many things.
That's right. It can apply to clothes, food, or even picking out a song to play.
So when my mom asks me to pick out a dress for the weekend, I just select one from my closet?
Precisely. Pick out is a simple way to describe that decision-making process. Sarah, have you ever noticed how many different ways we use the phrase pick up?
I've heard it a lot, but I guess I haven't really thought about all the ways.
Well, let's explore it. If I say, I need to pick up groceries, what do you think that means?
I guess it means you're going to get groceries from the store, right?
Exactly. Pick up can mean to collect or gather something, like groceries. Now, if I say, I need to pick up my friend from the airport, what does that mean?
That means you're going to go and get your friend from the airport.
Spot on. So, pick up can also mean to retrieve or transport someone. Here's another example. If I say, I started picking up Spanish quickly, what do you think that means?
Maybe it means you're learning Spanish fast.
Yes. It can also mean to learn something often quickly. Sarah, these examples show how versatile pickup is in English.
It really is. Thanks for breaking it down for me, Mr. Davis.
Sarah, have you ever tried to wrestle with a wiggly puppy to get it to sit still for a photo?
Oh, definitely. My friend's puppy is super energetic. It's hard to make it stay still.
That's a great example. When we talk about pinning down in English, it's like that moment when you succeed in holding the puppy still long enough to get the picture.
So, pin down means to make something or someone stay in one place?
Exactly. But it can also mean figuring something out clearly. Like, if you pin down a plan, you're making it definite.
Oh, I see. So if I finally decide on the date for my birthday party, I've pinned down the date?
That's a perfect use of it. You're making something unclear clear and specific. It can also apply when trying to solve a problem or find an answer.
Got it. Pin down is really about making things certain, like holding the puppy or choosing a date.
Exactly, Sarah. You've pinned down the idea perfectly.
Mr. Davis, I heard someone say play down in a movie yesterday. What does that mean? Is it like playing with less energy?
Great question, Sarah. Play down is a phrasal verb that means to make something seem less important or not a big deal. Imagine you're playing a game and don't want others to think you're winning easily. You'd play down your skills.
Oh, so if I got a high score on a test but acted like it wasn't much, I'd be playing it down?
Exactly, Sarah. By saying, oh, it was nothing, you're playing down your achievement to not make others feel bad.
That makes sense. Do people use play down to avoid attention too?
Yes, precisely. Sometimes people play down situations to keep tension low or prevent making someone uncomfortable.
Interesting, Mr. Davis. It's like softening a situation. Thanks for explaining.
Sarah, have you ever heard someone talk about playing up their skills in a job interview?
I think so, but I'm not sure what play up means. Does it have something to do with acting?
Interesting thought, but not quite acting. When we play up a skill, it means we emphasize or highlight something, often to make it seem more important or impressive.
Oh, like making something seem better than it is?
Exactly. Imagine you're really good at team sports. If you play up that skill in an interview, you might talk a lot about your teamwork to show you're a strong team player.
So it's like focusing on the positive parts?
Right. But be careful not to overdo it. Playing up should still be honest and genuine.
Got it. It's to make sure people notice your strengths.
Exactly, Sarah. You've nailed it. Have you ever been to a concert or a popular event where you had to wait in a long line?
Yes, I have. I had to wait in line for a concert last year. It took forever.
That's a perfect example, Sarah. When you say you waited in line, you could also use the phrasal verb queue up.
Queue up? What does that mean exactly?
Queue up means to line up or wait your turn in a sequence of people or vehicles. It's often used when people form a line to get into a place or wait for something.
Ah, so whenever we stand in a line for something, we're queuing up?
Exactly right. For example, at a bus stop, people queue up to get on the bus one by one.
That makes sense. Is it commonly used in everyday conversation?
Yes, it is, especially in British English. You'll hear it a lot in places like the UK.
I'll try using queue up next time I'm in a line. Thanks, Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, can you help me understand what happened between my friends? They seemed upset, and I heard them say they were having a quarrel with each other.
Sure, Sarah. The phrase quarrel with is a phrasal verb. Do you have any idea what it means?
Not really. Is it similar to arguing?
Exactly. When you quarrel with someone, you're having a disagreement or a small argument with them. It often involves a back-and-forth exchange of words.
So, it's like when my brother and I disagree on what to watch on TV and we start debating?
Yes, that's a good example. It's usually not very serious, but it can make people upset for a while.
Oh, I see. But does quarrel with always mean something bad?
Not necessarily. It just means having a difference of opinion. Sometimes talking things out can lead to better understanding.
That makes sense. Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to handle it better.
Have you ever been in a situation where you needed to get somewhere fast, like catching a bus that was about to leave?
Yes, I've had to run to catch the school bus a few times.
Perfect example. In such situations, you might hear someone say, "We need to quicken up."
Quicken up? Does that mean to hurry?
Exactly. Quicken up is a phrasal verb that means to move faster or to speed up your actions.
So, it's like when my mom tells me to hurry up when we're late?
Yes, it's very similar. Quicken up has the same connotation but might sound a bit more formal.
Can it be used for anything else besides moving fast?
Good question. It can also mean to make something happen more quickly. Like, if a project is delayed, you might need to quicken up the process to meet the deadline.
I see. That makes it easier to understand. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
Hey, Sarah, have you ever been in a classroom when everyone is talking and the teacher asks for the noise to quiet down?
Yes, Mr. Davis. That happens quite often during recess time.
Exactly. The phrasal verb quiet down is used when we want someone or something to become less noisy. It's like saying be quieter.
So when the teacher wants the class to stop making so much noise, they ask them to quiet down?
Yes, precisely. It's a gentle way of asking people to lower their voices. It can also apply to situations like when a storm quiets down after it's been really loud and stormy.
Oh, I see. So quiet down can be used for people and things?
Correct. It's versatile. Whether it's a room full of chatter or loud thunder, when they quiet down, they become more peaceful and calm.
That's an easy way to remember it. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
Have you ever seen a movie where a character gives up on their journey halfway through?
Yeah, I think so. It happens in adventure movies sometimes.
Exactly. Now let's talk about a phrasal verb that describes a similar idea, quit on. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Can you explain?
Certainly. Imagine someone is doing a team project and suddenly they stop helping. They quit on their teammates.
So it means to stop helping or supporting?
Precisely. When you quit on someone, you stop cooperating or leave them hanging.
I get it. Like if we're doing a group presentation and one person doesn't show up, they quit on us.
That's right. It's important to support each other and not quit on those who rely on us.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know what quit on means.
Sarah, have you ever wondered how people can rack up a huge number of points in video games so quickly?
I've heard the term rack up before, but I'm not quite sure what it means. Can you explain?
Certainly. Rack up is a phrasal verb that means to accumulate or gather a large amount of something, like points, money, or even achievements.
Oh, so when I play a game and get a lot of points, I'm racking up points?
Exactly. It's like when you gather more and more of something over time. It's often used for things you collect or earn.
Does it always mean something positive, like getting points?
Great question. Not always. While it's often positive, like earning points or rewards, it can also apply to less desirable things like racking up debt or expenses.
I see. So it just means collecting a lot of whatever it is, good or bad.
That's right. You got it, Sarah. Sarah, do you remember when you needed help with your math homework last week? How did you find help?
Oh, yes. I asked my friend Emma for some assistance.
Exactly, Sarah. You reached out to Emma. Do you know what reach out means in that context?
Not really. Is it just asking for help?
Not just that. Reach out means to make contact with someone, usually for support, help, or to communicate. It's like extending your hand to connect with someone.
Oh, I see. So it's like reaching out to someone when you need something or want to talk.
Precisely. You can reach out to people for advice or even just to say hello or share news.
So if I call my grandma to check on her, I'm reaching out?
Yes, that's a perfect example. It's about making a connection.
Got it. Thanks, Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, I overheard someone saying, "Don't read into it too much," and I'm not sure what they meant. Can you explain?
Of course, Sarah. When we say read into, we're talking about finding hidden meanings in something.
So, does it mean looking for meanings that aren't obvious?
Exactly. Sometimes people say not to read into things to suggest that there's nothing hidden or complex to understand.
Oh, like if someone says they're busy and we shouldn't assume they're angry or upset?
Precisely. It's about not imagining extra reasons or emotions behind what's said or done.
Why do people use read into?
It's because we tend to interpret things based on our feelings or experiences, even if there's no deeper meaning.
Got it. So when unsure, it's better to take things at face value?
Yes, unless there's clear evidence to explore further. Remember, straightforward communication avoids misunderstandings. Sarah, have you ever needed to learn more about a topic quickly, like before a big quiz or project?
Yeah, plenty of times. I usually do some research or look for information online.
Exactly. That's a great way to put it. There's a phrasal verb we use to describe this action, read up on. Do you know what that means?
I'm not sure. Is it just reading about something?
Close. Read up on means to study or gather information about a subject thoroughly. It's like diving deep into a topic to really understand it.
Oh, so if I have a history test, I should read up on the important events?
Precisely. When you read up on history, you learn as much as you can about it to be well prepared.
That makes sense. So it's like preparing by finding a lot of information?
Yes, it's a focused way of learning.
Mr. Davis, I was watching a fishing show, and they kept saying reel in the fish. What does reel in actually mean?
Great question, Sarah. Reel in is a phrasal verb used primarily in fishing. It means to wind the fishing line back onto the reel, pulling whatever is attached up towards you, usually a fish.
Oh, so it's like pulling the fish closer by winding the line?
Exactly. You use a reel, which is the device on the fishing rod, to do that. But reel in can also be used in other contexts.
Really? Like what?
People use it metaphorically, too. For example, you can reel in a deal, meaning to successfully secure it, almost like catching a fish.
Oh, I see. So it can mean getting something or someone closer to you?
Precisely, Sarah. Whether it's a fish or an opportunity, reel in is about bringing it in successfully. Sarah, imagine you're climbing a big hill. What would you definitely need to get to the top safely?
Probably a sturdy pair of shoes and maybe a walking stick?
Exactly. You need those things to help you. That's where the phrasal verb rely on comes in. To rely on something means to depend on it for help or support.
Oh, I see. So I relied on the shoes and stick to climb the hill?
Precisely. It's like trusting that they'll do their job and assist you.
Can you give me another example?
Sure. Think about your friends. If you can rely on someone, it means you trust them to help if you need it. Like if you need help with homework, you turn to a friend you can rely on.
Got it. So rely on is about trusting something or someone to be there for you.
Exactly, Sarah. You've got it perfectly.
Mr. Davis, I heard someone say they were going to rev up the engine. What does rev up mean?
Great question, Sarah. Rev up is a phrasal verb that means to make something, usually an engine, run faster, or go at a higher speed.
So it's like pressing the gas pedal in a car to make it go faster?
Exactly. When you press the gas pedal, the engine revs up, meaning it speeds up and becomes more powerful.
Can rev up be used for things other than engines?
Yes, it can. While it originally meant to increase an engine's speed, rev up can also be used metaphorically. For example, if you're going to start a project with energy and excitement, you might say you're revving up to begin.
That's cool. So you can rev up for activities that need energy and enthusiasm?
Absolutely. It's a great way to express getting energized or prepared to tackle something with vigor. Sarah, have you ever been caught in a big storm and wondered how to get through it safely?
Yes, I remember being stuck inside once when it rained really hard. What should you do in a situation like that?
Great question. In situations like that, we use the phrasal verb ride out. It means to stay safe while something difficult or unpleasant happens around you. It's like waiting for the storm to pass.
So, ride out means to stay put and let things settle down?
Exactly. Imagine you're in a boat during a storm, and instead of trying to sail through it, you just stay put and wait for it to end. That's what riding out means.
Oh, I get it now. It's like staying calm and waiting for the trouble to pass. Can you use ride out in other situations too?
Absolutely. It's not just for weather. If you face problems at work or school, you can ride out those tough times until things get better. Sarah, have you ever bought something and felt like you paid way too much for it?
Oh yes, I once bought a pair of shoes that cost way more than they should have.
That's a perfect example. In English, we use the phrasal verb rip off to describe such situations. Do you know what it means?
Not really. Does it mean someone stole your money?
In a way, yes. When you're ripped off, it means you paid too much for something or didn't get good value for your money. The seller might be taking advantage of you.
So if something costs more than it's worth, I've been ripped off?
Exactly. For example, if a simple bracelet is sold for $100, you could say, I was ripped off buying that bracelet.
That makes sense. Is it always about money?
Mostly, yes. It's used when you feel a product or service isn't worth what you paid.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I'll watch out for rip-offs. Mr. Davis, I've heard people talk about rolling out new products. What does roll out actually mean?
Great question, Sarah. The phrasal verb roll out means to introduce something new gradually or to launch it to the public.
So it's like when a company starts selling a new gadget or product?
Exactly. Imagine a company has developed a new phone. When they roll it out, they begin selling and showing it to people.
Does it only apply to products like phones?
Not at all. Roll out can be used for any new program, service, or system, like a new software update or a public health campaign.
Oh, so if a school starts using a new teaching method, they could be rolling it out?
Yes, that's a perfect example. Schools can roll out new curricula or teaching tools in the same way.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand how rollout is used.
Sarah, have you ever noticed how numbers often seem messier when they're not neat and tidy?
Yeah, sometimes they're just long and confusing. Why do you ask?
Well, today we're going to talk about the phrasal verb round off. Do you know what it means?
I think it has something to do with numbers, right?
Exactly. Round off means to make a number simpler or neater by adjusting it up or down to the nearest whole number or decimal place.
Oh, like when the grocery bill is $19.78 and they say it's about $20?
Yes, that's a perfect example. You're simplifying the number to make it easier to work with or understand.
So it just makes numbers more manageable?
Precisely. Whether you're rounding off money, measurements, or even time, it helps avoid unnecessary complexity.
That makes a lot of sense. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
Hey, Sarah, have you ever played detective and tried to solve a mystery?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I've read mystery books, but never solved one myself. Why do you ask?
Well, detectives often have to rule out possibilities when solving a case. Do you know what rule out means?
Not exactly. Could you explain?
Sure. Imagine you're trying to figure out who ate the cookies. You think it might be your brother or sister. If your brother was at soccer practice when the cookies disappeared, you rule out your brother because he couldn't have done it.
Oh, so rule out means deciding someone or something isn't involved because of evidence?
Exactly. It's like crossing off options that don't fit the clues you have.
Got it. So it helps narrow down the possibilities?
Yes, Sarah. Ruling out helps focus on what's left after considering all the facts.
What does run across really mean?
Great question, Sarah. Run across is a phrasal verb that means to find or encounter something by chance.
Oh, so it's like bumping into something unexpectedly?
Exactly. Imagine you're walking down the street and you suddenly see an old friend. You didn't plan it, so you ran across them.
I see. So if I'm looking through old photos and find a picture I forgot about, I ran across it?
Yes, that's right, Sarah. Whenever you discover something suddenly and without planning, you run across it.
That makes sense. It sounds like run across is used for things we find by surprise.
You've got it. It's all about those unexpected discoveries.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. That really clears it up.
Have you ever been out walking and suddenly met a friend by surprise?
Yeah, that's happened to me a few times. It's always a fun surprise.
Exactly. That's a perfect example of when we use the phrasal verb run into. It means to meet someone unexpectedly.
Oh, I see. Like when you don't plan it and it just happens?
Precisely. Let's say you're at the mall and you run into a classmate in the food court. It's not planned, but there they are.
So it's like bumping into someone without meaning to?
Yes, that captures it well. Run into can also describe encountering problems. For example, I ran into some trouble with my homework.
Oh, I didn't know it could mean that too. So it's about meeting unexpectedly and facing issues?
Correct. You're getting it. It's versatile. Keep an eye out for those unexpected meetings or situations. They're run-into moments. Sarah, have you ever been in the middle of baking cookies and suddenly realized you have no more flour?
Oh, yes, that's happened before. I thought I had enough, but the bag was empty.
That's a perfect example of the phrase run out of. It means you've used up all of something and there's none left.
So, you run out of something when you don't have any more of it?
Exactly. If you run out of milk, there's no milk left to drink or cook with.
Can you use it in a sentence for me?
Sure. I need to go to the store because we've run out of bread for sandwiches.
Got it. It sounds like an important phrase to know, especially for shopping.
Yes, it's very useful. It can apply to almost anything like time, patience, or even ideas.
So I could say, I've run out of ideas for my art project?
Perfectly said, Sarah. You've run out of ideas when you can't think of any more. Sarah, have you ever thought about why some people move to a new city and say they're finally going to settle down? What do you think that means?
When I hear settle down, I think about finding a place to live or maybe getting married.
You're on the right track. Settle down can mean deciding to live in one area permanently, especially after moving around a lot.
Does it only mean moving to a new place?
Not just that. It can also mean starting a more stable, calm life. Like when someone decides to focus on their career or family, we say they're settling down.
Oh, so it's about stability? Like finding routine and comfort?
Exactly, Sarah. Settle down is about creating a steady environment, often involving family, work, or even hobbies.
Interesting. I always thought it was more about marriage.
Have you ever seen how a tent is put together at a campsite?
Yes, I have. You have to assemble all the parts, right?
Exactly. That's a great way to think about the phrasal verb set up. It means to arrange or prepare something so it is ready for use.
So, does setup only apply to tents?
Not at all. You can set up lots of things. For example, you might set up a game board before you play or set up a new phone by installing apps.
Got it. So it's like organizing things to make them ready?
Yes, precisely. It's about making sure everything is in place. Try to think of another example where you might use set up.
What about setting up a meeting?
Perfect. Setting up a meeting involves arranging a time and place and making sure people know the details.
This makes it much clearer, Mr. Davis. Thanks.
Sarah, have you ever mixed colors in a paint palette and ended up with something entirely different than you expected?
Yes, I have. Sometimes it turns out surprisingly nice, though.
That's a great example. You know how it completely changes what's there? This is similar to what the phrasal verb shake up means.
Oh, how so?
When we use shake up, it means to make big changes to something, often in a way that makes it better, but it can also just be different.
So kind of like mixing paint to get a new color?
Exactly. For instance, if someone says a new manager is going to shake up a company, it means they're going to change how things are usually done, hoping for improvements.
Got it. So shake up is about making big changes.
Yes, and just like with paint, the results can be unexpected but often aim for something positive. Have you ever done something amazing and really wanted everyone to notice it?
Oh, yes. Like when I drew a picture of my cat and I showed it to my whole family.
Exactly. When you wanted everyone to see your drawing, you were showing off your artwork. Do you know what that means?
Not really, but it sounds like it's about wanting people to see what you did.
That's right. To show off means to display something or an ability proudly because you're excited about it. It's like saying, "Look at what I can do."
Oh, so if I'm proud of something, I'm showing off when I show it to others?
Yes, you got it. Sometimes people show off to impress others, especially when they're good at something.
I remember when Jamie did cartwheels at recess. Was she showing off?
She was. She wanted her friends to see how well she could do them. Remember, it's okay to show off when you're proud as long as it's positive. Hey Sarah, have you ever noticed what happens when your computer suddenly stops working during a game?
Oh yeah, it gets frustrating. Everything goes dark and I can't do anything until I restart it.
Exactly. That's a perfect way to talk about the phrasal verb shut down. Can you guess what it means?
I think so. Does it mean to turn something off?
Yes, spot on. Shut down usually means to turn off a machine or system. Like when you shut down your computer, it stops working completely.
Oh, so it's not only for computers?
Correct. It can be used for anything that needs to stop working or operate. For example, a factory can shut down during a holiday.
Got it. What about using it with people?
Great question. When talking about people, shut down can mean to stop communicating or stop an activity completely. Have you ever felt like you were locked out of a fun activity with friends?
Yeah, once I couldn't join a game because I was late.
That's a great example. Today, we're going to talk about the phrasal verb shut out. Can you guess what it means based on your experience?
Does it mean being excluded from something?
Exactly. Shut out means to prevent someone from being included or to not let them participate. It's like when a door is closed and someone is kept outside.
Oh, like when my brother shuts me out of his room when he wants to be alone?
That's a perfect example. It can also mean keeping out distractions to focus, like wearing headphones to shut out noise.
I see. So it's about exclusion or protection from something.
Precisely. You can use shut out in various contexts to describe being kept apart or keeping things away. Sarah, have you ever wanted to join a fun activity or club at school but didn't know how to get involved?
Yeah, I've thought about joining the art club, but wasn't sure how to start.
Perfect. This is a great time to learn about the phrasal verb sign up. It's what you do to officially enroll in a club or event.
So, sign up means to join or register for something?
Exactly. When you sign up, you're putting your name on a list to participate in an activity. It shows you want to be part of it.
How do I sign up for the art club?
You'd either fill out a form online or write your name on a sign-up sheet at school. It's that simple.
That sounds easy. So after I sign up, I'm officially part of the club?
Yes. Once you've signed up, you're on the list. They'll contact you with any details or meetings.
Mr. Davis, I was watching a movie yesterday, and one character kept telling others to sit down. Can you explain sit down?
That's a great observation, Sarah. The phrase sit down is a phrasal verb, which means it uses multiple words to give a specific action.
So, is it different from just saying sit?
Yes, it is. Sit simply means to be seated, but sit down is more about the action of moving from a standing to a sitting position.
Oh, I get it. Like when a teacher asks us to sit down at the start of class?
Exactly. It's a way to guide or instruct someone to take a seat.
Are there other scenarios where sit down is used?
Definitely. You might hear sit down used when someone is inviting another person to join a conversation or discussion. It can be both literal and friendly.
That's helpful, so it means more than just taking a seat.
Exactly, Sarah. It adds an element of action or context to the simple act of sitting. Sarah, have you ever looked at a group photo and noticed one person who grabs your attention immediately?
Yes, I have. Sometimes someone just seems to pop out more than the others.
Exactly. That's a great way to introduce the phrasal verb stand out. It means to be very noticeable or easily seen among others.
So it's like when someone is wearing a bright color in a crowd?
Precisely. If everyone is wearing blue and one person wears red, that person stands out.
Does it only apply to how people look?
Not at all. It can also describe someone's work or talent. For example, if a student writes an exceptional essay, the teacher might say it stands out.
I see. So it's about being unique or different in a way that people notice.
Exactly, Sarah. It's important to stand out in a good way either by actions, appearance, or skills.
Mr. Davis, why do we say stand up if we're already on our feet? Isn't that obvious?
Great question, Sarah. Stand up is a phrasal verb, which means its meaning comes from the combination of stand and up. It's often used to describe the action of rising from a sitting or lying position.
So it's telling us to move upwards from where we are?
Exactly. When you hear someone say, stand up, it usually means they want you to rise to your feet.
Does it only mean physically getting up?
Not at all. Stand up can also mean to defend or support someone or something. For example, stand up for your rights means to support or defend your rights.
Oh, that makes sense. So it's not just standing on your feet, but also taking a stand for something important?
Yes, that's right. This dual meaning makes stand up a very versatile phrasal verb. Sarah, have you ever seen a picture where one person or object really stands out and catches your attention?
Yes, I have. Sometimes someone wears really bright clothes, and you can't help but notice them.
Exactly. That's a great example of when something sticks out. The phrasal verb stick out means to be noticeable or easily seen because it's different.
So if something sticks out, it must be unique or different from everything else around it.
Precisely. Imagine a tree that is much taller than the others in a forest. That tree would stick out.
Oh, I get it. Like a red apple in a basket of green apples would stick out too.
Right. Stick out is used to describe anything that grabs your attention because it doesn't blend in with the rest.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand how to use stick out. Mr. Davis, I've been having trouble staying focused on my study schedule. Is there a way to describe when you successfully follow a plan?
Absolutely, Sarah. A great way to describe following a plan is by using the phrasal verb stick to.
Stick to? Does that mean like glue?
Pretty much. Imagine how glue helps objects stay together. Similarly, when you stick to something, you are staying with it or following it closely, like your study schedule.
Oh, so if I manage to do all the studying I planned, I'm sticking to my schedule?
Exactly. When you stick to your schedule, you are keeping up with what you intended to do.
That makes sense. So if someone sticks to their diet, they're eating only what they planned?
You've got it, Sarah. Whether it's a diet, a budget, or any plan, stick to means you're committed to it. Have you ever had a really busy day and just wanted to clear your mind?
Definitely. Sometimes I feel like I need to just stop everything for a moment.
That's a great situation to explain the phrasal verb switch off. Do you know what it means?
Could you explain it?
Sure. Switch off means to turn an electronic device off, like a TV or light, but it can also mean to relax your mind, like taking a break from focusing on something.
So if I switch off, I'm taking a break from thinking so much?
Exactly. Just like you turn off a TV to stop watching it, you can switch off your mind to relax and stop worrying.
That's helpful. So if I feel stressed, I can just switch off for a bit?
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Taking a moment to switch off can help you recharge and feel better.
Mr. Davis, I heard someone say they're going to switch up their style. What does switch up mean?
Great question, Sarah. Switch up is a phrasal verb meaning to change something, usually in a noticeable way.
Oh, like changing clothes?
Exactly. If you switch up your wardrobe, you change what you wear. It's about making a visible change from one thing to another.
So, can it be used for other things too, not just clothes?
Absolutely. You can switch up a routine like trying a different route to school or changing what you have for breakfast.
That sounds fun. Is it always a big change?
Not necessarily. It can be a small change or a big one, but it's something different enough to notice.
Got it. So it's like trying something new to keep life interesting?
Exactly, Sarah. Switching up, helps prevent things from getting too boring and adds a little excitement.
Mr. Davis, I've noticed I share a lot of habits with my mom, like how we both love reading. Is there a way to express that idea with a simple phrase?
That's a great observation, Sarah. There's actually a phrasal verb for that. Take after. Do you know what it means?
Not really. What does take after mean?
Take after means to resemble someone in appearance or behavior, usually a family member. For example, if you share habits with your mom, you take after her.
Oh, interesting. So when someone says I take after my mom, they're saying I have similar habits to her?
Exactly. It can also refer to physical traits. If you look a lot like your dad, you might take after him in appearance.
That makes sense. So take after can be about looks or behaviors?
Yes, it's a versatile phrase. Remember, it's often about family, like parents or grandparents. Sarah, have you ever borrowed a book from someone and then decided to return it?
Yes, I have. Why do you ask, Mr. Davis?
I'm glad you've experienced that. Today we're discussing the phrasal verb take back. Do you know what it means?
Not really. Can you explain it to me?
Sure. Take back means to return something to the place or person it came from. For example, when you return a borrowed book to your friend, you're taking it back to them.
Oh, I see. So it's like giving something back to the person who originally had it?
Exactly. It can also mean to admit that something you said or did was wrong, and you want to undo it. Like, if you said something hurtful and regretted it, you might say, I take back what I said.
That makes sense. So take back can mean returning an item or retracting a statement?
Yes, you've got it, Sarah. Keep practicing, and soon you'll be using it with ease. Have you ever watched an airplane as it begins its journey into the sky?
Yes, I remember watching a plane lift off the ground. It's quite exciting.
Exactly. And that leads us to today's topic. Do you know what take off means?
I think it means when something leaves the ground, like a plane.
Correct. Take off can describe an airplane leaving the runway, but it has other meanings too. Can you think of another scenario?
Does it mean when something becomes popular quickly?
Yes. When we say a song or a trend takes off, it means it becomes very popular rapidly.
Oh, I see. So it means to start something quickly or become successful fast.
That's right. Another use is when someone removes clothing, like take off your jacket.
So take off can mean to leave, rise, become popular, or remove something. That's neat.
Imagine you're a superhero and a new mission is announced. What do you think take on would mean in that context?
Does it mean to accept or start the mission?
Exactly, Sarah. The phrasal verb take on means to accept a challenge, responsibility, or task. Just like a superhero accepting a mission, you're ready to face what's ahead.
So, if my mom asks me to help with chores, and I agree, I'm taking on those chores?
Yes, that's a perfect example. When you decide to help with chores, you're taking on those responsibilities.
Are there other situations where take on is used?
Certainly. If a company hires new staff, they're taking on employees. Or if a sports team challenges another, they're taking on their competitors.
That makes sense. Take on seems pretty flexible. I was reading a story about a company getting a new boss, and it said the new manager took over. What does take over really mean?
Great question, Sarah. Take over is a phrasal verb that means to assume control or responsibility from someone else, like when a new manager starts running a company or project.
Oh, so does it mean replacing someone?
Exactly. It often involves one person or group replacing another in a position of authority or responsibility.
Can it happen in situations other than companies?
Yes, it can. For example, in sports, if a player is injured, a substitute might take over their position. Or in a play, an understudy takes over if the main actor can't perform.
Is takeover always about people?
Not always. It can refer to machines or technology taking over tasks humans used to do, like when a self-driving car navigates instead of a human driver.
Mr. Davis, I heard someone say they felt like they were being talked down to. What does that mean?
Great question, Sarah. When someone talks down to another person, it means they speak in a way that makes the other person feel inferior or less important.
Oh, like when someone acts like they know everything and treats you like you're clueless?
Exactly, Sarah. It's like they're using a condescending tone, as if they think they're smarter or better than the person they're speaking to.
That's not a nice way to talk to someone. Why would people do that?
Sometimes people might not realize they're doing it. They might simply be trying to explain something but come across as superior without meaning to.
So it's good to be aware of how we talk to people, right?
Precisely, Sarah. Being aware helps us communicate respectfully and ensure everyone feels valued. Have you ever been in a situation where you needed to find a solution by discussing things thoroughly with someone?
Yes, actually. I had a disagreement with my friend, and we spent some time talking about it.
That's a great example. In English, there's a special phrase for solving problems by discussing them. It's called talk out.
Can you explain it?
When you talk out something, it means you discuss a problem openly and thoroughly until you reach a solution or understanding.
So it's like working through the problem by talking?
Exactly. It's about communicating clearly and listening to each other to resolve misunderstandings or conflicts.
That sounds useful. So if I have an issue with someone, we should talk it out?
Precisely, Sarah. It's a constructive way to handle issues and maintain healthy relationships. Sarah, do you remember the last time you had a disagreement with a friend and needed to solve it?
Yes, I do. It was a bit tricky to handle.
Well, that's a great starting point for us to talk about the phrasal verb talk over. Can you guess what it means based on that situation?
Does it mean to discuss something?
Exactly. To talk over means to discuss something thoroughly to resolve it or make a decision. Imagine two people sharing their points in a conversation to better understand each other.
So, it's about having a conversation to solve problems?
Yes, it's about open dialogue. When you talk over an issue, both sides express their views, and they find a solution together.
That makes sense. It's like when my friend and I talked over our disagreement and found a way to move forward.
Perfect example, Sarah. Talking over is a strong tool to help maintain good relationships. Sarah, have you ever received a letter that made you so emotional you almost tear up when reading it?
Yes, I think so. But what does tear up really mean?
Great question. Tear up has two main meanings. First, it can mean to start crying a little bit, usually from strong emotions.
Oh, like when you're touched by a beautiful story?
Exactly, but it also means something else. Can you guess?
Does it have to do with ripping something?
Yes. Tear up can also mean to rip something into pieces. Imagine tearing up an old paper you no longer need.
Oh, I get it. So it depends on the context whether it means crying or ripping.
That's right, Sarah. It's all about the situation. These different meanings make English so interesting.
Mr. Davis, I've been feeling confused about what career path to choose after school. Do you have any advice on how to decide?
That's an important decision, Sarah. One good approach is to think over your options. Do you know what that means?
Not really. Does think over mean just thinking about it more?
Exactly, but it involves more than just thinking. Think over means to carefully consider all aspects of a decision before making a choice. It's about giving yourself time to weigh the pros and cons.
Oh, so it's like when you take your time before deciding something important, right?
Precisely. Imagine you're deciding what to buy with your savings. You wouldn't rush, right? You'd think over which option gives you the best value.
Got it. So I need to take my time, explore my interests, and consider what makes me happy for my career.
Exactly, Sarah. Thinking over your decision will help you make a more informed and satisfying choice. Sarah, have you ever cleaned out your room and found things you didn't need anymore?
Yes, I did that last week. I had so much old stuff.
Perfect. So, when you decide you don't need something, what do you do with it?
I usually put it in a bag and throw it away.
Exactly. Throw away is a phrasal verb we use when we get rid of things we don't want or need anymore. It just means to dispose of something.
Oh, that makes sense. So it's like tossing it in the trash bin?
Yes, that's right. Imagine if you have a broken toy. You'd probably throw it away because it's no longer useful.
Got it. Can throw away be used for anything else, like ideas?
Great question, Sarah. You can also use it metaphorically. For example, if someone wastes a good opportunity, you could say they threw it away.
Interesting. Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll remember that. Mr. Davis, I was cleaning my room yesterday and found so many old things. I wasn't sure what to do with them. I think I heard you mention throw out before. What does that mean?
Great question, Sarah. The phrasal verb throw out means to get rid of something by putting it in the trash. It's a way to say you're discarding something you no longer need.
Oh, I see. So if I have old clothes I don't need anymore, I would throw them out?
Exactly, Sarah. But remember, for things like clothes, you might consider donating them if they're in good condition instead of throwing them out.
That makes sense. Are there other situations where you use throw out?
Yes, sometimes throw out can also mean to discard an idea or suggestion if it's not useful or practical.
So if we're planning a trip and decide not to visit a certain place, we throw out that idea?
Precisely. You've got it, Sarah. You've learned to use throw out both for physical items and ideas. Great job. Have you ever noticed what happens when you use a rubber band to hold a bunch of pencils together?
Yeah, when you stretch it around the pencils, it holds them nice and tight.
Exactly. That's a bit like what the phrase tighten up means. It's about making something more secure or effective.
Oh, like when I tighten up my grip on a bike handle to make sure I don't fall off.
Right. But it can also apply to other things, like if a company needs to tighten up their budget. Do you know what that means?
They need to spend less money, right?
Yes, they make their budget more efficient by cutting unnecessary expenses. You can also tighten up your work if you want to improve your skills.
So it's not just physical. It can apply to skills or plans, too.
Exactly, Sarah. We tighten up something to make it stronger or better in different contexts.
Mr. Davis, do you know what happened with the big art heist downtown? I heard someone alerted the police just in time.
That's intriguing, Sarah. When someone alerts the authorities about potential trouble, especially in secret, we call it a tip-off.
So is tip-off like giving someone a secret heads up?
Exactly. Imagine if you knew about a surprise party and told the guests secretly so they could be prepared. That would be a tip-off.
Ah, so it's about giving secret information. Does it only involve bad situations?
Not necessarily. While it's often used for uncovering wrongdoing like crimes, tip-offs can apply to any secretive, useful information sharing.
Interesting. So if someone alerted the museum about security risks, that could be a tip-off too?
Yes, indeed. A helpful tip-off can prevent problems or prepare someone for what's coming. Sarah, have you ever been in a situation where someone told a joke that was a little too loud or offensive?
Yes, I think so. It can be pretty awkward.
Exactly. Now imagine if someone suggested that person tone down their jokes. What do you think they mean by that?
Maybe it means to make the joke less loud or offensive.
Spot on. Tone down is a phrasal verb used to suggest that something should be made less extreme or intense. It's like turning the volume down on a radio.
So, if a color is too bright, can you also tone it down?
Absolutely. You might tone down a bright color by adding a less intense shade or mixing it with white.
I see. So, tone down is like making something more subtle or less noticeable?
Precisely, Sarah. Whether it's noise, behavior, or color toned down helps things become more moderate and balanced.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I understand how to use tone down in different situations.
Sarah, have you ever baked cookies and found that there's no sugar left in the container afterward?
Yes, that happened last week. I used all the sugar for the cookies.
Perfect example. When you use up something, like sugar, it means you finish it completely. It's when there's none left.
So, use up is all about finishing something entirely?
Exactly. Think of it like using the last drop of glue in a bottle or the last bit of shampoo in a bottle. Once it's empty, you've used it up.
Got it. So, if I say, I used up all the paint, it means there's none left for painting anymore, right?
That's correct. It's a simple and handy phrasal verb to describe when something is fully consumed or depleted. Have you ever noticed how the mood changes when a new season like spring arrives?
Yes, everything feels fresh and new. It's like the whole atmosphere changes.
Exactly. That's a perfect segue to the phrasal verb usher in. Do you know what it means?
I'm not sure. Does it have to do with welcoming something?
Yes, it does. To usher in means to begin or introduce something new, just like spring ushers in warmth and blossoms.
So, it's like when a new leader takes over and starts changes?
Precisely. A new leader might usher in policies, ideas, or reforms. It's all about initiating new beginnings.
Got it. So, usher in is about starting something new or setting the stage for changes.
That's right, Sarah. You've understood it perfectly.
Mr. Davis, I was watching a horse race on TV, and the commentator kept saying the jockey was urging on the horse. What does that mean exactly?
Great observation, Sarah. Urge on is a phrasal verb, and it means to encourage someone or something to move forward or perform better. In the context of the horse race, the jockey was encouraging the horse to run faster.
Oh, that makes sense. So it's like cheering someone on?
Exactly. When you urge on someone, you're giving them support or motivation to keep going, especially if they're facing a challenge or need a little extra push.
Can you give me another example?
Sure. Imagine you're at a marathon and you see a friend running. You might shout words of encouragement like, "You can do it," to urge them on and help them finish the race strong.
I get it now. So it's about motivating someone to do their best. Thanks for explaining, Mr. Davis.
Sarah, have you ever thought about exploring a mysterious forest all by yourself?
Not really. That sounds exciting, but also a little scary. Why do you ask?
Well, this idea relates to the phrasal verb venture out. Do you have any guesses what it might mean?
Maybe it has to do with going somewhere new or challenging.
Exactly. Venture out means to go somewhere, especially somewhere unfamiliar or risky. It's like stepping out of your comfort zone to explore new places or experiences.
Got it. So when you venture out, you're doing something adventurous or bold, right?
That's right. Imagine someone deciding to travel to a new country alone for the first time. They're venturing out into the unknown, which can be both exciting and daunting.
Ah, I see. It makes you think of exploration and taking a leap.
Yes, and it's important in life because it encourages growth and learning.
Mr. Davis, I was at a restaurant yesterday, and I heard someone say, "The waiter will wait on you shortly." What does wait on mean?
Great question, Sarah. Wait on is actually a phrasal verb used in restaurants or service settings. It means to serve someone, like how a waiter or waitress brings you food and drinks.
So, does it only apply to restaurants?
Not just restaurants, though it's most common there. You can use wait on whenever someone is providing a service. For example, When a sales clerk helps you find something in a store, they might be said to wait on you.
Interesting. So it's all about helping or serving someone?
Exactly. It's a way to describe the act of attending to someone's needs or requests, particularly in service industries.
Got it. So if a friend helps me with something, I wouldn't say they're waiting on me, right?
Correct, Sarah. We typically reserve wait on for more formal service contexts. Great observation. Sarah, have you ever thought about what happens when your alarm rings in the morning?
I guess it means it's time to get up and start my day.
Exactly. And do you know what we call that moment when you stop sleeping and become conscious?
Oh, is that waking up?
Yes, it is. The phrasal verb wake up describes the action of transitioning from sleep to being awake. It's like that moment when your eyes open and you start becoming aware of what's around you.
That makes sense. So can you use wake up in different contexts, or is it just for sleeping?
Good question. While wake up mainly refers to opening your eyes in the morning, it can also mean becoming aware of something new or realizing an important fact.
Like when someone realizes they need to study more for an exam?
Exactly. You could say they wake up to the reality of needing to prepare better. Today, we're going to talk about the phrasal verb walk away. Have you heard of it?
A little, but I'm not sure I fully understand it. Can you explain it in simple terms?
Of course. Walk away means to leave a situation or place. It often implies stepping out of something to avoid negative consequences or because a situation is difficult.
So, is it like when you're in a bad argument and you decide to leave instead of continuing to fight?
Exactly. That's a perfect example. Walking away can help keep the peace or protect yourself from a stressful situation.
Does it always mean leaving something bad?
Not always. Sometimes people walk away from a deal or opportunity if they think it's not beneficial. It's about choosing what's best for you.
That makes sense. And it's more about making a decision, right?
Precisely. It's making a choice to leave something behind, whether it's a place, situation, or even a relationship, for your well-being. Today, let's learn about the phrasal verb walk out. Do you know what it means?
Not really, Mr. Davis. Can you explain it to me?
Of course. Walk out can mean leaving a place, usually in a situation where someone is upset or disagrees with something.
So, if someone is angry in a meeting and leaves, that's walking out?
Exactly. They are choosing to leave because they are unhappy with what's happening.
Can walk out be used in other ways?
Yes, it can also mean leaving suddenly or unexpectedly, not always from anger, like if someone leaves a show because it's boring.
I see. Can it be used when someone leaves a job?
Absolutely. If a person leaves their job without notice due to disagreement or dissatisfaction, that's walking out. Have you ever seen an athlete getting ready before a big game or race?
Yes, I have. They usually do some exercises before starting.
Exactly. And those exercises are called warming up. But do you know why they do it?
I guess it's to get ready, but I'm not really sure how it helps.
Great guess. Warming up helps increase the blood flow to their muscles, making them more flexible and ready to perform. It prevents injuries too.
Interesting. So, is it only for physical activities?
Not at all. We also warm up in other situations. For instance, if you're nervous before a presentation, you might warm up by practicing speaking to build confidence.
Oh, I see. So, warming up is preparing your body or mind for action?
Precisely, Sarah. It's all about getting ready so you can perform better. Keep warming up in mind for your studies too. I want to talk to you about the phrasal verb wash away. Have you heard it before?
I think I've heard it, but I'm not sure what it means.
No worries. Let's break it down. Wash away is often used when talking about rain or water removing something. Imagine you built a sand castle on the beach and then the tide comes in.
Oh, I see. So the waves would wash away the sandcastle, right?
Exactly. The water moves over it and carries it away. Similarly, heavy rain can wash away dirt from a path, leaving it clean.
So it means that water basically removes or erases something.
Yes, that's right. It's a useful way to describe how water can affect different things. Have you ever thought about what happens after dinner when all the plates are stacked up? What's next?
Oh, yeah. We usually have to clean everything, right?
Exactly. And the phrasal verb we use for that is wash up. Do you know what it means?
Does it mean to clean the dishes?
That's spot on. Wash up is often used to describe cleaning dishes and kitchen utensils after a meal. But can you think of another way we might use wash up?
Maybe like washing our hands or face?
You got it. Wash up can also mean washing your hands and face, especially before a meal or after getting dirty.
So it's a versatile phrase, cleaning dishes and ourselves.
Exactly, Sarah. It's quite handy in everyday conversation. Have you ever been walking down the street and suddenly needed to be really careful?
Yes, once I almost stepped in a big puddle because I wasn't paying attention.
That's a great example. In such situations, someone might say, "Watch out." Do you know what that means?
I think it means to be careful or look out for danger.
Exactly. Watch out is a phrasal verb. It's a quick way to warn someone about potential danger.
Like when you're crossing the road and a car is coming?
Precisely, you'd say watch out to alert someone about the car. It's important because it can prevent accidents.
So it's like a friendly warning to be alert?
Yes, it helps people avoid trouble by paying attention to their surroundings. Imagine you just got a new sticker and you put it on your notebook. Over time, have you noticed what happens to the brightness of the sticker?
Yes, I have. It starts looking dull and not as shiny as before.
Exactly. That change you noticed is a bit like what the phrasal verb wear off describes. When something wears off, it means it gradually disappears or loses its effect over time.
Oh, I see. So like how the smell of a new book fades away after a while?
Precisely. Just like a scent that fades, wear off can describe anything that slowly goes away, such as the effectiveness of medicine or the excitement from a surprise.
Got it. So if I take a pill and feel better, but after a few hours it stops working, I could say the effects wore off?
That's perfect, Sarah. You understood it well. The effect was strong at first, but then diminished. Sarah, have you ever felt like your backpack is so heavy it's hard to walk?
Oh, yes, especially when I carry too many books.
That's a perfect example. When something is physically heavy and makes moving difficult, it can be said to weigh you down.
So, weigh down is like when something heavy slows you down?
Exactly. But it can also be used for feelings or thoughts. If your mind is full of worries, you might feel like they weigh you down.
So, it's not just about carrying heavy things, but also heavy feelings?
Right. It's like when concerns make everything feel harder.
I get it. It's like having too much on your mind can make you feel slower or tired, just like a heavy backpack.
You've got it. Both physical weight and emotional stress can weigh us down. Sarah, what's the quickest meal you've ever made when you're really hungry?
Probably a sandwich. I can make one in just a few minutes.
That's a perfect example. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb whip up. It's just like making that quick sandwich.
Whip up? What does that mean?
Whip up means to prepare something quickly and easily, often food. It's used when you create something without much effort or time.
So if I make a quick soup, I could say I whipped it up?
Exactly. It's not only for food. You can also whip up excitement or ideas, anything you can create in a hurry.
Oh, like when I come up with a quick story for class?
Yes, that's it. You're whipping up a story. It's about doing something fast and skillfully.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Now I know how to whip up language in my stories and meals.
Hi, Sarah. Do you know what wind down means?
No, Mr. Davis, what does it mean?
Let's pretend you're playing all day. When you stop playing and feel calm, that's winding down.
Oh, so when I stop running around, I wind down?
Exactly. It's like when your favorite toy robot begins slowing down before it stops.
Okay, so when I get ready for bed, am I winding down?
Yes, Sarah. You're doing things to feel relaxed and ready to rest.
Like reading a story or having some milk?
That's right. Those are perfect ways to wind down before bedtime.
So, can animals wind down too?
Yes, they can. When a cat stretches and finds a cozy spot to sleep, it's winding down.
Thanks, Mr. Davis.
Today I want to explain the phrasal verb wipe out. Have you heard of it before?
I think so, but I'm not really sure what it means. Could you explain?
Of course. Wipe out can mean to destroy or eliminate something completely. For example, if a storm wipes out a village, it means the village is destroyed.
Oh, that makes sense. Can it be used in other contexts besides destruction?
Definitely. It can also mean to exhaust someone. For instance, the marathon wiped me out means the run made you very tired.
Interesting. So, it can be physical destruction or exhaustion?
Exactly. Additionally, it's used in surfing to describe falling off a surfboard. I wiped out on that big wave.
That's useful. Can wipe out have a positive meaning too?
Not typically. It usually implies something negative like destroying or tiring out. Let's talk about the phrasal verb workout. Do you know what it means?
I think it has something to do with exercising, right?
That's one common use. Work out often means to exercise, like heading to the gym or going for a run.
Is there another meaning?
Yes, indeed. It can also mean to solve a problem or plan something. For example, you can work out a math problem.
Like figuring things out?
Exactly. Additionally, work out can mean to have a successful result. For example, if you try a new recipe and it tastes good, you might say, "It worked out well."
So, it has several uses depending on the context?
Precisely. It's versatile. Remembering the context will help you use it correctly. Hi, Sarah. Today, let's talk about the phrasal verb wrap up. Do you know what it means?
Does it have something to do with wrapping gifts?
Good guess. But in terms of a phrasal verb, wrap up is more about completing something. For example, when you're finishing a project or event, you might say you're wrapping it up.
So, it's like when you're ending something.
Exactly. Think about a meeting or a class. At the end, the leader might say it's time to wrap up, meaning it's time to conclude.
That makes sense. Is it used in specific settings?
It's quite versatile. You can use wrap up in both formal and informal settings. Whether you're finishing up plans or concluding a conversation, it fits well. We're going to talk about the phrasal verb yell out.
Can you explain it?
Of course. Yell out means to shout something loudly, often unexpectedly. It's commonly used when someone says something abruptly to get attention or to express strong emotions.
Like if someone sees a friend across the street and yells out their name?
Exactly. That's a perfect example. The person is calling out loudly to catch their friend's attention.
Does it always imply anger or urgency?
Not necessarily. While it can express urgency, like yelling out in warning, it might also be used in excitement or to simply get someone's attention in a noisy place.
So it's not always a negative thing. That's good to know.
Right, context is key. Sarah, have you ever caught yourself in the middle of a class staring at the wall, not hearing a word I say?
Oh, definitely, Mr. Davis. Sometimes I just drift away. Why does that happen?
You're describing what's often called zoning out. It's a common phrasal verb. Do you know what it means exactly?
Is it just daydreaming?
Close. To zone out means to lose focus or become oblivious to your surroundings, often unintentionally. It's when your mind wanders off.
So it's more than just daydreaming?
Yes, daydreaming is often purposeful. Zoning out can happen suddenly, like when you're mentally exhausted or bored.
Does that happen to everyone?
Absolutely, Sarah. It's natural, especially in repetitive situations. Recognizing when it starts can help you refocus.
That makes sense. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
Sarah, imagine you're at a theme park with friends. You have just 2 hours left and want to experience all the rides quickly. What do you think you'd need to do?
I guess we'd have to move really fast between all the rides, right?
Exactly. And there's a perfect phrasal verb for that, zip around. Do you know what it means?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure what it really means.
Zip around means to move quickly and efficiently from place to place, like in your theme park scenario. It's like darting here and there with speed.
Oh, so when you say zip around, it's about moving fast to do a lot in a short time?
Precisely. You might zip around a grocery store if you're in a rush or zip around a city when sightseeing.
That makes sense. Is it just for physical movement?
Primarily, but it can also describe quick, energetic actions, like when your mind is zipping around with ideas.